Hello, Brawl Hub. This is the Season 15 Top 8 tournament. We have our top 8 players here running a variety of decks, including Nadu, everyone's least favorite deck, multiple teferis, and as we can see, Brea and multiple Rafines. Uh, any thoughts on this meta, Ulavala?
Yeah, I think this meta is pretty unbalanced, but I think it's pretty interesting what people have been doing to counteract the influx of modern Horizons 3 commanders, like how aggressive people's interaction has been getting. So even though
Yeah.
like overall I don't think it promotes diversity, I think that people are making it work, right? Like we can see Rafine, which is a really interactive deck that has a really short clock. So people are running that kind of stuff to, alleviate it.
Yep. And thoughts on this starting hand by Grimstien? I saw him hold a 5 there. I does not look like a good start to me.
No, it doesn't. It especially doesn't help to get hit by a duress on turn one.
No, not at all. Keeps the 4-drop on top is not something that I would think would be correct.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
also has no
he's
black source for 3 of the 4 playable
his
cards.
spells. Yeah, it's tough.
Doing nothing for the first 3 turns is generally not good in this format.
Yeah, especially against Rafine, who has can put some pretty incredible pressure on your opponents if she's given the right opening.
Yep. So I'll have to see how this goes, but it's generally looking like this is probably going to go into game 2. Flashing will be up around. Um, yeah. We also, the other games we have in this first round, we have a Teferi mirror, except it's
Yep.
3 mana Teferi versus the 5 mana Teferi, a Nadu mirror,
Yep.
and Satya versus Rafine. Which is
Yeah.
kind of what we're seeing now in Rhea versus Rafine.
Exactly.
So we'll see the Sasha result here, but it's not really going to do anything. Just going to eat a removal
Uh,
immediately,
well, there you
actually.
go. Yeah. Yeah. It's
Oh, and
brutal.
it gets
It's really brutal.
reanimated. Yeah,
Yeah, that's the concede. That makes sense.
yeah, very
I
fast
think it's
game.
not good enough for that. Yeah.
Hopefully Grimstien will pull something better out of the deck in this next game here.
Yeah. Yeah, I really do think it was just a bit of bad luck. You run a couple of 3 and 4 drops to help secure the late game against control decks, and then you just draw way too many of them, and
Yep.
that's how it'd be.
And we'll see them get into the second game. I was curious about how this Brea deck did, because usually Grimstien was one of our league's most prevalent aggro players, and so I was really surprised opening the deck list and not seeing a Johnny.
Yeah. Yeah, I was yeah, no, I agree. I really expected him to be on a Johnny, but I think it's possible that he was expecting people to tech for the aggro matchup really hard
Yeah,
and went for a more mid-range control deck with more late game plans, more synergy to alleviate just getting hit by 6 fatal pushes in the first couple turns, or a fatal push dismember, all the removal spells people are packing.
yep. Well, generally I would think people are using those removal spells anyway in the format, so
Yeah, but I
that's
mean,
mostly the board
I
wipes.
know at least myself. Yeah, exactly. I know at least myself have been going up on one man interaction, even though they're generally bad cards. You'd have to have something for the early aggression. So
I'm just going to search for any artifact, put it in the graveyard. I believe Goblin Engineer can only bring back things with mana value 3 or less.
yeah, in exchange for one of his artifacts in play.
Yep, but it might just get
You,
fatal pushed or something here for that Legion
yeah,
Administrator to come out.
yeah.
Will not
Oh,
be.
okay.
Instead,
Gets to keep
Nettlesis.
it. Gets to keep it.
Yep. I'm curious though, because I think in Grimstein's position, I believe Legion Extruder deals damage when it enters, right?
Yeah, it does 2 damage on your target when it enters, and you can pay 2 mana and sacrifice an artifact to make a 3/3. I
Yeah,
think it's a pretty solid option in this matchup. Gets to kill one of the little hate bears or one of the little aggressive creatures while also slowly creating a board while going underneath
for
flash
sure.
hands counters.
If I'm in Grimstein's position here, I'd probably kill the Ruthless Sniper. Yeah, because that's just gonna
No,
wipe my board.
exactly. Yeah, he also just I mean he can't afford to let it get counters from Rafine, so
Yeah. So, because now, yeah, Grimstien's curve might be higher than some other decks, but now he's actually at the mana where those 4 drops and 3 drops can start being played every turn.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, we're going to see a Breya getting cast here, and she's really just a ton of power on the board. Like 6 power, 2 of it flying, makes combat really hard. Flashbang currently beats all that power in the air, but no, he can't ignore the ground pressure for long, especially with Barry's ability that makes opponents lose life.
Yeah. So we'll just see the Rafine getting bigger so that Breya cannot activate and just immediately kill it.
Yeah. Although no, she stays at 5. Wait, is she? I think she's -4, -4. Actually,
yeah.
never mind. Yeah.
Sure
You can gain 5 life. That's what it is.
Yeah. And if Grimstien does have a high enough artifact density in here, they can just keep sacrificing them for life, but not if Freya's not on the board.
Yep.
Yeah, and Drain, always a good top deck.
Yep, agreed.
I don't know if
I probably would have gone for Crucius myself to start turning that Solar Transformer into a big creature, but
yeah, I don't really see the reasoning behind playing Solar Transformer over Crucius, because Crucius is going to give you the same amount of artifacts and the same amount of mana, and you still get to hold up. And Drain, I guess Grimstien wanted the Esper Sentinel on the field, but I don't know. I'd rather just have the Crucius out.
Yeah, I mean, Esper Sentinel gives you additional cards, but just also gives you card selection without relying on your opponent.
Mana Drain going to come out, probably the best blue card in the format right now. But Flashman might have something in response. Maybe another Mana Drain, yep.
Oh my god. The Mana Drain.
Thought Monitor, very solid card.
Yeah, that was a pretty good draw.
See, I don't actually know how much removal Grimstien has in the deck. I know they're kind of playing a all-star of the best commanders in the format. But
yeah, I mean, I think he's probably relying on. Yeah, I think he's Freya for his removal, but she's not going to be a ton of help if she dies every once in a while.
Let's see what Grimstien draws here. Mountain and Inquisition is not going to do it.
No, that's not. I mean, Inquisition helps, mitigate some of the. Okay, Vanishing Arse is pretty solid.
Yeah, but you have Time Warp on the side of Flash Fan, so now Grimstien's at 9 life, and there's already 2 flyers on the board.
Yeah, it's nearly lethal on board. Okay. Why is he doing that? Maybe he wants it. I don't see why he's doing that. Maybe it's a bluff. I cannot understand what he's doing that for.
He has 1 mana. I don't know. He wants to bring it back with Goblin Engineer? I don't see this one either. Yeah. Might be missing something.
It's possible he's just trying to psych out Flash Phantoms and not blocking, so that he might have like a 1 damage spell in his hand or something like that. But that's a really risky move.
Yeah,
especially.
You're gonna discard your cards. Yeah, it is open Decklists, yeah.
Okay, then yeah, no, I don't. That's probably what Flash Fan's doing right now, is checking Grimstien's Decklist to see why exactly he's making this swing.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, oh no, I see it now. If you use Crucius on your end step. Oh no, never mind, that doesn't work. I'm losing my mind here. Yeah, I still don't understand.
1 damage really isn't that relevant anyway, especially in this matchup where you either stabilize or you don't.
Yeah, and honestly, this seems like a really relevant Esper Sentinel to lose, because if Flashman doesn't draw a land, then Time Warp draws Grimstien a card, and he potentially gets 2 draws with the Crucius to find an action spell for the Time Warp.
Yeah.
If he is going for the Psych Out, though, it's definitely working. Flashman's in the tank here.
Yeah, Flashman will choose to take it. Sacrificing it in response. It's gonna leave the entire board tapped down now. He's trying to get more mana on Grimstien's side here, and yeah, tries to find hits expedient land removal, and that is not removal. That is a tapped land, probably the worst thing off the deck.
For sure.
Might see this game over in the next couple turns here. But the Time Warp.
Yeah, agreed.
See if Grimstien has any blocks. Choose to chump block both now and sacrifice. I don't know. I would almost rather only chump block one of them, because you know that they're just going to get more counters in the next turn.
Yeah.
And you're going to lose the 2 creatures anyway.
Yeah, no. it this actually now could be lethal
It could.
because it's not likely, but it's definitely possible that it's lethal now because
Yeah.
Loris makes a third attacker, so Rafine can potentially give 3
And
counters if
Loris is the third
Charles are
attacker.
off.
Yeah,
And there's the fourth attacker, yeah.
Yep. That'll be game.
Grimstien doesn't even want to check the
2-0.
math. That's just it. Yeah.
2-0 for Flash fans. They'll be moving on to the winners bracket.
It's a pretty decisive game by one of the strongest league commanders in history.
Yep. So yeah, 2-0 on that match. Good game. I guess, I don't know, we'll see some Teferi mirror. I'll go over to the Titan Lord versus Malachita game. And we'll see what's up in there. Oh my.
Which one are we watching? Malachita or Titan Lord?
I just went to Titan Lord.
Okay.
And yeah, this is kind of exactly what I expected from the sports day.
Yeah. Player in the throes of a counter war.
Yep. So we seem to have a couple lands just generating 1/1 creatures, and a Jace the Mind Sculptor resolved, which is pretty huge. Titan Lord does seem to be in a commanding position on this game, just having more cards in hand and an active planeswalker.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, if I was Titan Lord here, I'd probably be going for the +2 on Jace, the Fate Seal. Not only not only can you kind of start ignoring the Mirrex counters, but it really looks like he's winning between the Memory Deluge and the Vicious Charm. He has tons of cards in his hand.
I can see that. The other thing I would think about, though, is that there is the Mirrex on Malachita's side of the board that currently Titan Lord has no way to deal with.
That's true, yeah. So he's probably digging for like a Field of Ruin effect or something along those lines.
Yeah, we just see a
Malachita
concede
calls
here.
up there.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
the advantage is too decisive. So 1-0, and actually not the longest control mirror ever. We'll have to see how they begin game 2.
Yeah, that was actually a relatively short control mirror.
Yep. Very, very reasonable. We did not get to. I've seen mirrors like that of 20 lands on the board by the end of the game.
Yeah, exactly. Where all of a sudden all your little utility lands become like the turning points in the game. And we saw a dust pool on Malachita's side because you just really need like consistent answers for the utility lands that control decks are packing to help in the control mirror.
Yeah, things like Mirrex, Phantom Port, and Castle Ardenvale, normally cards that aren't as good, are very good for the control decks, especially in Control Mirror. Just having that eventual win con in the mana base is huge.
Yeah, you have to have that. You have to have that inevitability. You can't really afford to be packing threats in the main deck because they tend to be 5 and 6 mana and they get answered really easily by your opponent's counter spells and board wipes.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious how the. Sorry.
No, I was just saying that your own threats can also have the time to be answered by your own board wipes that you're trying to use.
Yeah, that's definitely true. If your opponent has a Mirrex, then you're really trying to get rid of their creature. You're really trying to sweep up the mites. If you're under pressure by them, you can't afford to have a Dream Trawler to start to stabilize because it's just too much mana, or you have to kill your own Dream Trawler.
Yep.
It's tough luck.
I like the starting hand from Titan Lord. It doesn't go heavily into the creature removal, which is what you don't want to have in your control mirror. Instead has solid cards like Mana Drain and Brainstorm.
Yeah, no, his hand is pretty solid. Reject is the only card that's like, meh, maybe, but it still has a target against Malachita. It's still hit Teferi.
I've always kind of liked Reject in the format.
Yeah.
I think creature counter spells are generally fine, especially ones that, unless the controller plays 3 is really the margin for being closer to a hard counter a lot of the time. Yeah, we'll see the Brainstorm come out, putting away all the creature removal.
Yeah, exactly. There's the power with the Brainstorm fetch play. You can just, he has a nearly perfect hand of 3 lands and 4 spells. He can make land drops for days, and he's got tons of threats. So
yeah, we'll see the Solitude go into the bin as expected. And I'm pretty sure the way Titan Lord builds his decks is that you're running like 45 lands. That could be wrong. I don't know what the current list he's on is, but in these control decks, you really want to be hitting your land drops every time. So they'll likely run more than 40 lands here.
Oof. Yeah, I think that's a sign from Malachita there that he's running a little thin on his land drops. That was a can tripping fastest intervention. It's not a great sign.
Nope. And Titan Lord's trying to gas Mana Tithe.
Ooh, that's a really good draw.
Yeah, mana tithe countering any spell in white is something you don't see often.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also going to be really helpful in these control matchups because if Malachita forces a counter more really early, then Titan Lord can finish it off with a mana tithe, even if he only has 2 or 3 mana open. He can get 2 or 3 counter spells in there and you know
I'll let you know
really turn the
Limmer
tide in his favor.
will Wonder Resolve, so we'll see a couple Samurai tokens threatening to um, defeat Malachita eventually. So that'll be
Yeah.
something
No,
that has to be dealt with.
yeah. I think it's possible that Malachita just has like 3 mana counter spell in his hand and no 2 mana counter spell because otherwise, or maybe he just really wanted to hold up in 2 counter spells because Titan Lord's playing a 3 mana planeswalker as his commander. Malachita really can't afford to let that Teferi resolve.
Yep,
It
and
really makes the control mirror hell.
this is the unnerfed version of the Teferi also. So
Yeah. Oof.
not only does it stop, yeah, mana drain on the Jace, and you think this is game over, but
Yeah. Same.
the unnerfed Teferi makes it not only that your opponent can't cast spells during your turn, but that they can only cast their spells at sorcery speed, so you're just automatically winning any counter war in the control matchup.
Yeah. Yeah. All your opponent's counter spells are completely invalidated, which means that Malachita has like 10 to
Oh, and
like
drawing the
20
One
dead
Ring.
cards in their deck. Oh yeah. No,
Awful.
that's definitely it. He probably has a wash away here, but no, Titan Slade's ready with the mana tithe.
Yeah, mana tithe and
Yeah.
One Ring to back it up if needed, which like I don't even know if it is. I guess yeah, because the Titan Lord is 6
Yeah.
mana with an untapped land in hand. We'll choose to -0 with no targets just to draw.
Makes sense. Yeah, I can see him going plains One Ring here, but
Yeah.
it's also pretty reasonable to just sit back. Oh, we gotta hope that Auto Tapper doesn't. There you go, he caught it. Auto Tapper was about to tap that at Dark Waste, meaning he couldn't, threaten to have counterspell in his hand or something along those lines.
Yep, and
Yeah,
there's the
that's
good
definitely
game.
it.
Yeah,
Yep.
that is over. So Titan Lord will take the 2-0 in the control mirror. Going to fight the deck we saw last time, Flash Fan, in the control matchup. Or not in the control
Yep.
matchup, in the Teferi versus Ravine matchup. So
Yeah.
we have our Rafine deck was 1-0 against our Sache deck, and our Nadu mirror is not even on game 2 yet, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at what their board state is looking like right now. And we'll go
Yeah, let's
into
take a look at the round
Dajala.
here.
Oh my lord. This is about what I
Holy
expected.
Christ. Same. This is pretty much what I expected as far as not mirrors go. I think Neil Vaz is definitely like in the lead here. I mean, he's got the
Yeah,
14/14 land, but
Dajala doesn't
yeah,
even
this
have
is
Nadu on the field. I don't really
yeah,
see. Like, you can see the hand of Zoblin up in the top there. It has multiple counter
yeah,
spells and tutors
yeah,
and things of that nature. I really. Like, sure, they're at 2, but I
yeah.
don't
I
think
mean,
there's much Dajala can do.
I think really all Dajjal is doing, like all he's holding out for here, is to draw some way to like sneak in 2 damage or like actually, oh he's winning in flyers. He actually has lethal on him.
No, because
Is he not?
they both have one bird token, and then it's Volatile Stormdrake versus Nadu. It's 2 flyers each.
Oh no, I thought I was looking at the Tishana's Tidebinder as a flyer. No, that's not. That's not the case, thankfully.
No.
Yeah, okay.
Although,
So
actually,
then, see.
it does depend what's in Dajala's graveyard, because there is a 2 power flyer in that graveyard, then Shifting Woodland can become a copy of it. Although,
Yeah.
actually, it doesn't really matter, because one of the cards in Zeplin's hand, the, was like you see a guard approach, that taps
Oh,
any
you can
permanent,
tap a creature. Yeah.
or tap a creature, whichever one it is. But so, yeah, Dajala will need 4 flyers to get through. Yeah, so just choosing
I
to
mean,
block the 14/14 land, which seems perfectly reasonable to me.
yeah, I agree. Seems pretty wise. Yeah, no, I really think the only reason Dodgerall is staying in this game is because Elvaz is at 2 life. Like he's
Okay,
probably like holding out for. Oh, he's gonna try
Negate
something.
was the top deck, so if there is that 2 power flyer in the graveyard, and there
Oh, look
is,
at
the
that. His
Stormdrake
own
is.
Stormdrake
I don't know, okay, I
with
don't know where the
Mace.
second one came from then. Maybe it was Zoplin's and it got taken? Who knows?
Yeah,
But,
no, it was probably Nilvaz's, and he gave the Stormdrake to
oh,
T'Jala in return for one of his
something.
creatures. Could be Unctus.
Yeah, and the Negate top deck will seal this otherwise not one game.
See if he sees it. Just be game right there. That's incredible.
That is sometimes that one card that you put in your deck. saved you the game like that. That
I
is
can't imagine.
one of the better
That's
top
truly,
decks I've seen in my league career.
yeah, that was outstanding.
That's
That's definitely not how I thought that the Nadu mirror would go down. Someone at 2 life and like 20 lands and 20 creatures dying to volatile stone drakes.
yeah.
The card definitely has a downside. I mean, we saw it right there. You're giving your opponent a 3/2 flyer that has a little protection. So
yeah, it's certainly one of the more balanced Modern Horizons 3 cards in that way. They actually gave it a downside, unlike some other Modern Horizons 3 cards we were seeing in that matchup.
yes, precisely.
And we'll go into, I believe, game 2 of the Nadu Mirror, with Jajala being up 1-0.
And I cannot imagine playing this matchup. These players certainly have a lot more mental fortitude than I. Uh, yeah, it'd be truly a headache trying to get through a board state like that, trying to read all the little ins and outs, trying to find all the card draw that you can get.
Yeah, I am surprised Zevlin on that turn opted to not hold up more than 1 mana, because we saw in the hand that they had more than that. You see a guard approach, but also had things like Wash Away. I wonder if it was
Yeah,
maybe a misplay to not have a counterspell up to back it up.
yeah, I definitely think it was, but I think he was trying to jump towards the finish line there. He played a Bristly Bill as his last spell, so he was probably just looking to absolutely confirm the kill on the following turn, but that
Yeah,
ultimately led to his downfall.
yeah. Well, with enough mana, you'd think that the Bristly Bill could have just come out next turn, and it would have been fine anyway.
Yeah.
Nadu coming out from Dajala before the tails, and from Zeppelin before Dajala's tails end is able to respond is pretty bad. But we're just going
And
to
then
see the identical curve from both players here.
exactly, Doric into Nadu. This is an hour off to the races. We're gonna see how many times people can target their stuff.
Yep. Although, and it looks like both players might not have much targeting going on, with it just being Nissa on that end and us having full view of Dajala's hand right here.
Yeah, yeah. There's a finale of devastation, which it can certainly find like a Bristly Bill or something along those lines next turn, but Dajala will have to play his land drop to do it. Oh, there's no way he's doing this. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, these decks play way too many like silly combat tricks. The Esper Sentinel trick
Yeah,
that we saw last match would probably work here. Would probably work here.
for sure. Yeah. And Nadu just runs all the jank cards that are bad and literally everything else.
Yeah. Hmm.
So yeah, we'll see. Just Nadu is trading damage out here.
Yeah.
One of
Makes
our tournament players might have left out. I think it might be Malachi that are starting again. It's fine, they're not playing right now. Yeah, so we're seeing an attack end, not even any play, just holding up the tails end. I don't know if I like that. 'Cause,
Yeah.
Nadu usually isn't playing any, or that many legendaries besides Nadu and like Bristly Bill.
Yeah, I think DeJohn's just kind of hoping here that because he doesn't have a lot of gas in his own hand, so he can't really afford to be playing that proactively. But I think he's just banking on the fact that Nilvaz is holding like a Bristly Bill or some other or Unctus, one of those synergistic legends, so that he can catch him with the tails on and maybe get a couple turns because it really
Yeah,
looks like being on the draw in the Nado mirror is backbreaking. You're just a turn behind being able to start drawing cards. So
yeah. And I do think I would have played Finale of Devastation in Jala instead if I was playing for Jala, just to find Bristly Bill and maybe combo off the next turn.
yeah, Subtlety would have been really helpful in his opening hand. I was really looking for a subtlety from either player because the subtlety will really decide the first couple turns of the game. Getting Nado off the board even for a turn is super
Yep,
relevant. But now, of course, it doesn't do anything unless Novaz decides to play a creature.
very true. I do think Novaz doesn't have much targeting. Novaz, who I also refer to as Zeppelin, it's the Zeppelin is the name spelled backwards, and that's how they're named in the Discord. Um,
Okay.
I use both. I don't know, but yeah, we'll see the subtlety here, which could catch whatever Zeppelin tries to play. I mean, it looks like they don't have much gas in their hand either, judging by the sacrifice of the waterlogged grove.
Yeah, I mean, I could see. I think the subtlety is actually like a little better than we think here because if Zavlin tries to go for he attacks with Nissa, so I could see trying to do subtlety here just to block the Nissa, but it may just result in Nissa getting +1/+1 and winning the trade. So
Yeah, I kind of have to assume they have a snakeskin veil or something in hand here.
Yeah.
It's just a block with a Nadu.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is kind of a desperation block because I just don't see this being good in any real way.
Yeah, Tyvar
Like,
stand.
yeah, yeah. I think Jell is just kind of forcing Savlin to have it. Holly Garn, that's a pretty cool inclusion to the deck.
Yep, makes a free
Nado's really
creature.
looking for like a density of creatures, and that just means that when Nado hits a land, it also hits you another creature. It's pretty cool.
Yep, definitely not a bad inclusion. And I played this deck at one point with like 50 lands in it, because if you can just keep chaining the lands, it really helps. But I don't know, I could never play it well. Probably just because I didn't have enough practice and I was playing a bad deck list. We'll see. That's the
Um,
equipment chain, so you can target
yeah,
anything
that's
for
what I'm
one.
looking for. Yeah, every time Zavlin Zavlin hits a land here, he takes 2 mana with the untapped land plus the Nissa. So yeah, I mean Passage's what you got.
You kind of just gotta give him the land to get rid of the whip.
Do you think that it's like a forced Passage here? If you don't Passage, I think the game is just instantly over.
Yeah, especially
Uh,
with fetch
I don't think
lands.
I don't think Dajjal has much of a chance anymore given the like chain of equipments. But oh, he let it happen without Passageing it. Interesting.
And I'm waiting for this to resolve. This wants to subtlety a creature, but well, it's just gonna get drawn and no, actually, it's gonna get shuffled back. That's strange. Smart play by Zoblin to just crack it before it goes on top.
Yeah, because otherwise that fashion is.
Yeah.
Oh, does he have a counter spell?
I
Oh no, he
pointed out
doesn't.
for the
He
ability.
already resolved. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, he could have a tails end of his own, but I would probably have held that up for the Nadu.
yeah, I doubt that there's any counterspell there. I think Zoblin just wanted the Nissa or the Tireless Provisioner and
Yeah.
just keeping the equipment chain going. You get to see some of the classic 10-minute non-deterministic Nadu turn here.
Yep. Do you think that enough people are gonna vote to get Nadu banned?
Uh, yeah, probably. I mean, I think if there's any card that's going to get banned this season, it will be Nadu. And I don't know. I'm of the opinion that if Nadu gets banned, Johnny should also get banned, but it's up to
Yeah.
the
No,
people mostly.
yeah. No, I would like both of them to get banned because they both like put this incredible pressure on your opponent to interact with them really fast. As we can see here, this is like what turn 5, and Zavlin has like 9 lands in hand. Dajjala has even like had like 1 or 2 pieces of interaction, but it hasn't been enough.
Yep.
Although he did opt not to use the Passager in the tail's end, so he fizzles.
Yep. I still really don't see much from Dejala here. Trying to
Whoa.
play the
Okay,
Besager
it's a
as,
wild play.
yeah, I mean, probably better to play the Waterlogged Grove and hold it up, assuming that Nadu is getting played here. But now we'll choose to use Finale.
Oh, I think
Uh,
he's got a Storm Drake.
uh,
To try to take Savlin's Nadu. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
I see that. Okay. Has Ward 1 because of the Royal Roll token. Yeah, I kind of forget Stormdrake's a card. This is the reason you play it in these blue-green decks, is because it's kind of your best form of interaction usually.
Yeah. Just take, and also like with Nadu being, I mean, we only saw 2 Nadu, but in the top 8, but in the tournament in general, we saw tons of Nadu. So I can definitely see running Storm Drake as just as tech specifically for the Nadu matchup, even if it's not amazing versus other decks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Stormdrake's generally pretty good. Maybe not against Hyper Aggro like Ajani, but
Yeah.
pretty strong into Nadu,
And
being able to just take your end commander and keep them from getting it. And that's the thing with these decks is that um, they're not very interactive generally. So if you take their commander, it's really hard for them to get it back. But I think
yeah.
we're just
See,
gonna
finally,
see the Neo form into the Stormdrake here.
yeah, I was about to say the exact same thing. We're just gonna see it getting taken back.
Yep.
Uniform was a pretty good job as Alan there.
Yep. I assume they're Devils is trying to figure out what's stuck. And I would think we're going to see the Elvish Mystic going away. But
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know, is
Wait,
that what
there.
I'm just thinking?
Oh no, okay. Oof, I had a brain fart for a second. I saw the Storm Drake already there, and then I remembered that that was T'Challa's Storm Drake that was given as a
Yep,
present in exchange for Nadu.
we're kind of just flipping sides of the board here. So we might be seeing the same exact board state we had at the end of last game, where massive board state from Zoblin and two Storm Drakes on T'Challa's side. But I don't know. This time, Zoblin's not at that low life total where these flyers are actually threatening.
Yeah.
Flips Cavern of Souls off the top.
No. Yeah, I think I would if I were him, I'd really be hoping for like a real treatment or something along those lines to
I think
stymie this plan.
if T'Challa had hit a blue land off the top there, that Stormbreaker trigger could have been counterspelled by Tail's End, but sadly not hit here. So great top decks will not save T'Challa this time, and that'll be the game.
Yeah, yeah, no, I definitely see why he's conceding here. So yeah, we see T'Challa moving down to the losers
No,
bracket,
it's
and
1-1 because T'Challa did get the last game. So
oh,
we'll
you're
have
right, I forgot about
1-1
that.
Nadu.
Yeah, the enormous boards
Although I'm
to grab.
curious, I kind of do want to see the Incurred versus Blakely Gaming game over here.
Yeah,
Because as far
I'll
as I
start
know,
watching.
they're still going. Yeah, they're 1-1 right now. So I'm gonna go watch Blakely because I actually haven't seen any Satcher gameplay pretty much. They might have just finished because I see someone claiming Quest Gold right now, so that might be over. Never mind, it's over. Incurt 1-2-1, so both Rafines will be moving on into the winners bracket. So I guess we go
There you go.
back to Dajala. The Nadu mirror taking the longest, probably as expected, even though there's a control mirror.
Yeah. Yeah, and now Djala's on the play, so he's probably gonna be it's an interesting hand. He's got an action for the turn to Nadu by Nilvaz, but
And
yeah, but he doesn't have any dork of his own. And oh, there you go. There's Utopia's. Well, that's pretty
yeah, but
helpful.
no. I guess in the
Probably keep.
Nadu matchup, you kind of just want to go faster than your opponent if you're on the play. Hands
Yeah,
that are
and he's
more
also got the
interactive.
Cavern of Souls. Yeah,
True. Hands that are more interactive or more reserved on the draw. I assume we'll see the forest turn one, because that Utopia spell can only target the forests.
yeah,
Yeah, Shaw's thinking about it.
yeah. I think Djala's biggest threat right now is a subtlety from Zavlin, and Cavern of Souls does not help against that because Cavern of Souls just prevents it from getting counter, not preventing it from getting
Yeah, we're
moved.
just gonna see a Sylvan Tutor, so Shaw will hit the ground running here. Versus Sutherland's much slower curve. Oh, but Stormdrake is revealed off the
Yeah,
top, so that's why Shaw will have to play around.
yeah.
Stormdrake's really being the determiners of the Nadu mirror here.
He's holding full control.
Yeah, and the thing with T'Challa's hand right now is Sylvan Safekeeper and Tamio Safekeeping, both ways to fight that Stormdrake. With Safekeeper especially being able to sacrifice any land at instant speed.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. In the same way that 3-mana Teferi wins any counter war, Safekeeper will win most removal wars.
Yeah.
You just can't have enough. You just can't have more interaction than they have lands, especially when every Sylvan Safekeeper activation
Yep,
has the
and we'll
potential to
see.
get another player's another land.
Zavlin knows this and wants to take the Safekeeper because they're not getting the Nadu, but that Tamio Safekeeper will stop that entirely. And now it's off to the races for Dajala. And assuming if they find lands off the top of this Tome of Gadwick, it's great. One little nitpick I have here, I don't really see why Dajala is selecting Bird instead of Wizard on the Cavern of Souls. I feel like Wizard is
That's the exact same thing. Yeah. Especially because he's got the Snapcaster image in there in his hand right now, which
true.
could be
Yeah,
relevant if Nadu gets answered adequately.
yeah. I'd definitely pick up Wizard if you're a Nadu player at home here.
All right, and now we'll see what Nilvaz has for resolve Nadu with the Southern Safekeeper on board.
Probably not much besides answering with their own Nadu.
Yeah, no, that's probably what they're gonna do. Because
But
Dajala is tapped out, and if Nilvaz waits another turn to play Nadu, then he just may never resolve the bird. Depends how
both
many
Nadu
cards.
players playing Cavern on Bird. Very epic. I don't think there's a bird in here in those decks that I'm missing. There could be.
Birds of Paradise. You got to make that Birds of Paradise resolve.
True.
No, I'm of course. Let's see.
Yeah, definitely not as
Figure out how
relevant as Snapcaster. But yeah, we'll see the equipment chain here again. Putting lands at
Yeah,
the
I'm
top
seeing.
is always better. Or not always better, but a lot of the time better, because you can just keep doing your chain.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm taking a look at their deck list real quick, and I'm not seeing any birds in their deck, so
Not even
I
Birds of
mean it's a
Paradise.
minor. Yeah, aside from Birds of Paradise,
Oh, okay.
and actually Zavlin's playing Gilded Goose in his deck, but neither of those creatures really need to resolve, so I think it's just a
Yeah.
slightly suboptimal play.
Yeah.
Actually,
Probably
no, I
not.
take that back. In Zavlin, it is optimal to name Bird because he has no other wizards in his deck.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Not
Yeah,
even running Snapcaster.
yeah.
That is. Yeah, usually I feel like your blue cards are a lot of wizards, but maybe not in all the decks. Let's
Yeah,
see.
actually, it looks like Soflin isn't packing Tidebinder either, like Djala is. Who's the other wizard that I could definitely see them playing? Because Tidebinder answers Nadu pretty cleanly.
Yep. Tidebinder doesn't really answer everything that clearly, though, being like when it's off the field, the thing will get back all its abilities, so it's more temporary. Not as
Yeah,
Unati, though, because as we've seen, some decks really don't have that much interaction besides the Storm Drake, which is just going to keep popping up here. Let's
yeah.
see. A Scoot Storm come out, so I was looking for a win con here. And yeah,
Oh wow, that's bold.
I
I don't
like
know
it
if I'd be
though. The Nadu doesn't need
Huh.
that many lands, so just starting to sack lands to start the chain for Squid Swarms, I would definitely do this.
Hmm. Yeah, I guess he's just looking for a blue land. Oh, okay. He's got the Tomo Diadwick. You're right. You're right. Yeah, for a second, I thought he just had the Safekeeper as a way to target things, but no, this is definitely
Yeah.
super threatening.
Yeah. So as long as Nadala keeps hitting lands off the top, this chain will go on. And I am just almost completely sure that Nadu has no way to deal with Scoot Swarms.
Yeah, no, I just checked their deck list. They don't have any way to deal with 30 or 40 power and Squid,
Yeah.
as we may see in a couple minutes here.
Yeah. Nadala counting up their lands here, seeing they have enough to just keep sacrificing, because you really don't need that much mana.
Um, he definitely can't go below 5 lands though when he uses Safekeeper because then a 6th land will not trigger any of the Scootsworms to make a copy.
That's a
Instead, they'll just
good
make
point.
sec.
Yeah, that might be getting
But
missed right now.
oh, okay. So
Trying
yeah,
to
no,
find a
even if he
land.
does hit land here, yeah, that's definitely the risk with the 7 Safekeeper based lines is that if you do a miss land, you end up pretty behind. But I really don't think it's a huge issue. He's still got a ton of Cadwick. He's still got a Pact of Negation.
Yep.
It's hidden. So
Yeah, this is why I like playing a lot of lands to the Nadu. Because like things like bronze cudgels, once you have one of them, you don't need a second one.
yeah,
You'll see the
yeah, we
equipment
see a
coming
bone
out on
saw
the other
from
side. Yep.
yeah,
I would think we might see this getting pacted. Because if this is pacted,
yeah.
then someone's kind of stuck. I assume they have a land in hand, but maybe not.
Oh wait, no, they can't afford to pact
Yeah, they
because
can.
oh no, they do. They have
Yeah,
Utopia Sprawl. Yeah, I forgot that one.
yeah. I definitely I don't like not packing that because now someone gets a base of 3 triggers from that bounce on, so just one, and has another creature to use for it.
Yeah. I don't know. It's possible that Jal is not playing the Pact Negation just because he doesn't know whether he himself is going to draw a land next turn.
True.
And as I said during his last turn, without 6 lands, Scootsworms do not copy themselves, so
Yeah.
it's not getting like exponential. I mean, it's still not a huge deal if he's just making a ton of 1/1 and 6, but he'd rather be making copies if possible.
Yeah, I actually that's a good point. Yeah, I guess the fact would not be the optimal play there because Sujal is just playing to win this game, having more stuff on the board.
Yeah, Jal is definitely poised to better like take possession of the game and get to that Nadu board state of 12 lands and a huge board. Especially with Lotus Cobra in his hand, like he can really go off. Next turn, every land that he hits will represent 4 more creatures and 2 more. So
Yeah.
he's on his way. Yeah, actually, another point about the pact is that he can use it defensively during his turn. Like if Zavlin does not win here, or if Zavlin does not like present an overwhelming board state here, then he'll probably be holding up one like a counter spell, and the pact of negation will take care of that pretty cleanly without having to, waste any of his precious Tome of Gadwick mana.
Yep, I find it unlikely that there will be a winning board today on the other side here, because
Yeah.
I feel like most of these creatures have been targeted at least once, if not twice.
Yeah.
So someone's thinking about something here. Nah, it's a good tournament there. And Jaws going to pact it as the only threat to their own Sweet Swarm. So what Tajala needs to find up the top now is the land.
Nova has actually used all of his Nadu targets now. I guess they've all been cast
Yeah.
a couple of times.
So we'll see the pact paid for and no land drawn, so we'll be kind of stuck here.
He could go for the gutsy safekeeper line again, but I definitely don't agree with it in the current board state. Well,
yeah.
no, he does have Tome of Gadwick, because I keep forgetting. So
I don't know. You really have to flip 2 lands at the top and a right here to make it worth it. Kind of just, I don't even know if I would have interacted with that Skid Sword. Well, there's the first land, so.
There's the land, okay.
We'll see, only not Skid Swarm tokens, but just one more next tokens were made.
Yeah.
Which is probably a first for many players.
HAzor, I think, makes sense here.
Yeah.
Just because it doesn't really seem likely that Zovlin's going to actually counter Nadu, or the Nadu's even going to leave the battlefield for that matter this game.
Yep. We have 2 lands.
Yeah, well, he's hitting the lands.
Yep, but still needs to hit more.
Way.
Currently just making normal 1/1 tokens.
Yeah, well, but now he has untapped lands that he can use Tome of Gadwick with.
Yep. I don't even think Dajjal is going for Scoot Swarm duplication anymore. I think he just want the normal tokens.
He's just trying to get to a critical mass. Yep. Okay, he's gotten lucky. That's another land.
Makes up for all the lands that were not drawn before, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. The 4 non-lands straight that were missed.
And this is really why Nadu decks should run more than just the default number of lands. Because usually your land hit is better than your non-land hit.
Yeah. Actually, I might as well, while I'm watching him check the number of the link count in their deck, just out of curiosity, see what the Nadu players have decided. So I see Dajala's on 44, so comparable to a normal control deck. That kind of makes sense. But yeah, no, I agree that he should be on 50 or something like that, just because you really want the lands.
And the problem with 50 is the cuts and drawing a lot of lands. Heading Prismatic Vista is huge, being able to get 2 triggers off that. So pretty much the entire mana base going into the bin by Sylvan Safekeeper to just make this massive tokens lethal eventually.
Yeah, he's getting paid off for it, kind of. He's got something going on, and now he can afford Lotus Cobra because he's got untapped green mana.
True.
And see, all the while, it doesn't. Yeah, as we can see, how it doesn't really matter if the Scoot Swarms are duplicating. It's still 20 power and 1/1 insects that have been made this turn.
I did not expect that many lands to enter off of having 0 mana to start the turn.
Yeah.
And the problem is, Southland somehow finds a way out. Dajjal is pretty much out of the game here. But that will not happen because there's just too many triggers here.
Keeps hitting lands. Yeah, no, that polluted also was another fantastic hit. Yep. Dajjal's gotten some amazing luck this turn.
Yeah, it's really now a question of when Dajjal decides to end the turn.
Yeah, it really is his prerogative here. He has most of the decisions, as long as he doesn't. Because he has what, 3 more, or no, he can do another triggers 4 more times. So, and every time he hits a land, he can activate it another 4 times. Yeah. So yeah, no, this definitely seems like the game is over. Every land makes 2 mana, 1 from Nissa, 1 from Lotus Cobra, and then 1 from the actual land being untapped. It makes 5 if it's untapped, if it's like a fetch land. And then Sylvan Safekeeper can sacrifice the land, so we're gonna see our critical mass of Scoot Swarms.
I think Dajjal forgot they had Tome of Gadwick on the field already.
Yeah. I don't think it matters a ton, but yeah, no, it is a slight optimization. Uh-oh.
Oh, Court of Calling is.
Are we about to see
You would
him
think we're
fizzle
seeing.
with... Oh, no, because he's got Court of Calling. Oh, Court of
Yeah,
Calling's so good here.
finds Unctus
Fantastic draw.
probably.
Don't
Trading
auto-pay.
life for more
Paying his
lands.
mana. Yeah. He really doesn't want to use any of his mana here, because all of his mana could be used to pay
Yeah,
equip costs.
yeah, so you're
I wonder
probably
what
gonna
he's
see.
getting here.
I think Unctus for the
Yeah,
two
you're
life
right. Probably
trigger.
Unctus. I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Unctus being like the only free quote unquote way, the only way without mana that we have of targeting creatures. Oh, and Sylvan Safekeeper, I suppose. But Sylvan Safekeeper has a pretty incredible, has a pretty incredibly high cost to target things.
Yeah. I mean, this is just what you see off Nadu's. This turn started with 0 mana on Dajala's side before Scoot Swarmed, Nadu, and Safekeeper, and now it's the sport state.
Yeah, we're looking at what 20, 29, 30, no 32 bugs. Yeah, no, this is brutal.
Yeah, and now all these
Although
lands are coming back.
now we just have to make sure that T'Challa doesn't go too low on his life total. Yeah, as we saw in game one, we may see the game end because of another volatile Storm Drake. But no, it doesn't seem likely, especially given the spyglass iron in his hand. So as long as T'Challa keeps his head cool, uh, he'll definitely pull through. But no, I honestly just don't think his turn might just not end. Yeah, he has enough. Like he can probably go through his whole deck this turn if he wants. And if he is
Yeah,
running Time Warp, that is just game.
that's
Um,
true. I don't know. I feel like Nadu decks usually
uh,
don't run Time Warp.
yeah, no, he isn't. But
Yeah.
I thought his opponent was, or no, I'm getting a different one of our games mixed
You're
up.
probably
I'm
thinking
wrong.
of the Rafine game.
Yeah,
Rafine was on
yeah,
Time Warp.
exactly.
But yeah, and this is kind of what you'd expect from the Nightmare. Just one player getting 2 rows of creatures on the arena interface on the board here.
Yeah,
This is really my biggest issue with Nadu. It's not like the power level, it's just this.
yeah. No, I mean when people sign up for a league game, they have they have a job to get to. They have life to attend to, and if you have to wait and to see if Nadu fizzles, then you can't afford that.
Yeah, but this Nadu did not fizzle. Started the game on 0 mana, it's currently on, I think, 11?
Yeah, he's definitely winning at this point. And like to note, even if he hits lands for the next like 12, 15 auto triggers, he still has Sylvan Safekeeper that can get him
Yeah.
5 to 10 more. So
And
yeah, no,
now Scoot Swarm's gonna start duplicating again. But actually, I do think we have a rule where if you like intentionally draw the game, then you are issued a game loss.
sure, yeah, that's correct. So
Oh,
Dajala's just praying that he hits
oh
Finale of
no,
Devastation
yeah,
before.
no, this game is
Oh,
over
there it is. Yeah,
because
yep,
I did not realize Finale gave haste. So yeah, this will probably be the lowest life total that we've seen in league history.
definitely. Yeah.
Maybe. Yep. The game starting
On
on
Goblin,
0 mana, ending on like 300 power on the board. So
yeah,
that is Nadu for
only
you.
300. It's closer to 500.
Yeah, you're right. I'm miscounting. There's at least 50 creatures on that board for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. And so this Nadu mirror will go into Jala's favor, and so they will move on to the winners bracket, and Zoblin will go into the losers bracket.
Mm-hmm.
And we let the damage happen. And
Mm-hmm.
the audio stopped.
Too much hitting.
Too much hitting. Yep. And we are at, wow, ending at minus 690 as the
Nice.
final total. Nice. Anyway,
Well, there you go.
so
That's the conclusion to probably the longest match we're gonna see this tournament.
yep. Um, yeah, and that will be the end of our round one. I will let our tournament players know they can begin round two. Um, yeah, and we will probably just go watch the Teferi Rafine matchup to start. Titan Lord
Yeah,
versus
I'm definitely
Sleeper.
curious about that one.
Yep. I will go watch the control players POV. You can watch Rafine or control. It does not really matter that much. I'm curious what Titan Lord brings into this matchup because I do think it's pretty favored in terms of to 3 fairy, being pretty good at interacting with everything.
Hmm. I actually, to the contrary, I disagree. I think that like the really streamlined tempo game plan that Flash fans bring in could really pose some issues for Teferi. Like if he opens up with another Kai'Sa freebooter and a duress, then it could really take apart Teferi's hand, and then the ward one on Rafine becomes really relevant because you can't just play Teferi
Yep.
on your turn and bounce Rafine.
Wordwood always relevant. Fairy gets to go first. Yeah, I was gonna say that hand is not gonna be kept. This one maybe.
That hand is more doable. 2 lands on the play is really risking it, but yeah,
Yeah,
I think he definitely has to risk it. He has 2 board wipes here.
yeah, board wipes are huge into this matchup.
It
Because
may,
I mean, Rafine does run counter spells, but not as much as blue-based tempo decks.
yeah, yeah, but she is also packing all the black hand hate. So having like redundant board wipes means that it actually means a couple different things. It means that now if Flash Fan sees the 2 board wipes, he could just give up on playing to the board and take like a Thousand Dimension instead. But also if he takes 1 board wipe, he still has the knowledge that there's a second board wipe on the way,
Yep.
and he'll have to play around that, which means that he may end up playing fewer creatures. He may end up playing like a worse mana.
Yep. And no land hit for the third draw yet is not gonna be good for Titan Lord. I'm really just wanting to find lands off the top here.
Yeah, I mean,
Save.
as much as I poked fun at there, or not really poked fun, but as much as I pointed out the Thousand Dimension for 1 play that we saw in the Teferi Mirror a couple matches ago, it may be what Titan Lord's doing. He's probably just praying for a land here.
Yeah, I would think this Giver of Runes gets countered in some way. Maybe
It
not.
is, but yeah, it is Titan Lord's only counter spell, the reject. So, and he really
Yeah.
needs to keep. Oh, the land. Okay, he's got another shot.
Yep.
Yeah, no, he's probably saving the reject for Rafine. But I don't think
Sure.
Flashman's gonna go for Rafine here into 3 open blue mana from Teferi.
Yeah, I would strongly doubt it. So Blue Dark Aspirant, knowing that eventually Titan has to do something, which will be that reject.
Honestly, I think there Teferi's intervention or Thassa's intervention, excuse me. Oh, he hits land anyway. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, because my thought process was if you hit land, then you get to Day of Judgment on their turn and kill all the creatures. It doesn't really matter, but you hit land anyway.
Yep. I mean, non-miller is that 1 blue untapped mana from Flash Dance. So that could be washed away for the Teferi, but it could also be something like Spell Pierce.
Yeah, for sure. Which we know Rafine is running.
Yeah.
As a tempo deck, they're going to be playing many of the 1 mana interaction spells. Oh, they might even be playing Miscast. That's probably not the case, but it's possible.
Yeah, I would doubt that.
No Miscast in this deck, but yeah, no, it's definitely running Spell Pierce, definitely running Wash Away, and Mana Tithe, of course. So yeah, no, a couple of threats.
Flash Dance is just going to keep the threats coming and just force Titan Lord to deal with them. Especially this one, Dissolve Spirit, will have to be stopped.
Yeah.
Because it does counter those board wipes in hand.
Yeah, Titan Lord's playing around Mana Tithe here with only being X1. Although, oh no, the Flashman can't play Mana Tithe, never mind.
Yeah, just Dissolve Pierce. There's no Wash Away. Also, the Surveil land. These lands from Crawled Manor have been really good in the format. And fetchable.
Yeah, really good in the control decks. Yeah, I mean, they're helping Titan Lord hit his land drops, I mean, which is exactly what we want the control decks to be doing.
I assume we'll see. Yeah, there's a Spell Pierce, but. Oh, we'll just see it paid.
Yeah, I mean, he has 2 mana.
But, I mean, what do
Yeah,
you do? You just uptick? Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, uptick, have her not die.
I don't know how much I like that, because now our Fiend can come out and put 2 counters.
2 power, potentially. Yeah, no, that's definitely really risky, but...
Okay, the thing is, though, Spell Pierce is now out of their deck because they used it, and that word wipe is pretty much safe.
Yeah. And so I could definitely see Titan Lord doing this just to gain 5 life, essentially, and let him Day of Judgment or Wrath of God without being interacted with. Although now Flashman has 2 mana open, so...
Yeah,
there you go, no interaction. Good stuff, okay. So, I mean, Titan Lord's definitely in the game now.
Yeah, the Cloak Construct will keep coming back, though. And probably Refinable, too. Yep. So, I mean, yeah, the board wipe came out, but not much of a reset until Titan Lord uses the second one.
Yeah. I mean, the second day of judgment here will be really massive though because does he have something now?
Nope. I guess
Could be
not.
a mana tithe. Could be mana tithe.
Could be.
See, now I've got my mind on the, now I've got my mind in the mana tithe gutter because I've seen it and
Yeah.
we've talked about it a bit, but
Yeah, Jace probably gonna get taken here. Just that can be played easily by Titan Lord. Yep.
yeah, and it'll also help Titan Lord hit his land drop, which is something that Flash Fan can't afford to let happen.
Treasure Cruise, great draw.
That's a really good draw. Yeah, 6 cards in the graveyard means it's a 2 mana treasure cruise.
I might be a misclick forgetting to click the mana type there. Yeah,
Oh yeah, there you go.
there's
He's
the
gonna try.
cancel.
Yep.
That's what I was thinking about it. I Oh, yeah. I mean, Titan Lord might be trying to hold up Tidebinder and Lapse here to counter one of those man lanes that are on the field of Flash Man.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense.
Or,
Yes, a really weird interaction with the Tidebinder is that even though like it can counter the activation that turns it into a land because if you counter the activation, it's not a creature yet. It won't become like it won't become a it
oh,
won't lose its abilities like Tidebinder does.
the
But I
Hive
mean,
of the
in
Eye
this
Tyrant.
case, Hive of the Eye Tyrant gets another triggered ability, so he gets to answer pretty cleanly.
Yeah. See the Island Cycle off Lorraine revealed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gates of T-Tower, these gate lands also being really good for specifically control decks. Just These control decks really rely on their mana bases to keep them in the game later.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that was a really clean answer for the Hive. So Titan Lord's probably pretty psyched to get the Hive out of the way because that's going to be one of the bigger threats as they go into the late game.
Yep. And so now drawing out of air, another kind of Essence Scatter slash Wash Away variant. Or not Wash Away, Glorious Gale is the other Essence Scatter variant in this format.
Yeah.
It's really hard to see Flashbang being able to build up a board state here. Oh, Supreme Verdict and Mana Drain getting drawn. Probably two of the best blue-white control cards. In between Out of Air, Memory Lapse, and Mana Drain, I don't think anything is going to hit the field on Flashbang side.
Yeah. No, for sure. Especially in this matchup, Supreme Verdict is really relevant because it can't be interacted with by Flashman in any meaningful way.
Yeah. We'll see the Anchorage getting killed, and really the biggest priority in control decks is destroying these man lands.
Yeah. It has the side benefit of killing actual mana sources, meaning that a Rafine that costs 7 now can't come down next turn.
Yep.
Without Flashman tapping out and hitting a land drop.
Interesting not saying the map sacrificed, so that means there is probably a Mana Tithe in the hand of Flashman.
Honestly, I probably would have just sacrificed the map because showing that you have Mana Tithe makes Mana Tithe bad in and of itself.
Yeah, that's true.
As soon as your opponent knows about it, they can't doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
We're gonna see Out of Air.
Yeah, Deep Cavern Bat, I believe a card that's dominating standard right now. Also very good in this format.
Yeah, no, I'm a 1/1 evasive flyer that can regain you some life that also can take the most valuable card out of your opponent's hand is superb.
Lapsing the drain, and here's the Tithe. And suddenly this kind of war is
There you go.
very good for Flashman. Flashman having 4 colorless mana off of Mana Drain now, and Titan Lord's Mana Drain going into this Deep Cavern Bat. Although the thing is, for Flashman, this colorless mana is just going to come up on their second main, and so it's really only useful to sacrifice these maps.
Yeah. Still better than nothing, but
yeah.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, if he had one more colored mana, oh wow, that's a really good hit.
Yeah, Tesla's really good against control decks.
Is a fantastic card against control, yeah, because she's never on the battlefield on your opponent's turn herself, so board wipes can't interact with her properly. But yeah, no, we'll see him getting back his mana drain, and now he has to change the equation to protect his mana drain from the Deep Cavern or from the bat.
At the same time, though, Tesla's probably gonna hit the field here. Change the equation, I believe counters red and green spells the best. So either way, I think Titan Lord has to change the equation on the bat because Tace is going to resolve no matter what,
Yeah.
which is really bad for Titan Lord actually.
Yeah, no, this is brutal. I thought he had one more mana than he did actually. So yeah, this is pretty rough. Yeah, he just has to change the equation here because otherwise he doesn't have another piece of interaction for the bat, and that means that his mana drain, which is his relevant counterspell in this matchup, will not really work.
Tace is really big into control because you're just making a flyer every turn. That's it's really hard to stop. Well, we will see Jace coming out. Probably to just keep killing these things. Oh, but Tails End was found off the top. I didn't even see that. So yeah,
Oh, look
Tace
at
is going to
that!
be
Wow,
stuck in
that is an
exile.
outstanding draw. Hell yeah!
Yep.
Very cool.
Tails End being by far the cleanest answer to that card.
Yeah,
Chooses to take the Teferi instead of the Jace? I don't know how much I
I don't
agree
know
with
about that
that.
myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I would definitely take the chance to interact with the Jace if possible, but to each their own.
Yeah, because Jace is just doing more on the average word state. It's effectively doing all the things Teferi does, but better.
Yeah, card draw. You got bounce. And then you also have a piece of interaction in the form of the Fate Sealing when it really
You
becomes.
see the what a top deck message.
Yeah.
Seeing multiple of those this tournament already. It's like it's scripted. It's not, by the way, for viewers. It's not scripted. We don't script this.
There's a bit of friendly banter in the chat from our players here.
Yeah.
No, Titan Lord really has had some pretty outstanding luck this game in drawing all the land drops despite his really risky two land keep.
Yeah.
But Flash Fan's still. I don't want to say he's in it, but he's still playing this game.
Yeah.
Oh, I suppose that's probably why he's calculated the Teferi because he can just attack down the Jace. But
Yeah, but I
we
mean,
do
you
see
have to
we do see an
assume.
Iganjo, so
Yeah, you have to assume a control deck always has ways to deal with it. Puts the mana drain back in the deck, interestingly. Probably just not worrying between subtlety and um, that
well,
Iganjo, anything hitting the field.
he also even though Jace um even though Jace is hiding the cards, if Flashbang still will assume the Titan Lord is holding mana drain, the Titan Lord's pretty safe to put it away because
True.
Flashbang doesn't want to run into it.
That's true. That's true. Brainstorm does hide all of that info.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Tetler will
There's
opt
the
for the
face
plus
seal.
2. Yep. And you would think this card's gonna
Definitely putting
go
that
on the
away,
bottom.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, now he's got a subtlety to block the conscript and counter the Rafine as she comes down. So, and he's got the two gates. These gates are outstanding in control decks. We can see gate to Sea Tower, gate to the Citadel,
Yep.
which is going to give Titan Lord a fair amount of interaction.
I mean, the Gate to the Sea Tower and Citadel both have the 4 mana tap Seek a non-land card.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Sea Tower is already used. You're right.
That's what I don't remember which one's used yet, and that'll be the concession for Flash Fan in game 1.
Yeah. I mean that is a brutal hand. Flashman doesn't know it, but he's truly dead. That hand is really strong from Titan Lord.
Yep. In other games, we have Inkheart taking the first game onto Jala's Ravine. Or not Jala's Nadu. Inkheart is on Ravine and won the first game.
Hmm. Okay, interesting.
Yep.
I hate to take sides here, but I really don't like losing to Nadu. I'm rooting for Rafine somehow. I never thought I'd be rooting for a Rafine player, but um, Dajjal is a really nice guy. Like I have nothing against him. It's just the deck he's playing that just like
That's fair enough. Malachito's Teferi Hero of Dominaria is also 1-0 against Grimstien's Brea.
yeah,
So we'll have 2
that
people
makes
getting
sense.
eliminated this round.
Yeah, yeah. Brea's an interesting deck. I've played against her once. I think I think Shampita's deck was playing it. Another one of our league players. But it's a good deck, but it's definitely going to be a little rough against control decks because as we saw in Grimstein's match, he plays a lot of those expensive 3 and 4 drop value pieces that are
Yep.
easily countered by Teferi.
We'll see Titan Lord's Keep here. Pretty solid. That lay down arms, though, not going to do anything until that Scalding Turn is cracked.
Yeah,
Crucial Silence, very good card. Probably not the best card in the Teferi matchup, just because Teferi is playing the long game anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it'll be a second before Flashman gets to draw another card with Curse of Silence. But hey, I mean, 3 mana Teferi Time Raveler is a strong enough card that delaying it coming down is relevant. I mean, getting that instant speed board wipes is really, really strong. So,
Certainly. And we'll see probably the fetch land for the surveil land here. The Chandler doesn't really have
yeah.
anything to do on turn 1. 10th District Hero, an interesting card to have in Rafine. There's a lot of cards that one could play in Rafine. I think even like half the seasons ago, season 7 or 8, we had 2 Rafine decks and they had about like 30 or 40 cards difference in between them, and that was before we got Modern Horizons 3 and all these other sets.
Yeah. Now, Machine surely has like a 200, 300 card pool of cards that you can play because you can really play any creature in Esper in those 2 colors or in those 3 colors, excuse me, in the 1 and 2 mana slot because you really just need beaters so that Rafine can buff them.
Yep. And Grimstien has been eliminated by Malachi too. So they will not be playing anymore at this tournament. Malachi will move on in the losers bracket.
Yeah. So so he'll be either he'll be playing the he'll be playing the winner of the match between. Well, I can't read this. Oh yeah, no, he'll be playing either the Jala's Nadu or Inkart's Rafine, depending on which one loses that game.
There's going to be some slower games in this tournament with all the Nadus and Teferis running around.
Yeah.
We do see the Cult Construct taking Sunfall here, so that piece of, I guess, interaction from Titan Lord is no longer available to them.
Yeah. You mean the Juggernaut Peddler?
I have to take your Titan Lord opting.
Respond to that one.
And it's the Memory Lapse, chooses to not use it, and is instead looking for probably a board wipe here. He does have to keep in mind that Tide Taker is making everything 1 mana more expensive. Instead of being able to double spell, this is just 1 card that Titan Lord can play.
Yeah. This is a tough Iganjo. He's losing his only land drop here. He's only certain land drop in exchange for that Tithe Taker.
So there's an island on the left side of the hand there. Oh, but it's just going to come back. And you would think this is pretty much over unless Titan Lord can top deck a board wipe, which Treasure Cruise does put him on the way.
Yeah, I mean, last game we saw it hit a couple of perfect answers. Okay, there's a damn judgment.
And the
damn judgment. That's massive. And then we're seeing the strength of Tithe Taker here. Like Flashbane still has a Rafine attacker, someone to start conniving again. And,
yeah, but at this point, I mean, One Ring, Memory Lapse, all this draw in Titan Lord's hand. Flashbane's really got to put a lot more stuff on the board.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He certainly will. It's probably the pivotal turn for Flashbane. Oh, is that a treasure cruise from him too? I can see him touching a bunch of cards in the graveyard.
I'm most likely. You would think that Rafine's also running that card.
Yeah, I mean, especially given her, you can discard 3 to 4 cards per combat. Yeah, there you go. There's treasure cruise. Okay, that's a pretty solid card to have. But we'll see if it's enough to beat One Ring, Memory Lapse, Jace, all the interaction. Interesting.
Choosing to just bounce Rafine and then hold up Lapse probably, or just bounce the Spirit. I can see that too.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you gotta keep the amount of cards that Rafine can connive down, even if it means that Rafine can take out the Jace.
Yeah, Treasure Cruise being a common from a set that released before I even started playing this game.
Yeah.
Still doing work in today's formats. It's not something you see often.
No, that's for sure. It's a pretty outstanding card. Getting to convert all the creatures that have been killed, all the spells you've cast, all the lands you're cracking, whether these fetch lands into mana is ridiculous.
Titan Lord does not find a land drop. at the beginning here. I have many cards that can dig for it, so it's not going to be a huge problem. I'm wondering when Titan Lord is going to play the One Ring, because that is a card that's, well, right now, is the answer to that. A lot of cards will be drawn off that in later turns, but it's still no lands. See, Rafine's getting some junk. That'll push. I don't think Hope of Europe or Sacrifice because it didn't actually deal any damage.
Yeah, exactly. It has to actually hit Titan. That's not happening. We see
Oh,
other teferi.
does
That's
Titan
a
Lord
cool
want
draw.
Teferi or the lands? Yeah, probably just
No, that definitely
wants
makes sense.
the board wipe
Another board
again.
wipe.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So assume it's just Sanctuary. I don't know if Sunfall was exiled or went to the graveyard. It was exiled. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it was exiled by Juggernaut Peddler.
that's right. So, yeah. We'll put that on top and immediately draw it for free with One Ring and no response from Flash Fan.
Yeah, I mean he does have the Cult Conscript, which can come back immediately, which is pretty relevant. But
And so normally
so
One Ring's burden counters could be an issue in a 1-0 format like Brawl, but the thing with Teferi Time Raveler is that that -3 does bounce, I believe, any artifact as
yeah,
part of it.
you can bounce around One Ring.
So you can just keep getting yourself protection from everything and resetting those counters.
Yeah. So Flash Fan's probably going to be trying to keep Teferi off the board, but I mean Titan Lord, ooh, okay. He's just playing out his bigger threats.
They will run into these kind of spells. The Nadu Sacho matchup is 1-1 right now. Yeah, and there's Mana Tithe off the top, so we'll see Teferi bounce this One Ring back to hand.
Yep.
Probably after it's used to draw, I would think.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. He found the line. Oh, I could honestly even see him plus oneing here.
No, I don't.
Just hold up Supreme Verdict. It's a
Yeah,
little risky for sure, but Instant Speed Supreme Verdict is pretty strong, especially considering that Flash Fan's only play next turn is probably just a cast Rafine. But on the other hand, Titan Lord has counter spells for Rafine, so he can just do both.
yeah, I'm just showing the Supreme Verdict now. And the thing, I don't actually love the Supreme Verdicts. The only thing it's getting rid of is S% at all, because this Cult Construct is just going to come back. You're effectively doing a 4 mana S% null removal. As Cult Construct just being really annoying in this matchup for Titan Lord. Interestingly, it chooses to keep that Juggernaut as maybe an eventual win con.
Yeah. And there's Wash Away. Real piece of interaction to have here. Okay, that's a pretty good draw.
Yeah, another go with 1 mana is 6/7.
Yeah. And it's also another like recursive threat, which is kind of what the cult construct is representing, which means the Titan Lord has to repeatedly answer the cards. He can't just sit back and start drawing cards. He can't start playing Brain Surge and using tapping out to draw cards because another Griff and cult construct are going to keep the damage on him even through a board wipe.
It's Teferi representing a 2 life gain after that draw is really nice. I'm just going to use Teferi to stabilize life total half the time. Yeah, that will have to be countered for sure, but
Yeah.
they're going for now a 7/8 and Titan Lord. The answer is just being temporary with Juggernaut and One Ring.
Yeah, I think the same thing.
She's to Brain Surge and just finds a lot more counter spells. I guess, well, Castle Ardenvale answers another Glyph pretty well. Just generating
Yeah,
like
that's
one
true.
chunk blocker
It's a
every
pretty
turn.
clean piece of Yeah, it's a pretty clean piece of interaction.
I assume we're just going to see the One Ring played again to stall out.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, because with the One Ring's protection, Titan Lord can't just use his turn fixing his. I mean, actually, no, he's out of card draw spells, but yeah, no, he can definitely take a turn off to, use Castle Ardenvale, tap the One Ring, get a bit of like a redundant board state set up, so that he's not under as much duress.
Yep. Probably going to end up playing with Juggernaut, maybe? Or not? Still wants to hold up as much removal as possible for Rafine. Because this castle, yeah, as you can see, the castle can be activated at any time. Chooses just not to draw anything off One Ring, not losing any life.
I can see it. I mean, Flashfan's only out here is sneaking in like 6 damage out of nowhere, and then maybe Titan Lord being a little clumsy with his One Ring. So I can Titan Lord's just playing it like a control player does, really conservatively.
Yep.
Because he has the counter spells to back up any play he might want to make. So.
See the sacrifice of the Juggernaut over the 1/1? Yeah, I was gonna say. You can just keep remaking the 1/1s. And more counterspells up the top. It's not exactly what Titan Lord would want here. We'll have to assume, yeah, Mana Drain from Flash Fan. This is going to get Mana Drain right back.
Yep. Yeah, I think Flash Fan's probably pretty close to conceding, but it's not 100% yet. The Juggernaut, of course. Oh, okay, there's a Shark Typhoon. Yeah, when the Shark Typhoon gets played next turn, that will probably just be game. That's way too much power, way too quickly. He's just gonna cycle it.
I would think. I mean, I don't know. I would, if I'm Titan Lord here, like the way Flash Fan wins is top decking your removal for the human token because there's not enough mana for Art Veil, but that will not happen.
Yeah.
This turn Skullbang being huge, 1 mana answer to the 9 mana Rafine, and that will be the concession here.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's it.
And I
I honestly think that. Yeah, I believe it is. Yeah, honestly, if I were Flash Fan, if that were just a regular 3 mana or 2 mana counterspell, I might have stayed in it. But Stern Scolding hitting Rafine that's got to be rough on the psyche. It's like one of the worst counterspells that Titan Lord has, and
yeah,
I was a +8 mana piece interaction.
I'll stay in the winners bracket here.
So we're watching.
Alright, so we can watch the Nadu versus Sacha matchup. That's Zavlin and Blakely Gaming. I go watch the Sacha POV, just Blakely. This should be game 3, and I don't know who's winning. Just opening this. Audio is very delayed.
It certainly looks like the player's name Blake. Yeah, like Blake is winning, but
actually, no, I think Zavlin has the win. Yeah, I was gonna say, even like if they interact with Aven Interrupter, then that Nadu is just getting in for lethal damage.
No, you're right. Yeah, he just has to do land drops, and he has a fetch land here. Going to 1. I mean, that's risky, but anything for the game win, of course. That's really funny. That's really near our margins.
And we have ex-admin Malamed joining. Hi Malamed. If you can mute, aren't by default muted because you have league staff role. Yeah, we will see Zavlin take this game. And that'll be 2-1, and so Sacha, played by Blakely, will be eliminated from the tournament also. Good game to them. So they can get undeafened in this channel. And, okay, so what do we still have? We have Inkart's Rafine versus Dajala's Nadu.
Yep.
I think that's the only matchup we still have left, so yeah, let's go there. And
to Inkart's POV.
Nadu always taking the longest for the games to end, of course. Yep. I believe Inkart is up 1-0 on this game.
Yeah. Sheldred's probably doing mad work to keeping this game short. But I mean, the 13 life is still a colossal amount, and we can see that finale devastation looming in Jala's hand right now. So.
Yep, and there's that safekeeper on the board, as we saw in our other Nadu game earlier. Able to sacrifice that entire mana base. Okay, interesting. Jala actually plays Cyclonic Rift, so that could be a threat later. Chooses to just bin it for now.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see bending it. Dajjal is running a little low on mana. He doesn't have any mana to protect himself from a potential counter spell from Rafine. So
Yeah, so the thing with Inkheart is that obviously an all attack is bad here. At the same time, um, Dajjal is threatening with the March of Swirling Mist here to just phase out Inkheart's entire board next turn and attack for lethal, if not the Finale Devastation too. Another thing here actually is that I believe Shieldred has been Tidebindered because you don't see that Death Touch indicator in the bottom left.
oh yeah, no, you're right. That's really relevant here because that's pretty much Inkheart's only clock right now.
Yeah, yeah, I really don't see many ways for Rafine to get back in here. And we're seeing the full mana-based sacrifice. I don't know. The Flusterstorm inclusion in Dajjala's list, I don't necessarily love it. I don't know what it stops, really. But you can
Yeah,
stop them.
I think it's more for board wipes and like control matches. But yeah, no, it doesn't do a ton, especially against like the big players in the metagame right now, which are like
Oh,
Rafine, Satya, Nadu, and Ajani. Flusterstorm is pretty mediocre versus them.
is
It's only
Flusterstorm
good
instant or
versus.
sorcery?
It's just insert sorcery. Yeah.
I thought it was abilities for some reason. I don't know why. You can tell how much I play that card, just not much. See Storm Drake hit off of Jajala's top deck here, and so that can take Rafine, and then Inkheart just has no way to power buff their board to actually get through. Honestly, Inkheart has enough power on board here. They can actually march a Swirling Mist now and just win the game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely really close.
Dajala is lethal on board here. If they find it, they probably will.
Yeah, no, they have more than enough blue cards to just more just really miss everything.
Yeah, so, I mean, we'll see how much dirtling Dajala does if we're actually going for the win here.
Hold up, I have to step off for a second. Got some emergency item. I'm gonna be back
Oh,
in
yeah,
5 minutes.
you gotta take care of that, for sure. Well, I will spectate the slow Nadu gameplay. So, not much to commentate. Nadu doing Nadu things here. For anyone who's now joining to watch games, we are watching Inkheart versus Dajala, and really it's just becoming when the Nadu player is actually going to go for lethal, because they definitely have it on board.
I'm back. Crisis averted.
Alright, the game hasn't ended, so you're fine. I mean,
Chris.
I really don't know when Dajala is gonna end, because like they now have counter spells in their hand too. I'm just gonna
Okay.
choose to
There you go.
finale
There you
instead
go.
of going
Yeah,
for
that's oh.
the March play. That will also do it. Seeing finale being used in these decks both as a tutor and as a crater hook behemoth. And we'll see another massive damage total here. But ignore all that happened. So I believe that is 1-1 on this matchup. So we have one more Nadu game until our
Oh
third round here.
Christ! Yeah, at least Rafine's on the play. So
Yep. I believe we do have one more. And we will definitely see that happen. So, yep, not a misinput. It was just they've played 2 games. So, we'll have this round and then our third round after this, and after that, we'll have a brief break for everyone to go grab food or whatever else they need.
mm-hmm.
Break will probably be about 20 minutes or so. Or 30. 20 to 30. Interesting hand. Yeah, I'll get mulligans. Not enough early plays.
Yeah.
I think this one's even worse, actually.
Yeah. No.
I don't think Shieldred's doing much into a Nadu game.
No. I mean, she is presenting a kind of a clock, but okay, he keeps. I guess he just really doesn't want to go to 6 cards.
Yeah, probably just wants to start this curve as fast as possible with 1 drop, 2 drop, Rafine, 4 drop. This curve out.
Yeah. I mean, he's got fetch lane so that Ruin Liquor Bat can start scrying one, fixing his. Oh, okay, Void Run's pretty good.
Yep, that will get
It's a
down.
little awkward with the curve, but it can answer Nadu, which is really important.
Yeah, it'll probably happen here at the same time Nadu does. So it will do the answer. See a scry. I assume this card's going to the bottom.
Yeah, definitely.
So normally
Yeah,
you're cracking.
he's really.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying normally you're cracking the fetch on your opponent's turn, but for the Ruin Liquor Bat, it's best to crack it on your turn to get the card selection.
Yeah. Also, funnily enough, having the Water Grave, flashing a fetch land and flashing a shock land, and shocking it in, means that you kind of scaring your opponent a bit into thinking how they counter spell, which is something I can definitely see in Kurt trying to take advantage of here. A bit of bluffing action from the Rafine.
Yep. HAzor's Shepherd preventing any counter spells that aren't actually held.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is probably wondering whether or not Jajala has a wash away or something else in their hand here that will stop this Rafine.
Yeah, I think. Oh yeah, Inkart's just waiting for. Okay.
Now let's just play the Snapcaster just as a body, which is definitely something I would do. You want to push damage as fast as possible onto Nadu.
Yeah, exactly. You need Nadu dead.
Yep.
Both the bird being off the battlefield and also the player being at low life total.
Yep. I'll see the Arid Mesa crack instead of just the Drowned Catacomb here.
Yeah, I think what Inkart's really afraid of here is like a wash away or something, some like cheap piece of interaction for Fiend, because if for Fiend, yeah, there you go.
They might just play for Void Rending the Nadu instead of playing the Rafine this turn.
Yeah, I think honestly he's playing into the counter. I think he's playing into the counterspell bluff here because attacking with a creature into a 1/1 from Dajala means, hey, I'm okay with making this trade. I'm okay with trading this guy your 1/1 for my Snapcaster Mage, which means that he could be trying to make Dajala think, oh, I have a counterspell in my hand. So this is he's riding a thin line, but he definitely can't afford to get Rafine countered here.
Yep. And the Gorth going to the bottom.
Hmm.
Not a big enough body or good enough removal for this matchup here.
Yeah, both players are definitely taking their time here to almost tempo like decks with, I mean, obviously Raffine running more interaction, but both decks still have elements of a tempo deck, and that they're going to present some cheap threats and then back them up with one or two pieces of interaction and then hope to finish the game with those.
Yep.
So both players are really playing on the wire here because both of these decks are very good at taking any little opening, any little advantage, and running away with the game. So
7-2 will find that versus Bill, one of the best cards in Nadu, just getting those free targets whenever the land enters.
yep.
Tysa found solid damage curve there. Inkheart might just try to play one of these 4-drops.
Yeah,
Wait out any
I could
counterspell.
see that. Although that kind of, yeah, no, it's definitely risky. I think he'll probably just hold up Void Rend again, to be honest. Um,
Could.
next turn he'll probably play Raffine and attack. But yeah, no, because like if he plays Teso and Sheldred here, he runs the same risk that he did last turn with Raffine of them just eating a counterspell and then
Nadu
that just
coming
being
out.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And he just can't afford to like let Nadu out.
It is interesting deciding to play the 4th untapped land over the tapped Surveil land, if that is the plan to hold up Fire Ends.
Yeah, I agree. It's a little weird, but no, he probably also played the land before thinking about what his turn was going to be. It was like, oh, an untapped land, fantastic, I can play one of these. But then he actually thought about it for a second and realized that he has to keep up the same. I mean, yeah, he has the same decision that he did last turn of play a proactive piece or play reactively.
Yep. That's the thing else I have to keep in mind is that Najala could just be holding up something like Royal Treatment here, and then this Woodrend doesn't do anything.
Yep. Yeah, I think he's probably just like betting on him like using Tome of Gadbeck immediately, but he unfortunately doesn't do that. So now we'll see if this happens. That's really risky. I'm not gonna lie, but I think you kind of have to. I think you have to kind of take these risks against Nadu.
Yeah. So tapped land off the top. You see spell resolve. Okay, so no next can veil or anything. And now only one blue mana up makes Inkheart pretty safe to play Tasteless or Shieldred here.
Yeah, yeah. I'd probably play Sheldred if I was him. Um, Sheldred Sheldred just has like the fastest clock short term, and I don't really think Inkart wants to have the game go long term.
I
But
don't know.
there's justifications for both Tesa and Sheldred. Tesa does put quite a clock herself with
I
what
think they're
two
both
she
similar clocks, honestly.
mm,
But my main thing is that Nadu really isn't drawing any cards via cards that say draw cards most of the time. And some will just
oh, okay.
pass, and
So,
Brainstorm is mana drain. So no
yeah,
clock,
that makes
just beat
sense.
down. Yeah, it does make sense with this Nadu getting slammed again. Although, here's the thing. There is that Allosaurus Shepherd, and now a Cavern of Souls. So, yeah, I actually don't like this.
Oof,
I kind of forgot about the
that's really
Allosaurus
rough.
Shepherd. I kind of forgot. And now Inkard doesn't have anything into this Nadu. Yeah, I definitely would have played the Tesa if I was the pilot.
Yeah, now Nadu like not only threatening to take over the game with value, also but also blocking Inkart pretty effectively means that he can't as comfortably full swing every turn.
Yeah. Tidebinder is a really good draw, though. I
Yeah,
don't.
for sure.
Actually, I guess these cards aren't getting shuffled away, so it doesn't really matter what gets put back.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see like Inkart's definitely not in the driver's seat anymore. So I could see him like trying to, I don't know.
I
I was
think,
gonna suggest something like trying to force Djala into targeting his own Nadu, but
yeah,
yeah, no, there's really nothing here.
I think Inkart had to play Ravine this turn because that mana drain can't hit anything with Elisar Shepherd on the fields. Like you play
Yeah,
Ravine, you put 2 counters on Snapcaster, and you're at least trying to get in. But now that window
yeah,
is kind of lost.
yeah. This is I think Inkart missed his window.
Well, we'll see, because the mana drain is held up to protect this Tidebinder.
Yeah, I mean,
So
yeah, that's true. It's not over, but it's certainly not looking great.
mana drain on mana drain yet again. I've said this like 3 more times this tournament already.
Yeah, I mean, Manadrin's got to be in every blue deck in this tournament. It's just outstanding.
Oh, but yeah, Swan Song from Nadu will take care of the Tidebinder, and that's pretty much the game. The Bristly Bill Nadu combo now can go off freely.
Yep.
That is assuming plans are found off the top, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, we already know the top deck from Inkart is going to be Shieldred, which is nothing to stop this.
Yeah. I think it's definitely a game here. It's just when Inkart decides that he's had enough. I mean,
Here,
I guess he technically has like he can play Rafine and attack with three creatures, right, and hope to draw into something, but it's still very risky.
I'm just happy we're running ban format for this tournament because I do think Nadu is a card that, like, if anything's getting banned, it will be Nadu, and I will be voting for it to be banned. Even though I don't really play that much of the tournament anymore, I do run it,
Yeah.
and I don't know. I follow the meta at least. Uh, we will see what the people want.
I do agree with you though. I'm definitely going to be making my voice heard in the ban announcement
Yeah, elections always good.
or in the forum. Excuse me.
Yep. Yeah, we'll see Roaring Earth still has 2 targets for land drop here, but the
More
turn will be passed.
nominations. Yep.
Because I'm pretty sure these targets have been exhausted, but I mean, Inkart can't really do anything.
Yeah, I mean he's got Rafine. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean if I were him, I'd probably play Rafine and like full swing and hope. But no, he's probably correct with Taysom.
yeah,
Tastes is
I'm
probably the only card that has a clock that's fast enough to maybe be relevant this game.
probably not
Um,
though.
yeah, no, definitely not. But it's like if T'Challa plays a little strangely, I don't know. I'm really pulling it. I'm really pulling at strings here. I'm trying to think of how Inkard could win this game. It just doesn't really seem possible.
Yeah, for sure. Yep, Snapcaster. I don't know what's in the yard. Sylvan Tutor, I guess. Jal probably goes to find Lotus Cobra or something just to make sure the mana is always had. Maybe a Scoot Swarm. Oh, it's
Yeah,
gonna be Scoot Swarm. I guess yeah.
there you go.
With the Roaring Earth and the Bristly Bell, you're usually gonna have your targets.
Yep.
No lands found off the first 2, but that's
Oh,
fine.
there's a packed vacation. Yeah, no, this
Oh
game is
yeah, and packed. So now Inkart can't resolve whatever's on the top of the deck there, which is not a
yeah.
board wipe. I mean, Dajala could whiff and not hit any lands. No, it's cast your curse, I guess. The land will be found. And that's a fetch, yeah. You kind of wonder when Incur is going to be done. Got 20 triggers in this deck. I used to think my 10 raw triggers is pretty good.
Yeah. No, not a lot to say about this game. This is just
Yeah.
Nadu doing Nadu.
Self-feeding stack. I mean, Nadu probably just is able to win this turn with the Bristly Bill and the Righteous Holiness that we see. That card can be used offensively to great effect.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll probably be T'Challa's tool for ending the game quickly on his next turn.
That or Finale Devastation. Either way, Incard's not getting another turn in this game.
Yeah. Ay, ay, ay.
This will continue until Dajala just making it end. Thank you, Dajala.
Yeah. Thank you.
Uh, okay, so that Dajala's Nadu will keep up in the winner's bracket here.
Yep.
And they will fight Titan Lord's Teferi in our round
Mm-hmm.
3. Now, after this round, we will have a 30-minute break or so, and then we will be back in it after that. So I'll let our tournament players know that they can begin this round.
Cool.
Yes, I will go watch Titan Lord. I assume Teferi is actually pretty solid into Nadu, but
Yeah.
you never know.
Counterspells seem like the main way to answer the bird.
Yep. Get rid of all their scoots with a single board wipe. Yeah, so after round 3 here, we'll have 2 rounds of 1v1s in the losers bracket, and then our finals.
Yeah.
And both of what we still have left, we have all the meta decks, pretty much. So
Yep.
the Satya and the Brea got eliminated early, and now we're left with 2 Rafines, 2 Nadus, and 2 different Teferis.
Yep. There you go. It's just the 3. Well, technically 4. There are 2 different Teferis right now, but yeah. No, I do think that Satya will be like top of the meta if Teferi, Rafine, or Nadu eat a ban.
Yeah, and it's looking like it's highly likely that Nadu will. And possibly Ajani, which we didn't actually see show up in this tournament, but the minor has 3 Ajani, also probably the second best deck in this format.
Yeah. Yeah, no, why do you think it's not why do you think it wasn't played this round? I personally think that, yeah, like as I mentioned earlier, it just people were probably hating on it a little too hard, and so Grimstien, of course, the main Ajani player in our league, just probably opted not to play it because he thinks people would expect him to play that deck, and he
Yeah.
wants to be more of an unknown.
Terrible hand from Titan Lord here. Yeah, that definitely wants to be more of an unknown. I mean, I know the main thing is that people bring decks that they are comfortable with and have played for a while, and we actually don't have that many Ajani players that actually made it. Like I know B Pros, the other aggro player, and they weren't able to make it with us today, even though they did make top 8. We'll just see. Kami Bamboo Groves into a possible turn 2 Nadu. Mana Tithe, however, will stop any hopes of
Well,
that happening if that does
yeah,
happen.
interesting.
Just is not
The
to.
shock, yeah, no, the Shockton Hollowed Fountain doing a bit of work there.
Yep, indicating that, hey, don't try it.
Yeah, exactly.
See what Dajala has in his hand besides Nadu. Because really, once Nadu hits the field, it's going to be great, but that's the job, really. It's getting Nadu out there.
Yeah, that's one of the only weaknesses of Nadu is that if Nadu isn't in play, the deck is a lot weaker. Like it's just a Simic deck with some disjointed cards that target. Oh
Yeah.
Christ. Okay. The bird makes an appearance. So now Titan Lord's I think Titan Lord just has to play the Prairie Stream here, because he has to play Day of Judgment next turn.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
It's really that's just oh no, don't play the Odawara. What do you want to do with Odawara even?
yeah, there's nothing that.
Damn, come.
I mean, Teferi to bounce
Mm,
Nadu, sure, but it's just gonna come
yeah,
back.
yeah. I mean, I think he's probably hoping that he's gonna draw a card with the Teferi ability, and then he'll hit an untapped white source, and then not only will he have like the not only will Dajala waste most of his next turn playing Nadu, waste like half his mana, a little more than half his mana, and then he'll be able to Day of Judgment with a Teferi on board. So I think
Yeah,
that's more or less his game plan, but yeah.
yeah. I mean, the thing is, if Dajala has a land here, then they could have gone Nadu Nesting Ground and just gotten 2 triggers by default. We'll just opt to do the Bristly Bill, and if Nadu's played here, an untapped white source for Titan Lord would be huge, but I think Dajala is playing it safe.
Yeah. See, and we may see Teferi's +1 become okay. He's just gonna play Nadu out.
Field of Ruin,
There
not a
he
white
is
source.
punished. Yep. No Day of Judgment happening here.
See lay down arms happening on Bristly Bill. Now, if a land is hit off the top here, it's terrible. No
Oh,
land
thank
though.
God.
Yep.
Titan Lord's probably holding his breath when he does that.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure that Nadu doesn't pop off with just a removal spell.
Yeah, that's one of the strengths of Nadu. He's trying to check, but sometimes you'll just end up giving them a turn. Great, we'll go down here. I'll Star Shepherd preventing any of these counter spells.
There's nesting grounds. It's an outstanding land in this deck. I mean, you get like we see in control decks, Nadu being able to target creatures with just their lands is equally relevant.
Yep. This has a
Oh,
good backup
he
plan.
can't hold open Mammoth Hive here. This is really risky, but
That will be the wash away. That kind of just too slow on the game here. I would definitely
yeah,
like
no,
to
I
see
think
Prairie
that's
Stream played instead of Odawara over there.
yeah, no, I think that was definitely the turning point.
Yeah. I mean, the control deck is probably the deck that can most get back into the game against Nadu, but
It's still going to be hard if Nadu gets up to like 9-10 lands.
yeah.
Because then every turn they can just cast Nadu. They can cast Nadu again. And they can counter Nadu when he comes down, but it's still going to be a little harder.
But getting, I believe, a random 1 blue cantrip.
Yeah, I honestly forgot that the card had an ability. It's definitely the most relevant ability of the 1 mana equippers that is not a deck run.
Yeah, but even then, it's not that relevant. I doubt we're going to see that 1 cantrip getting cast this game.
Yeah, probably not.
Finally does not hit the land, but Titan Lord does not hit the board wipe, and they're facing down 12 power on the board over there.
Yeah, no, I mean these Dajala's definitely putting the clock on him.
Hovering the concede button. Yeah, just getting
fair.
it over with. Which
Yeah.
I am totally
I mean,
fine with.
because next turn Bristly Bill can, or sorry, not Bristly Bill, but like if the Nadu can find any way to put plus encounters on their creatures, then the game will just be over because he'll be able to take a ton of game actions.
We'll have enough mana to do that, so yeah, a very sensible concession. Titan Lord lost connection to the circle. Raged too hard against Nadu, and the desk broke.
Unlikely. If he's probably having some internet problems.
Yeah, probably. Well, I mean, What else do we have in our matchups list? We can go watch Inkart and Malachita in their Rafine versus Teferi. We're just gonna have a lot of similar games going on right
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
And
we're definitely seeing a lot of a lot of the strong. I mean, as we unbanned all of our banned commanders, a couple like last season or the season before that with MH3, we're definitely seeing like a prevalence of those previously banned commanders. Rafine is like it seems to be like the player for this tournament.
yeah,
So
and
I mean,
at the
not
same
not
time though,
yeah,
I don't think
not
Rafine is particularly good compared to things like Nadu or Rajani.
no, but I do think that Rafine is one of the better tournament decks where it doesn't have a ton of like explicitly bad matchups.
Hmm.
Um, it has the option to play a little more controlling, as we can see in Inkar's hand now with two counter spells with the Spell Queller and the Mystical Dispute. But it also has the option to go aggro with a curve of creatures into Rafine and then like a powerful 4-drop like Shell Druid or Tesa. Um, just meaning that overall like Rafine maintains itself as like one of the more versatile decks of the meta.
That's fair.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
like, Nadu is definitely the boogeyman for this tournament, but Rafine seems to be like the tournament player of the tournament, so to speak.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of. I just don't know. I don't think the Rafine matchup into Nadu is that good. If we're
No, I
talking
don't think
about,
it would be.
it's good
Yeah,
matchups, but I don't think Nadu is one of them.
no.
Who knows? I am on Encart's POV on the Rafine re Teferi game here, and
Yeah, same.
looks that's right. Yeah, it looks pretty close. Supreme Verdict
Hmm.
in the Teferi hand actually can get stopped by this Bill Queller.
Yeah, it exiles the spell as opposed to just countering it. But Malachita does have two removal spells for the spell queller, so that means that if Inkart does end up using the spell queller on the Supreme Verdict, spell queller will just die, and then Verdict will get cast at any point.
Yeah, and yeah, that's a tough situation for Enkart to play around.
Yeah. Yeah, and also the Wandering Emperor is making attacking like getting any damage in pretty hard. The -2 able to answer any creature that turns sideways, and also just the ever increasing supply of samurai tokens
Yep.
making attacking on the ground with your little 2/1s, your 2/3s, your 3/3s to be pretty daunting.
Yeah. Let's see. Might just burn one removal on the thing already on the board.
Mm-hmm.
And Inkart will get a clue as compensation. Interestingly, not choosing to play Iganjo as a land for turn, which I believe they could have done. It was outlined in blue.
Yeah, I think they're. I mean, Malachite is almost certainly gonna attack with that samurai, so I think it could be that Inkart's trying to get on the board, trying to get Malachite to like trying to remove a couple of his creatures so that maybe Inkart can start attacking himself. But yeah, it's Inkart's definitely not looking great here.
Yeah. It's looking like we're going to see the channel to take out this 3-3.
Yeah,
Which I assume Malachitas is very happy with that.
yeah,
Just getting a 1-for-1 trade, a 1 for like nothing trade effectively, because the Wandering Emperor is still here.
yeah. And she's still producing samurai.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I mean, Malachita is like missing land drops, so I think that's really Inkart's only saving grace is that Malachita is not progressing his board at all,
Yeah, but
aside
neither
from
is
making samurai
Inkart.
tokens. Yeah, no,
Yep.
but that's what I mean by like Inkart would probably have scooped by now if Malachita was hitting land drops. If Victory was getting further and further out of Inkart's reach.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's kind of just stagnant with the exception of the Wandering Emperor here. And honestly, the Wandering
Yeah,
Emperor is putting the clock on this game.
yeah,
Because just with the info we have, both players really can't. Or like, Inkart can play stuff and it will get immediately answered. And
yeah.
So that Inkheart really isn't playing stuff.
Yeah, I don't really know what he's looking for here, to be honest. Like, what's he digging for? What's he waiting for?
I am a Rafine deck? I don't know. I would just think you just, as Rafine, you just have to keep slamming things until they run out. Because
Yeah.
a lot of your stuff is a 2-for-1. And Inker might be looking for Spell Pierce or something, but the Supreme Verdict is not getting stopped by any typical means.
Yeah.
Sovlin's Nadu is 1-0 onto Flash Fans Rafine. Could see the Nadu mirror again in the final, but we could also just as recently see a Teferi or Rafine mirror in the final.
Yeah. Although, can we still see everything? Oh no, Rafine
Oh
cannot
no,
be
yeah,
seen.
Rafine
Yeah.
can't be
But
mirrored in the final.
Nadu or Teferi, we could see both of them.
It's both the Rafines are in the losers bracket.
Yeah.
See Brainstorm off the top, maybe try to find some answers off that. For now, I mean, Inkheart is finding the lands that Malachita isn't, so eventually they're going to be able to outpace any spells that they can cast,
Yeah.
which is
Sure.
the reason they're still in this game is because of that.
Yeah.
Oh, Dajala went 2-0 against Titan Lord, so Nadu just efficiently beating the 3-mana Teferi. Titan Lord will
Mm.
still be in this tournament, though that's only the first best of 3 they lost, so they'll still be in this losers bracket.
Yeah.
We might see a subtlety flashing for the block here. I wouldn't mind that actually. Getting some of the removal out of the hand. Actually, the land drop was hit. I was looking away at matchup input.
Yeah, Malachita drew a Port Town.
Yeah, I think I would like to see the subtlety flash from Inkheart here.
Yeah, it's a little rough because it will likely just eat a removal spell, but
That's kind of what
you know,
Inkheart wants at
he
this
has to do
point.
something. Yeah, that's true. He does just want to run Malachita out of like removal spells so that he can so that when Inkheart himself tries to play to the board, he'll be better off. Because yeah, if we do see the get lost, there you go, the get lost used, that means that Malachita has no face up ways to kill a spell queller on a Supreme Verdict anymore, which could be what Inkheart was looking for.
Does not choose to unstep Brainstorm. It's a little weird.
Yeah, I think it's probably that Inkheart's afraid of Brainstorm locking himself. He's afraid of like drawing bad cards and not being able to access anything new because he doesn't have access to a certain fetch land. Excuse me, he doesn't have access to like a certain fetch land yet. So
Yeah. Rafine is just gonna, again, the Strim's Golding being a very good card into Rafine and aggro decks, not so much into Nadu, except for
yep,
the Delighted Halfling on turn
sure.
1.
Well, it can at least counter the delighted halfling if you're on the play. So there's
Yeah.
that. But yeah, no, it's not great.
See the Mystical Dispute, just forcing Malachita to have more, which is exactly what you want to be doing in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
And still able to hold up Spell Queller.
So yeah, so for the first time this game, we're seeing Inkheart like really and truly on the field. So we'll see where this leads him.
We don't know what's in Malachita's hand over there. Inkheart
Yeah.
having no counterspell for Teferi, for example.
Mm-hmm. I just took a peek at Malachita's hand, and it's not looking great. But we'll see how it plays out.
Anything specific in it?
Yeah, he's got board wipe and a couple of counter spells, like an additional board wipe. So This is truly going to be an uphill battle for Inkart.
I see, so it's not looking great for Inker, but it's not for
Yeah.
Malachita. I see.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, interesting. Malachita not playing any spells on his turn.
I
I
mean,
think he's probably just gonna try to interact with whatever Inkart tries to do, and then on his turn I think he's hoping that Inkart plays out more creatures in order to make Rafine a better and more potent threat, and
yeah.
then on Malachita's next turn he'll hopefully draw land. He can play a War Whip and then hold up a counter spell. That's really what the Teferi deck is gonna want to do.
Yeah. Really, the biggest thing is Rafine's not a huge threat on its own,
Yeah,
and Inkar is already at 11 life, facing down these 2 Samurai tokens, which he can't deal with right now.
yeah,
They can't deal with. But
yeah. I can see him playing the Sheldred here, just so that. But no, I mean, yeah, there's a face-up Supreme Verdict is still rough.
yeah,
Wait, can he do both? Oh no, he can. He can do both Sheldred and Spell Queller, but
he'll
he's
choose not
opting not
to.
to.
I mean, I
Yeah,
know, when you're on Malachita's side of the field here, you're just going to hold up counter spells and stop whatever Inkar's doing, because I mean there's at least 2 counter spells in there. You can just stop what Inkar does on all their turns and just hit them with these Samurai token and win the game.
yeah,
You might see an insta gate Citadel Seek here.
mm-hmm. Sure. Okay, there you go. Digging for land drops, probably.
Yep, and this is a really good spell color target. Inkar will probably just save
Not
it for the
he can't,
Supreme
unfortunately.
Verdicts. Oh, that's right, because it counts
Because
as
Thassa's
5
yeah,
mana.
Thassa's
Yep,
5 right now.
counts as 5 with
Not
the
really
X.
awkward.
You're right. So, and the land drops will be found now. Inkar is just losing life very fast. This
Yeah,
Highlight Phantom can't be
he's
played untapped very well.
yeah, exactly. Or else he is about to die.
Sacrificing the map to scry one, make disappear. Usually a good card. Inkart might want to keep it because the kind of spell is what you want to have in this matchup, but it's not dealing with these tokens on the other side of the field.
Yeah, yeah. I think I think Ingrid's forced into a situation where he kind of has to play Sheldred here and go for the play that he's been dancing around for a little while.
Yep. I mean, he might try to flash in Spell Queller to block the 2/2, but
That's true. Yeah.
it's just going to get countered by Malachita. Makes a Seek.
There's the Seek.
You have to think that there will also be a single target removal spell found eventually.
Yeah.
For now, just using Rafine to block instead of attack means that Inkart's not really getting anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, if I were Malachita, I'd probably I'd probably continue swinging because you've got the Hall of the Storm Giants in your back pocket that like eventually you can board wipe and then play Hall. But I mean,
Sure.
frankly, he's waning. He doesn't really need to force anything to happen.
Yep. And it's really just because there's not enough lands found from the Teferi deck here. If the Teferi had two
Yeah,
more lands in the field, it'd be in a much better spot.
yeah,
Sure, this game's slighted on the Teferi right now, but it still
yeah.
could go either way, especially with this Ruin Lurker bat. Being able, a one drop is just super hard. Or, no, not hard, but it's not as good
it's
to remove.
exactly. It's inefficient to spend a removal spell or a counter spell on this.
Yeah, but
But
it's
then
gonna
again,
happen.
Malachi kind of does have to counter it because it has lifelink.
Yep.
So if he gives Inkart too much leeway, then the Spell Queller could come down, stop a board wipe, and Inkart could potentially get a good swing.
Yeah, I definitely agree with countering this too, because I ensure a Fiend's blocking, but you don't have to have everything blocking. The Ruin Liquorback can just keep choking in for tiny bits of damage.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but that will just get hard countered.
Mm-hmm. And now we see the Sheldred.
Might actually see our Nadu games end before this one, because this is still match 1, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, these Inkart's definitely taking it really patiently this game.
Yeah, which is fair against the control deck.
Yeah.
I see Subtlety coming out to stop the Shieldred, and there is Mana Drain held in the hands, and that Spell Queller.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if he mana drains, he can't spell caller or board wipe. So I think he just but then again, if he just lets it happen, he's really not doing good. So
Yeah. Dragging that Mana Drain very slowly.
yeah,
We're currently in the second main phase, so that mana, if it does resolve, which it won't, would have happened on the next turn.
no, yeah, I think this is more or less game. Does he? Yeah, he just is lethal on board now.
Well, no, Subtlety is evoked.
Oh, it's evoked. Oh, my bad. I
Yeah,
thought it was Hardcast.
no, there's not enough mana on the field for that.
Well, yeah, no, the stack had just been so long that I've forgotten which mode had been used there.
And takes the Shieldred off the top of Incard's deck.
Mm-hmm.
That Subtlety it had just put on there.
Yeah, exactly. That's really good stuff right there.
Actually, I find it. And I guess Malachita doesn't know what Incard has, but if they had slammed that Shieldred there, that would be game over.
Yeah.
Incard knows they have the Shieldred.
Yeah.
It has to dig for something here.
Mm-hmm.
Land off the top. Not gonna do anything.
Yep. He's at least got the Denek as a lifelink blocker, but I think it's likely that Malachita has lethal here if he plays his cards. Oh no, he doesn't because excuse me. Incard always has the spell queller in his back pocket.
Yep, which is
So
why, I mean, the thing is, Incard didn't have it last turn, so yeah, I would have. And I don't know. Malachita does not know what Incard has, but if they had played Shieldred last turn, they would have won the game. But, I mean, they're still in a great spot. Teferi is not able to be countered by the Spell Queller.
yeah, so Incard will go digging for something. Hope to find.
That's
Does
not.
he does not find it?
Yeah, that's not what Incard wants to find. And that is actually lethal on. Not lethal on board. Because Incard can flash on the Spell Queller to block the 3/3. Or the 2/2, I guess, but pretty darn close, assuming Malachita has any kind of interaction in the hands.
Yeah, for sure.
That's not 2 mana. Spell Snare is the thing.
Yeah.
Incard chooses to bin the spell Snare.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense. I think he wants to play the Deep Cavern Bat here.
Well, I mean, the thing with that
Oh,
is
and
you should put the Deep Cavern Bat on the top of the deck, because no matter what, you're drawing the next card anyway. I guess they're trying to bait Agent of Rafina into taking something.
yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it exactly.
But, I mean, you need to be more worried about living. The top of Incard's deck is stacked with cards that aren't helping them in this situation.
Yeah, that is very true. It's a little interesting that he opted to get rid of the Denek there, because now Teferi is under fire by Rafine, but
But it doesn't
it probably
matter.
doesn't matter that much. Yeah,
Yeah, because
we're pretty close to just lethal being seen here.
yep, and that's
And there you go.
the
That's it.
lethal. So, Malachita will take
Uh,
1-0 against
yeah,
Incard.
there you go. That's the first game.
message from Flash Chan in tournament chat saying, well, I think my game is over, so we could end up seeing both Rafiens get eliminated in this round 3 if the
Wow.
games go that way.
And so much for me saying Rafine is the tournament player. Rafine
I
still.
just don't think it does enough. Like, sure, it has decent matchups into most things, but I don't think the matchups are decent enough.
Yeah.
Up. Malachita is going to take for a break for a minute. I'll be back soon. Right. Well, Flashtran and Zoblin are still playing. And, yeah. So, those two. And I mean, going into that, yeah, it looks like Nadu does have this game. I assume there's a Tesa Exile that's some intensity over there, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, just the random Dominaria United Uncommon putting in a lot of work in Nadu.
Yeah, for sure.
As with a lot of other random cards.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing cards that haven't even been playable in like draft formats, like Bronze Cudgel and in Kamigawa Gadwig's Tome. Gadwig's Tome is okay, but it hasn't been playable in any 60 card format. But the ability to target any of your creatures for 1 mana as many times as you want is really all Nadu needs.
Do you think this game is over? Well, there's just not enough damaging represented on Flashtran side of the board. That's 7-12 damage, yeah.
Not quite enough.
No. Nowhere near enough. I don't even think Zoblin has to do any blocks here.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll take the chunk. But the reasonable doubt gonna stop anything big that comes in, and also target a creature. It's a fun counterspell that way. And there's a Spear from Flashtran, and that Rafine will be eliminated. And Zoblin will move on. So this is the Teferi versus Rafine matchup, and the Teferi is up 1-0. That's to say, loses bracket games. Whoever loses this game is out of the tournament.
Yep. That's too slow a hand. That's definitely a. I thought Commando was useful, but still no blue sources in that hand by Incart.
Yeah, I'm on Malachita's POV here, and keeping a Path to Exile hand. I've never really liked that card in this format. But also has hard evidence and Spell Snare, so it's a pretty solid hand on this side.
Yeah, I mean, also, like, Path to Exile, though, yeah, it does ramp your opponent against a deck like Incart's, where his curve kind of tops out. Holy cow, keeping a 5-card hand by him, that's tough. But yeah, as I was saying, Path to Exile, like, even though it will give him more mana to replay Rafine and all that kind of thing, if it like, because his curve tops at like 3 and he has a couple of 4-drops, it really isn't that relevant. What's a lot more relevant is being able to take your opponent off of off of a really good tempo sequence, off of a really good early aggression plan.
Yeah, keeping a 5-card is rough, but at the same time, an Ocelot Pride is one of those cards that threatens to snowball really easily. I don't like the white source play by Malachita here, because they could have played either of their blue cards and they have Solitude in hand to deal with Ocelot Pride.
Yeah, he's going for Path on Ocelot Pride. That's incredible. Look at him.
1 mana for 1
This
mana.
is one of those turns where Path's downside is very relevant, and that Incart will likely take advantage of that mana on his next turn.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I was looking at Incart's mulligans, and his first hand had no blue sources. His second hand had 3 removal spells, so he definitely just didn't have great luck when he was finding openings.
Yeah, some terrible hands.
Yeah.
Strix cantrips.
Baleful
So
Strix.
not the worst card you can hit in a 5-card draw.
Definitely not. No, it's also it's a very new card too from the Courageous, or from the Imagine Critters or whatever it was.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a great card in the format.
Yeah.
It's obviously not seeing a ton of play right now because there's not a lot of Dimir decks, but it's a good control card it's playable versus both aggro and control. So
Keep covering that, reasonably eating the spell snare here. Oh, the stream is lagging for me. I'm gonna go over to Increase stream because she is totally deteriorated in quality.
Yeah.
Incart holding up spell snare and a land, so
yeah,
not a great spot. We'll see the
he's
hard
he's at
evidence.
least he's at least holding up a surveil with the marsh flats. Like he can fetch one of the surveil lands.
Yeah.
If he's running them, I'm pretty sure he's running at least
He
one.
is.
So they're great.
There. Yeah, you can see all three in there.
He's running all three. Yeah.
Choose to get the Orzhov one, and I assume bin that. Yep.
Sure.
Lands are not wanted. And draws another surveil land.
Another surveil land. Yeah, I mean, I think he definitely plays the.
Yeah, I think they have to
probably
slam
end up
Raffine.
playing the surveil land here. Yeah.
Yep.
He has spell snare to back it up against the most of the interaction that Malachita could have, but something like a stern scolding or a wash away would just get Raffine off the board.
Yep. I don't think that's had in the hand over there. You can see Malachita was hovering the clue. Yeah, that will hit the field.
There's a resolved Raffine. That's good stuff. Okay.
Yep. Well to 5, but the game's not over. Finds Memory Lapse, I believe is that card.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he's dropping the surveil land so we can hold that Memory Lapse for a potential board weight from Malachita.
Yep, and I'm totally fine with that. It seems like a good play to me.
Yep.
And really, it's just can Malachita kill the Raffine through these counter spells.
Yeah. Yeah, the spell snare is really burning a hole in Incart's hand. He'd much rather like some piece of interaction, but he just hasn't found a target for spell snare yet.
Just a simple turn pass from the other side of the field. We know there's a Solitude in the hand, but last time we saw there wasn't any white cards. Finds Cathar Commando and Brainstorm. You would think the spell snare is now going away.
Yeah. It's really awkward to have to discard the fetch land here because you have Brainstorm, but so be it. But no, Cathar Commando is just a very good card in this matchup.
Yeah.
Any flash creatures are really good against control decks. It makes their board wipes awkward. It makes their counter spells awkward, and it also makes it harder for them to plan around for them to plan out the next couple turns, not really knowing when a creature is going to come down. So
yeah, Cathar Commando definitely huge. We'll see it come out here right now. I don't know if I would have kept. I guess I would have kept the fetch over the Brainstorm because Raffine's not a deck that needs a ton of mana.
No.
District Hero.
Sure.
It's a fine card. It's better in the aggro matchup.
Funnily enough, its last ability, it will require a large number of cards in Incard's graveyard, but Raffine will be supplying those. Its last ability actually gives your creatures indestructible, which will give them a bit of insurance against a potential board wipe.
Yeah, but I think that requires a total of 8 mana. So
yeah, but you can do it on your opponent's end step if I recall correctly.
Yes,
so
that is true.
He might end up just playing out that creature and then activating on end step. Voidrend's a pretty good pickup too. Can answer teferi pretty cleanly if things get out of hand.
Yep. Yeah, I think I would maybe discard District Hero if I don't know, because you do want more creatures in card.
Yeah, but he already has a counter spell, so I think he's probably he's probably banking on his turn is probably going to be 10th District Hero and then hold up Memory Lapse or use 10th District Hero on his next turn, which means that I think he's thinking that he has one turn where he can protect himself. Where he can protect himself from a board wipe, and then the turn following, 10th District Hero will be available to activate and give your creatures indestructible and let him clean up the game that way.
Yeah, dig through time. This might get lapsed because then it's just an 8 mana brick on top of Malachita's deck. Will not happen.
Yeah. I mean, I'm waiting for the board wipe. Way too worried about the board wipe. Yeah. He just cannot afford to give his opponent any room for a board wipe.
But I mean, assuming I don't know what's in the hand, I'm actually gonna go look. We'll see what's in this hand. We have no board wipe, just Solitude, Mana Drain, Supreme Will, and Thassa's Intervention.
Yeah. So we're probably going to see a Solitude during Inkart's next combat, exiling the Baleful Strix probably,
Yeah.
and then blocking a Cathar Commando. But it'll likely eat a Void Rend, or no, it'll probably just eat a counterspell. Frankly,
Yeah.
it's a really clean way to use Memory Lapse there.
I know.
I'm actually kind of surprised that Inkart didn't play out the Tense District Hero. He probably has his reservations about playing it out, because if Malachita has land and then like one of his 4 mana board wipes and then a counterspell to back it up, then his play doesn't really work. So he's probably holding a couple more creatures in his hand.
Yeah, Malachita is
case
actually
that
just
happens.
trying to live one more turn now because they did just find a Supreme Verdict off of the Supreme Will.
Mm-hmm. Not the draw he's looking for there.
Yep.
That's a really interesting card to include in the deck right now. I can't see why you'd be playing Ravenfeeblement. It was probably like, tech for
Sure.
a Johnny or something along those lines, but
Yeah, it's probably a Johnny tech. Well, Ravenfeeblement, yeah, it's just white creatures. I don't know. Maybe it's good for Rafine, it's good for a Johnny.
yeah. I mean, versus a Johnny, it can kill your Adelines and your big supportive white creatures that come at the top of your curve. So
Yep. Oh, and Kurt finds the Spell Queller, so
that's really useful.
the one answer to
Yeah,
Supreme
he's got
Verdict.
Spell Queller and he has no more lies to back it up. So I think this game is in carts unless Malachita can find something truly exceptional. The Supreme Verdict, of course, won't resolve because Spell Queller
Yep.
will just exile it instead of countering it.
And surprisingly enough, on a mull to 5, this might be Inkart's game.
Yeah, I mean, it really just shows you the importance of disciplined mulligans in a format like this.
And Inkart is forced to go for the counter war.
Yep. Now he's just praying that Malachita doesn't have a 1 mana piece of interaction or a 2. Okay, so
It's Mana
Mana
Tithe
Tithe could be the deciding.
Mana
Yeah,
Tithe.
exactly. I do think Inkart has to fight over this though. He doesn't really have the option not to.
Yeah. Especially the mana drain, giving Malachita the mana. I guess it's only on their second main phase, so. Yep.
Yeah.
I got the normalize and fight for it.
All right, now we'll see. Is there a Mana Tithe? No, doesn't look like it.
It's just the Solitude.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, but the Solitude, though. If
That's true. The
Malachita
Solitude
did
can't
draw a
just
white
kill the
card.
Spell Queller. Oh, he's gambling, and I think he gambled wrong because the Inkart has another counterspell to hit that Solitude.
Assuming they even have a white card, which actually might not be
Oh,
the case.
it doesn't look like it because there was no
Yeah,
stop
yeah,
there.
there's no white card
stick
in the
there.
hand.
Yeah.
Stream.
So never mind. He's not gambling. He just I think the game's just over then.
Yep. And on a mull to 5, Inkart will take the control matchup in a 1-1, so we have one more game.
There you go. Yeah, Inkart's pretty practiced with these meta attacking multicolored control tempo decks. So I know that if I were to play Rafine, every once in a while I have the flawed mindset of, oh, they have man lands, my removal is good against man lands, but you really gotta center yourself and realize, no, that's not the case. You cannot you can't be thinking like that. You have to keep as aggressive and interactive a hand as possible against Teferi.
Yep.
You have to take the game to them. You can't let them dictate anything, or else you'll start losing immediately.
Yep, so this is the last game of our third round.
Mm-hmm. That's a really interesting hand from Inkart. He's definitely
I barely got
mulliganing
to see it before it got mulligans.
It had a Giver of Runes, 2 lands, I think a removal spell, a Mana Tithe, and a 3-drop creature in Brazen Barber. So it was like almost a playable hand, but between 2 lands and no 2-drop creature, he was like, nah, I'm gonna toss it away. I'm definitely keeping this if I'm him. Ravenfeeblement is obviously really sad, but Inquisition into Dennick is pretty useful. Dennick, of course, being a creature that can cast from the graveyard as well.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't like the hand. It's too dead.
Yeah, really, it's all on Inkart to see whether or not he wants to play aggressively or whether he wants to play a more durable game plan where he's just going to play a creature every turn and hope that that's enough to take the game.
Yeah, I mean, Inkart might have
Twitch Theorem.
teched too hard for the aggro matchup and just can't find the right cards for the control.
Yeah.
Maul to 5
Okay.
again.
So this is doable. It's doable. It's not a good hand, but between a Surveil land helping him smooth out his hand and being able to put away, I honestly would probably keep the Wandering Emperor.
I don't know.
I'd probably put away the Psychic Frog.
I
No,
like the
the
frog. It's a threat.
Ophelia. Yeah, it's also a threat that draws cards.
I can see the Philia too, because it is a flash creature that can get rid of any tokens that the Teferi player is usually playing.
Yeah. But Inkar's just looking to get a more flexible curve out where he'll probably play the Psychic Frog on turn 2, and then turn
Or
3 he'll
maybe
play
this Type
Rift, and
Taker.
then turn 4 he'll play Tithe Taker, hold up Philia, and if he finds a counterspell by then he'll be able to hold up the counterspell as well. Whereas Wandering Emperor takes your whole turn, so I definitely prefer his keep.
Seeing the Flooded Strand instead of the turn 1 Surveil land, this Flooded Strand is likely just a turn 1 Surveil land anyway. Inkart knowing
Yeah.
that they have 3 different 2-drops, probably just banking on playing only 2-drops for the first few turns.
It definitely could be the case, yeah. Yeah, because Rafine is a pretty obvious and like attractive target for a counterspell, so.
Let's see the Undercity Sewers, and that will go directly into the graveyard.
Yep, Fatal Push is not a card he's looking for in this matchup.
Brainstorm again, we've seen that pretty much every game.
Yeah. No, it's a little unfortunate though that he drew the Brainstorm now after the fetch land.
For sure.
But he couldn't have done. He played the best that he could. So he's probably gonna hold up the Philia here, given that Malachita shocked in the Hollowed Fountain. He probably has a solid plan to deal with whatever creature he plays. Interesting. Going for the Tithe Taker, perhaps?
Against that, Tithe Taker is very good if it gets down early. And of course, a 2 mana for 2 mana trade isn't terrible.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I just like with the Shocked Hollowed Fountain, I'm a lot more afraid of me getting my 2-drop play counter, and I'd rather go for Philia on their turn, and then they can choose to either counter that or sorry, if they do counter Philia on their turn, then I can play Rafine or I can play Psychic Frog and have it not immediately get countered. So it to each their own. They're pretty similar, and the difference is pretty negligible.
Danik, a solid card to get in the graveyard, because it'll just come back, effectively netting a card off that Surveil land.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's effectively drawing a card.
Is it a good card? Not really.
No, a 4-mana 3/2 isn't great, but it's still a card. And cards are what you're looking for a lot of the time against Teferi. You're looking to just have more threats so that they have to use their mana countering your spells instead of drawing more cards.
I would have rather played the Nethergoyf before swinging, because that way you get a 1-light counter on Philia just for blinking a random thing you have on your board.
That's true, yeah.
There's no way Inkart doesn't play a creature here. Yeah, I would rather play this before combat.
Auto Tapper. I don't know if he's looking for Auto Tapper there, but I probably would have tried to tap the white black.
Yeah, that's really weird
because now he can't.
Source.
Yeah, given that all of Inkart's spells are blue.
Yeah. Fine. Only one of them in this instance be playable anyway, but
yeah.
There's the Supreme Verdict quite early for once.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if it's I don't I mean it is early, but I don't think it's like I don't think it's too early. I think it makes sense to just get threats off the board. Yeah.
Mana Drain, very good, always good.
Mm-hmm.
I think Inkart might try to Brainstorm to find a land here though.
Yeah, makes sense.
Or just play the Psychic
Oh no, it's just going for the Psychic Frog instead. I honestly don't think I agree with that. Because you can't do almost anything else if you just play Psychic Frog and pass. You can Brainstorm and hope you hit like a fetch land or something, but you can't do it at all.
Yeah, think the Maelstrom's going to be played here.
Yeah.
No?
Hmm.
Just Frog.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not going to main phase Brainstorm then, because he really cannot let Malachita resolve Teferi. And if he taps too many of his blue sources, Malachita will just jam Teferi, and the game will become an uphill battle for Inkheart.
What Malachita doesn't know is that they can just jam Teferi right now and be fine.
They could, yeah, but like if I'm playing Teferi and my opponent who plays like a tempo game plan is holding up 2 mana, one of it is blue,
But
I'm
there's
just
no mana.
oh dear, a missed land drop. Okay, that's pretty big, and also no Brainstorm from Inkheart.
Yep. And Brainstorm, Inkheart really wants the third blue sorcerer so that they can have Raffian and Mana Drain. We'll just swing at the frog and get a card, which is huge. Storm's building, though, not the card you want to see.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably going to be banking on something like Brainstorm and find a fetch land so he can put Storm Scolding away for good.
Yep.
Because it truly does almost nothing in the matchup. It counters Solitude and Snapcaster Mage, and that's it.
Yep. I don't even know if Malachita is running Snapcaster.
I think he was, but you might be right, he's not.
Inkheart can also just choose to pitch it to Psychic Frog for 1 counter.
True, yeah. Yeah, Malachita is playing Snapcaster Mage. He also does have Agent of Raffian as a counter target, but I don't think he's really worried about that one. Oh, there you go.
Wash away. Pretty good. That means Raffian can't come out, and there's still counter magic for Teferi.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's happening it's probably not happening, because Malachita can just respond on this turn. So Psychic Frog drawing 1 card every hit is pretty big, and Duress is
That's
a
a
very
really
nice
good
card.
draw.
Yep.
Yeah. Because now he might even feel emboldened enough to play Duress here, or to play Raffian here. Excuse me.
Yep.
He finds like few enough counter spells in Malachita's hand. Malachita can of course just counter it, but it still takes him off a card.
And Duress is huge for the info game, but yeah, disallow.
Disallow. Oh wow. Okay.
That, I mean, Inkheart might, okay, no counter war will be had on that. I don't know.
No,
I think I might have had Ink. No, because then you can't counter Teferi.
no. If he played Raffian, he still could counter Teferi.
I mean, like, if you tried to counterspell the disallow.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is very good for getting all the cards out of the hand.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose a counter war over a hand hate spell like Duress, it's pretty brutal because not only do you spend all your counter spells, but you also get like the last 1 or 2 good cards in your hand taken away.
Teferi will attempt to be here, and that will just not happen.
Yeah.
Not even a response on that 1 blue source. So Malachita looking for a way to get rid of the second frog.
Yeah. And Inkheart is really holding on to the Brainstorm here.
Yeah.
I would probably have fired it off a while ago, but I mean, he's probably just like holding on to it in case he starts drawing too many removal spells, and then he can put them away. Whereas right now his hand is perfectly serviceable. He doesn't really need to be doing anything.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Malachita has a wash away here, based on how he played.
Could be.
And I think Inkheart agrees with him, or agrees with me.
Yeah. I can see just doing the Denic Disturb cost here, then holding up Mana Drain. That seems like the best play. Or
okay, going for the other Griffin today.
Yeah, Glyph is a smaller body though. I would rather have the Denic here.
Yes, him.
Because Inkheart's gotta get rid of creature instant land sorcery. This card will only be a 2/3.
It's also possible that Inkheart's like trying to goad Malachita into using a board wipe. And Netherglyph, you don't really care if it gets board wiped here. So.
True.
Yeah, I'm just hypothesizing why he might be
Yeah,
going for
but
that
like
aggression in
even
the deck.
into a board wipe, I'd rather have done it because Deck does investigate when a creature dies, I believe, or like whenever one or more creatures die. And so if they're board wiping, I get free clue.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll find out.
Still, a 2/3 costing no cards from your hand is still really good though. Yeah, Nethergryph's a really good inclusion in these Rafine decks, and really like all of the black green, like all of the black based mid range decks that use creatures to end the game. It's just a huge creature on a very small body, and it can get recurred over and over again.
Yep,
Really good versus these control decks.
yep. Modern Horizons, adding a lot of juice in this format, as you can see, choose both the creatures on
Yeah,
the board right now from that expansion.
yeah, exactly.
Let's see if there's any ability of the Teferi player to deal with this. And it's Treasure Cruise. That will make it so that Search for
Something.
Escata will probably never flip.
Yeah,
It is a very tempting mana drain target, however. Uh,
yeah, but I like.
yeah,
Thankfully,
I wouldn't do it.
yeah, no, it's always tempting to get 8 mana. It's just that Inkart can't really use 8 mana
yeah,
here.
yeah.
So yeah, I could see brainstorming here, but again, Inkart refrains.
Yeah, there is the Arid Mesa. So, I mean, Inkart will probably draw off the Psychic Frog, and then after that, they'll play their Brainstorm. Considering playing the Rafine for the first time in this game. And Strings building again, just gets rid of it.
Oof. Yeah, it's a tough piece of interaction, but at least he's getting it out of the way, and he still has mana to hold up mana drain. And
Yeah,
if mana drain doesn't get used, then brainstorm as well.
let's choose to discard cards for Frog instead of Brainstorm. Also bust the Netherglyph.
Yeah.
And Malachite is left below half now. More fetch land sponge.
Yeah, Malajit is furiously digging for a board wipe here. He really needs to find a board wipe. And the thing, oh, okay, that's a good card to have.
Yeah, Fair Trade Identity. Not only getting rid of that frog permanently, but getting their own copy of it is one thing.
Yeah.
But any cards,
Finally, the brainstorm gets fired off here.
yep. Trying to find something to back up the manager, maybe. Fragment Reality is a solid answer, but that might get put back in the deck. I would rather, keep Fragment Reality and get rid of Beach. Sure. Those cards will get dumped by Arid
Yeah,
Mesa.
unfortunately, the reality cannot hit the psychic frog token if the fractured entity ends up resolving
Why
because
not?
it only hits non-token permanents.
I didn't know that.
I
Until
learned
how
it the
often
hard
I play
way.
white, which is never. I don't play white very often, but
Yeah, no, I in my white control decks, I've every once in a while had a situation where not hitting tokens is really relevant. The
even
unfortunate thing is
tokens
if
with
he,
mana value, like the frog
yeah,
would.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, unfortunately with the fragment reality, like if he hits search for his Kanta, Malachita is running Agent of Rafine, so he will get a card out of it.
Hmm, sure. Yeah, the mana drain gets negated, so this frog will get taken. Unless, actually, Inkart will...
Oh, he can hit his own Psychic Frog. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Oh no, it is his opponent controls because they changed it. I forgot.
Oh, that's right, yeah, they changed that because the Leyline Geist deck in Historic
Yeah.
was tearing up the
Oh,
meta
that's
over there.
brutal. That's brutal. Yeah, that I think Inkart was really relying on Fragment Realitying his own frog there.
I don't think there's any other plays that could have been made. And yeah, non-token, not able to
No,
frog.
it's just a and now he also
Inkart
realizes that
realizing
it's
all the
non-token.
limits of the card.
Oh Christ, yeah, that's really unlucky. The card does have a lot of text on it. To be fair, I think most people just kind of glazed over the whole thing.
Yeah.
Saw weird removal spell with a cool downside, and then that was it.
I mean, Inkart is still not in a bad spot by any means. Another Glyph is able to get in
No,
over
that's
the
true.
top of the frog.
Precisely, yeah. And Rafine is likely to resolve here. It could be a wash away, but
Yeah,
okay,
that's not
a wash
happening.
away apparently.
Can I have one? Plains lands, I believe. Inkart has already played their land for the turn. So that'll go. Skrelv is also a pretty good card here, giving anything hexproof. Malachita could discard their entire hand to buff Frog up into
Yeah,
blocking
I don't know
territory.
if I don't know if I'd do that though.
It depends what they have in their hands, and also we'll
That's
flip their
true.
search
Yeah.
for Azcanta.
Oh, look at
Yeah,
that.
so discarding at least 2 to make it block well.
Yeah.
Or
Probably. Or
uh,
not. It's to flip search. Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right.
yeah, it should have just been next turn. I don't know. I don't like that. If you're discarding 1, why not get
Neither.
rid of 2? I guess, who knows? And there
It
could be
could
good
be
cards
that
in
the two
hand.
cards in our hand are very good. Here, let's check it out. What do they got? They're packing memory lapse and 3 steps ahead. So yeah, I definitely would have discarded one of those two.
Yeah,
Probably the
I
memory
would have got
lapse.
rid of Labs for sure. No question. So 3 steps ahead being really good, but it's like, yeah, you keep the frog, 3 steps ahead makes a copy of the frog. You have 2 frogs, you're
Yeah.
doing great. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely a misplay to me
Yeah.
to not get rid of the memory lapse also.
Yeah.
3 steps ahead to counter the fragment on the search. And I mean, Malachita's almost just dead on board here. Let's see, Prey Stream. I mean, Memory Deluge is holdable, so unless she gets that off, they can't find a board wipe, but we'll just opt to play Teferi and probably get rid of the Netherglyph.
Yeah. Makes sense. Now the question is whether Inkart fetches here, because he could just leave the Netherglyph buried in his deck, or he could try to draw it next turn. Oh no, he can't draw next turn.
Yeah, it's third from the top.
Yeah, not second from the top.
Yeah, we'll just shuffle it in. So that threat is permanently removed.
Oh, Inkart's out of Surveil lands.
Yeah, so no more card advantage going off the fetches. Just
Yeah.
stock lands.
Card selection at least, yeah.
Yeah. Multiple protection spells in the
Yeah,
hand.
but hey, at least Inkart's still in a great position. I mean, Malachita was forced to tap out for Teferi and then leave him at the mercy of Rafine. So
Yeah. I mean, there is still that Memory Deluge and the flip search for Azcanta on that side of the field, so.
yeah.
Yeah,
So I mean, so Inkart's on a clock, but he has the advantage for the time being. He just can't let Malachita get away with too much.
and neither player is out of guess in any ways. Could go either way.
Yeah. I think you have to hit Teferi here. I just think you
Yeah.
can't bet on going face for 1 or 2 damage.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. There you go. He found the line.
Ryzen Barber,
Interesting.
really solid. I
don't-
like the 3 mana
Yeah,
flash.
flash 3/1. Yeah, exactly. Getting rid of Scrub. Oh, and he gets a clue as well. Look at
I didn't
that.
realize Didn't trigger it off of graveyard from
Yeah,
anywhere. Yeah.
yeah. I forgot about it because I haven't seen this in action since Rafine dominated Standard a couple months ago.
Yeah, so Cheetah will dig with Visconta, maybe find a board wipe. It's thinking about something right now, so multiple cards to pick. You could say discover the formula, and that doesn't save them from death by Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, Malachita just doesn't quite realize how close they are to death yet. So they're and now the decision the onus is on them to figure a way out. Okay, there you go.
Fedigril.
Another clue. Denik is putting in mad work over here. Ooh, Snapcaster. That's a fantastic
Yeah.
draw.
I was about to see what Inkart has in their graveyard. Not much, just counter spells, but I mean, hey, that stops them from losing the game in any way. So
Also, yeah, Mana Drain Mana also has good use here in the clues.
very
So
true.
yeah, he's really happy about that top deck.
Yeah, this is pretty much game at this point. As long as Inkart
Yeah.
uses the mana drain wisely, I don't really see how this is not
Ooh,
ending in their
Shieldred
favor.
too.
Yeah, Shieldred's gonna get slammed here. No point in holding Give Reverence because
Is that actually just like lethal?
uh
No. Oh yes, it
yeah,
is.
it
It is,
is.
but
It is. Yep.
which means that Malachita has to interact on his upkeep.
Yep, and Inkart does have enough mana to hold a counterspell with Snapcaster in addition to playing Shieldred. Just gotta make sure the
Make sure Auto Tapper doesn't screw you over here, man. Okay, he's good. He's good. He's got 3 blue mana open. Yeah, with these 3-color decks and all these like strange sequences, the Arena's Auto Tapper can really get confused.
so Inkart will Snapcaster here.
That
Well, the
makes
thing is,
sense.
I mean, if Malachita Mana Drain, not Mana Drain, Memory Deluge is on the upkeep and finds, I don't know though, because they won't have enough mana. They'll have to hit like Source to Plowshares and Day of Judgment to win the game. Or
Yeah,
not
I
even
mean,
to
yeah,
win, but to stabilize.
yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, no, because yeah, no, Memory Dealers just cost way too much mana. I think they're probably gonna
Oh, no,
discover
never
on
mind.
their upkeep
Yeah.
and then hope to hit swords and a board wipe.
Yeah, never mind. Yeah, it's gotta be Discover, not Deluge. Deluge too expensive.
Okay, so swords plus wrath or game.
And what do they got? Archmage's Triumph, Thassa's Intervention, and Get Lost. That is not going to do
That
it.
is not it. Yeah. Alrighty. Then we have the match. We just have to wait for them to play it out.
Formalize it.
Yep.
But yep. Looks like Malachita will be eliminated from this tournament. And Kurt moving on is the last Rafine player. It
Oh,
does
he
hit the
found
Day of
that.
Judgment, but one turn too
Just took a
late.
second. Yeah. Unfortunately, no mana left to play the Day of Judgment. So that's it. Shieldred kills him.
And that is game over.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Now we'll get those results, and then we can take a break. We can start the official break.
Yep, official break. We will be back in half an hour for all.
So 11:40-ish.
Yeah, we'll say that time. Sure, we'll be back at. I need to get a Discord timestamp for this. Go back right. All right, we're back after the break with our first of 2 losers bracket 1v1s. We have Inkart and Zoblin fighting, and this is Nadu versus Rafine, I believe. Give me 1 second
Your Inkheart's trying to take revenge on Zovlin for beating the other Rafine player.
Yeah,
Zovlin's got to go past 2 straight Esper Tempo decks.
true. And they did it once. Maybe they'll do it again.
Yeah, true.
Should be in here anyway, right? Okay, let's get the game started here. I'll actually go watch Nadu POV, because I haven't watched the Nadu POV, except for the Nadu mirror we saw earlier. This is just not the hand for Nadu. This will be a mulligan.
Yeah.
Also, both Nadu players are running 600.
This seems playable. Yeah, I think he's probably going to keep this one. It's not amazing, but it's doable.
Inkheart is?
He could be looking for something more disruptive, like he could be looking for a Thoughtseize, but I really think you can't be too picky with Mystical Dispute plus Baleful Strix plus a Flash creature.
Yeah, Zothman takes a mulligan, finds a much better hand, but it does have 2 tap lands in it.
Oof. 2 tap lands.
Yeah, Colony Garden and Hinterland Harbor without the necessary land types for it to come in untapped.
That's tough.
And Kami of Bamboo Groves, and now a top deck Arboreal Grazer will make it so that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather play an Arboreal Grazer over a Kami here just because Kami does have that channel ability to get more lands.
Yeah. Also, Grazer has like relevant stats in Reach, but I don't know. He could be playing Kami. He could be playing Kami, excuse me, because Inkheart's deck plays a lot of X1 creatures, so Kami could actually change up like Inkheart's game plan a little bit. Then again, it is Rafine, so those creatures will very quickly become not X1, but regardless.
True. And we'll see if Inkheart has a tournament play here. Or if it's the Surveil land.
Mostly just an Orzhov Surveil land.
Yep.
Seeing Manatai, that's really interesting.
Okay, yeah, that's very good into the Nadu.
Yeah.
I'll probably up the past the turn, yeah. Before I stop the top of Zothman, we'll make that Hinterland Harbor an untapped land later.
Yeah,
Really
yeah, actually, I do. Yeah, exactly. I do think that here, like, Zovlin kind of needs to respect the open mana. But then again, it is Rafine, so you never know whether their open mana represents a counterspell or a flash creature.
I mean, Zothman is putting down some good blockers, and in the hand we have you see a Guard Approach, Counterspell, and Falls of Stormdrake. So
There you go.
And once Zothman gets to 5 mana, they'll probably find a Sam the Nadu with the Counterspell backup.
Yeah. Yeah, you see a guard approach is also makes Nadu on turn 4 a pretty acceptable compromise if Zovlin can't find the 5th land here.
Yeah, the Commando.
So our Commando coming in, good stuff.
Can attack through that Grazer.
Yep. Yeah, the Kami being tapped is pretty relevant here, because our Commando can get attacked pretty freely.
I assume Inkheart is going to pass again.
Yeah, Rafine's starting the chip damage game plan. Because with Rafine, you really want to get your opponent to a low enough life total where they constantly have to respect Rafine and they constantly have to respect all your little 1/1 creatures. So they have to play a little more awkwardly. They have to hold up counter spells, that kind of thing. So any point of damage they can get through is good.
Zoblin finds Mana Drain. Just swing with Kami instead of blocking with it, interestingly. Might go
Or
for
likely
that.
doing that because they think that Inkheart wants to play Rafine next turn, but in reality that is not.
Chooses to just
Well,
slam the
it might
Nadu without the 5th land.
gets bit by a mystical dispute. It's tough luck. Holding priority on his unstep. Cycling on an Earth. Interesting.
That's fair.
Probably
Inkheart probably
because
wants to find lands.
yeah, he's probably also not really afraid of any of his cards getting countered or of cheating any additional creatures into play because he's gonna be playing pretty reactively this game.
Yeah. We could see Rafine come in. If Inkheart does have Mana Tithe, it'd be pretty easy to get Rafine in here.
Yeah, I definitely think that's what he's gonna do here if he can find a land. There's the land, and here comes Rafine with a white or black mana open, so representing black 1 mana interaction and excuse me.
I was about to say no
And
counterspell for Nadu, but Mana Tithe is a counterspell.
yeah, it's mana tithe or bust for the Nadu here.
Yeah, and Zoblin is holding the Volatile Stormdrake here, so can't actually take that Rafine and has 3 creatures on the board for it.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, this will be pretty brutal if it works.
I don't see any reason why it won't. The thing with Rafine is that they can more easily get their commander back, but even then, picking up the Rafine, like, Zoblin keeping sacrifice one of their creatures to make sure they get to connive for 3 instead of 1.
Card letting that resolve.
Yeah, and all of a sudden Zoblin is the Rafine player here, because they also have ways to
Interesting.
protect
That's
it.
really weird. See, it's really strange because I took a peek at Inkheart's hand there, and he has a cut down, so he could have prevented that from happening. I don't really see why he didn't do that. It's possible he doesn't know that if you kill, like it's possible that he just doesn't know the rules interaction, but because exchanging is a bit of an odd keyword in Magic, and how it would work is if you kill a creature that's trying to exchange itself with another permanent, then the exchange can't happen because in order for an exchange to resolve, both things have to swap control.
Right,
So
so maybe Inkheart figures...
it's a bit of an unintuitive situation, yeah.
Maybe Inkheart figures they want the Drake and they'll get Rafine on their next turn.
Yeah, it's possible that they're looking to cut down their Rafine and replay them on a future turn.
Or might just try to take out Arboreal Grazer here and just prevent all the
before
conniving, shut down the board.
Before the card draw happens, exactly. Zoflin's also a little creative here, or a little thoughtful. He could have targeted the Kami, but the Cathar Commando could have taken it out. So I bet
That's true.
he's glad that he took Arboreal Grazer and that he picked Arboreal Grazer instead.
Definitely Dust Bowl is going to be kept in this hand here because the land drop hasn't been found this turn yet. And between, I guess we'll see Court of Calling going, because what you're finding is probably a Bristly Bill, which is what the Roaring Earth is anyway.
Yeah. I mean, you can use Court of Calling to find Squid Swarm, but given that Zoflin's going to lose one of his creatures this turn, it's going to be a little harder to convoke a big Court of Calling. I could see him on a later turn trying to trying to hold up Mana Drain, and then if he can't, and then if Mana Drain becomes ends up being not relevant, he could do Cord. But UCA Guard approach is just a lot safer overall. You get to protect Rafine when Inkheart tries to take it back, that kind of thing.
Yeah, Zoblin's definitely really just playing around this Rafine right now.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point he's like, all right, guys, I'm in the Rafine deck. Like, what is he's now just figuring out how he can become the flyer-based tempo deck. And there's the UCA Guard approach. We'll see if Inkart decides to respond. Nope.
No responses, so Rafine will be held onto for now, at the very least.
Yeah.
Strix.
You know, I just realized that last turn when Inkart could have tried to cut down the Volatile Storm Drake, the cut down would have gotten prevented by the UC guard approach.
Yeah. Land found. And if I'm Zoblin here, I'm just going to play Roaring Earth and the land, and you can, like, counter your creatures up and attack with the plant and Grazer safely.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because at that point, the plant will be able to trade with whatever, and potentially, it'll be able to trade with any of Inkart's creatures and potentially even win the combat. Baleful Strix will probably be utilized this combat, although Inkart might want to keep it back for as long as possible so he can prevent Rafine from attacking and like win a couple of draws, but it all depends what Nilvaz sees here. See, the funny thing is, if like Rafine does actually trigger Nadu, so if Nilvaz goes for like some goofy 4-color Nadu game plan, then we could see our two broken 3-mana flyers putting in mad work together.
Yeah, for sure.
Broken might be a stretch, but nonetheless.
Just ups to attack with Grazer. Sort of like attacks. I guess they're just gonna connive the plant up without playing Roaring Earth or not.
Okay. Yeah,
I
not to
can
go
see
for the
this.
plant.
I'm fine with that. I just want to hold up as much mana. It's fine. It's a second fetch land, so goodbye that stuff to you.
Yep.
And the one thing is that if this Misty Rainforest isn't played before Nadu, the Nadu will run into the mana drain or mana tithe.
Yeah, exactly.
Strix will be.
Yeah, it's also possible that he just didn't attack with both of his creatures because his hand is fine. Like he's not looking for more cards. He's okay just holding on to mana drain and Roaring Earth right now.
We'll see the Nadu played, but yeah, this might run into the mana tithe if it's not played before the Rainforest. Nope,
oh no. Oh no.
Yep.
That's really unfortunate for him.
Here comes mana tithe.
Okay.
The white counter soul putting in good work. And the oops emo.
He recognizes the mistake, and there's the shame land after you play the Nadu. So yeah, it happens to the best of us.
Yep. I got a Magma Opus Mana Tithe once. That was a great time. That's because I paid S for sensible attacks.
Christ, yeah, that's always a. Mana Tithe is one of the number one makers of feels bad moments in these kind of games when you're like, damn, I should have played around it, but there was really no way to do it. Oh, reanimate from Inkart, getting back to Baleful Strix so we can continue having a death touch blocker for whatever threat Zoblin puts down.
I saw just cantrips again, and only plus 2 life. Inkart still kind of struggling to get through though against their own commander.
Yeah, exactly. There's a Ruin Lurker bat. Yeah, Inkart must be furiously digging for an answer to his own Rafine because his board state is perfectly poised to take advantage of Rafine and turn it into a commanding board state.
Yep. I don't know. The Rafine deck probably doesn't play Stormdrake.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
No, I do think that the Stormdrake is mostly good in these Simic decks with very little creature interaction. Stormdrake just turns all your creature tutors, all your synergistic cards into a potential removal spell, which it's super useful. It's an amazing tool for those decks to have, as we can see in all these Nadu games. I think we've seen Stormdrake in most of these Nadu games.
Yep.
Proving its worth.
Okay. Someone will just opt to hold on the Nadu, expecting Inkart to have some kind of removal. And Inkart has a removal for the Rafine. Ooh, and it's not counterable.
That is a great card to have for Inkart.
Yep.
Yeah, this mana drain from Zoblin is no good against the long goodbye.
Yep.
You know,
it's good against the Rafine being replayed next turn, though.
Yeah, exactly. It's good for Rafine, and it's good against your own Rafine. All the same ways. Yeah, something that I could actually see happening this game is depending on how it goes, depending what happens to the Baleful Strix, if anything. is Zelvlin actually channeling Roaring Earth. It has a channel ability that animates one of your lands and turns it into a creature. So it might happen this game. It likely won't, given that Zelvlin's probably still holding out for a good value-centric Nadu turn. But in a
Yeah.
pinch, it does have that utility.
I think the main thing I'm looking at right now is Incart playing Rafine and getting mana drained, and then Seven will go Roaring Earth, Nadu, Fetch Crack.
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely what he's looking to do here. And yeah, I think he just has to move it.
It's gotta
He
happen.
can't afford
Yeah.
to pay. Yeah, exactly. He can't afford to play around anything. There you go. Now Inkart's got to start getting in all of these. Inkart's got to start attacking with these creatures because his window to attack with creatures like Ruin Lurker Bat is slowly disappearing.
Yeah, Rafine can come back next turn on a land drop.
Yeah.
Ocelot probably
Well,
coming in. City's Blessing and Life Gain this turn.
Wait, he didn't do it before. Oh, I see. I misunderstood how the card worked. Okay.
I don't like Dust Bowl activation from Zoblin, because then they won't have enough mana to do Roaring Earth, Nadu, and to crack. But, I mean, I guess that does take them off playing Rafine later.
Yeah, how much does Rafine cost? I can't see.
It's going to cost 7.
It's going to cost 7. Okay, yeah. Then I could definitely a little strange. But it's possible that you need to Dust Bowl here to keep them off Rafine, because this is 7 creatures that will trigger off Rafine. Yeah. It's basically a forced block on whatever creature does end up eating the Rafine activation.
Does not choose to do that. Instead, it finds Lotus Cobra. Has to play the Roaring Earth now.
Yeah. Do you think they find the Surveil land here? Or do you think they bank on hitting a land with...
I think they need to try to find a land.
Gotcha, yeah, with, yeah, makes sense.
Might happen.
Okay.
Oh,
dang, that's really unfortunate.
No, not quite.
No, because you've got the plant and Nadu is Nadu's gonna have to block here. Yeah, I think it's possible Novaz should have gotten the shock land. But it's really rough.
Then,
it's not great either. Yeah, yeah. The only reason I suggest that is because then Zoblin could potentially bank on drawing a Strix Serenade or something along those lines. Incart coming in hot here.
Yeah, to me, and the no attack with the Ocelot Pride indicates that Incart didn't really top deck anything worth playing.
Yeah.
Because otherwise that would be coming in for the damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think
unfortunately, it's kind of a forced block on the Storm Drake. Like, I'm sure Zoblin would rather block the Ruin Lurker Bat so that Incart doesn't have as many sources of life gain anymore, and then he'll have to attack Ocelot Pride next turn. But
I'll have to see what the last card in hand is. Just another Gorth,
another Gorth, yeah.
So Zoblin's still in this for sure. They just need to find lands off this Tome of Gedwick.
Yeah. I mean, Zoblin's got a big window here. Incart is Hellbent, and Nadu is untapping with 7 mana, a Lotus Cobra, a Roaring Earth, and a Tome of Gadwick. They do have all the pieces set up for them to pop off. Now it's just whether or not the top of the deck will comply.
Incart thinking about something here. Oh, breaking the Roaring Earth. That is true.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
I forgot about the Cathargon ability like that. And Ocelot Pride really showing its strength. Yep. Single-handedly putting 5 power onto the board.
Yeah, and different creatures too. Can't all be blocked by one plant token.
Yeah, exactly.
Another equipment found.
Redundant equipment. Yep. I wonder. I'm curious if Zoblin's actually looking at the ability on the Swashbuckler's Whip. It's unlikely, but the ability to tap a creature could be relevant. Tap the Nethergoyf, so he doesn't have to trump block it. But no, it's a lot more likely he's just going to start going off here and trying to... Oh, dang, that's really unfortunate. Another redundant equipment. Okay.
Let's land. Let's try to hit the plant twice.
Yeah, they targeted the plant twice already, so Nadu has 1 trigger left and Lotus Cobra has 2.
Gilded Goose
There's a Gilded Goose,
very
that's pretty useful.
Can make the token. Unctus is not it at this point in the game. Ooh. I think as Zavalin, you kind of... Oh, you can't play Gilda Goose, you're facing lethal on the board.
Yeah, no, Unctus
I
definitely
would
does.
have liked to see, instead
Okay.
of gambling for more equipment triggers there, I would have just liked to see Gilda Goose and crack the food on Inkart's turn. There's really nothing else you can do.
That's probably the safer move there. Okay, another land. This is going to use his floating blue mana.
Out of targets, so has to play Gilda Goose.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's find the land, so now the food can be correct. Just like, do you want to high roll more in Zoplin's position? I don't think you can.
Yeah, I don't think you can either, but he's going for it.
I guess if you find a land off the royal treatment on the opponent's turn. It's possible.
I think it was. Yeah. Let's see. Well, Inkart still has to. It would still help Inkart a lot to find a land here, right? So that he can play Rafine and start, making creatures massive, so that to force Zoblin to block the creatures that he doesn't want to. Like if he starts pumping the cat tokens, then Zoblin can't block Ruin Lurker Bat, or Ocelot Pride, which is what Inkart's going to try to do here. But no land again, it seems.
And I think if Nadu loses this game, it's just because they gambled too hard.
Yeah. Flew too close to the sun. Interesting. Giving the plant a power. That's actually a pretty solid play, because now you can take out the Ocelot Pride with the plant token, and now you can sacrifice the food. Look at that.
Yeah. It's probably like a 1 in 2 chance to get that, but it is found. I mean, gambling paying off.
Yeah, exactly. We were of little faith.
Whoa.
Huh? He's leaving? Huh? I think he could have won that. I'm not gonna lie. I think he would have won that.
That was livable, no? Yeah, that was.
Was it not? So yeah, he cracked the
it
food,
was. There was 4 creatures on that board. Yeah.
Yeah, he blocks Netherglyph. 1, 2. Yeah, no, he lived that.
Yeah.
Huh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what that was then.
Forgetting the food. Maybe Zoblin just forgot the food token existed.
Yeah, that's probably true, honestly. Well, I guess we're going on to game 2 of this loser's bracket game between Inkart's Rafine and Nilvaz.
Zoblin forgetting the food token can be used as a food token, not as the mana, and that will cost him the game. Too early a concession. Yeah, Zoblin forgot the food existed.
Yeah, when he ends up watching it back, he might regret his decision.
I realized Titan Lord said something in tournament chat after the game was over.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, the Gilda Goose is used besides just the mana.
Yep.
And I would think that if Zoblin actually gets to untap there, that game is over in Nadu's favor. So.
Yeah, definitely.
Just a premature concession.
Yep. Alrighty, on to game 2.
It's a very solid hand from Zoblin. Oh my. Arboreal Grazer, Tails End, Stormdrake, Safekeeping. It's hard to get better than that.
Yeah, this is definitely a great hand. Arboreal Grazer is going to be a really good blocker for Inkart's early pressure, which is, well, of course, one of Rafine's best tools.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Inkart comes out of the gate with. Something like a tournament Ocelot Pride is still very good, even if it doesn't connect.
Let's take a look at the hand he's considering. He's looking at 2 fetch lands, a land, Spell Snare, Stern Scolding, Ledger Shredder, and Unearth. So he's considering, because it's a little threat light. And I think he'll ultimately end up mulliganing this, because Nadu doesn't often play a 2-drop on turn 2 for Spell Snare to hit. And Stern Scolding is also a little awkward on the draw. he sees the same he sees the same pair of counter spells again. There's another spell snare, Stern Scolding in his hand, and he keeps it, putting
That
away the
is
spell
rough.
snare. But this time he's also armed with a Wash Away and a 10th District
Okay,
Hero, so he's
yeah.
got, he's got an answer to the Nadu.
Yeah, Wash Away is much better.
Back to Zoflin's POV.
But yeah, I mean, Dreamer Cascade, the Arboreal Grazer on turn 1, again threatening that turn 2 Nadu.
Yep. As we know, Nadu will likely get bit by Inkarts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Zoflin just opting to slam it, which I can totally see.
Nah, makes total sense. Inkart doesn't have a lot of responses to Nadu. He's not on strict Serenade because his deck doesn't want to be giving people creatures to block his little hate bears and his flash creatures with. So it's mostly Wash Away and Mana Tithe here that he's worried about.
Yeah.
And he has
get
it.
hit by the Wash Away. So, but I think Zoflin's fine with this, because that's one piece of interaction gone and only 2 lands off of replaying the Nadu.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm thinking about doing something here.
Gonna put out a Ledger Shredder.
Yep. So that'll be very annoying with any double spells.
Yeah. Yeah, and it means that Zoflin is like a little less inclined perhaps less inclined to hold up Tail's End and Tamio's Safekeeping or something like that. It's unlikely to truly affect his game plan, but
Yeah,
a growing flyer could prove to be a problem.
Yeah, I don't think Zoflin's really worried about it, because Arboreal Grazer can block it until 2 double spells from now, assuming non-lands are discarded.
Yep.
Shadow Backstreet card is kept on top.
Tap lane, meaning no Rafine from Inkart. Although Inkart's probably a little afraid to play Rafine, a little hesitant to play Rafine here because of the potential for a counterspell from the Nadu deck.
Yep. And Zoflin might just wait
we'll
till next turn to play Nadu. Nope,
he's jamming Nadu again.
Gambling on no counterspell and a land off the top for safekeeping. But oh my,
the Mana Tithe again. I bit my Mana Tithe twice in a round. That's rough.
Yep. Mana Tithe is really showing why it's one of the best white cards in the format.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Zoflin's playing it really aggressively here. Like, just because he doesn't have anything in his hand, he keeps drawing land, so he's going to keep playing land. But his only real play is Nadu here.
Yep.
So he's kind of trying to force Inkart to have the interaction every time, so that Inkart can't progress his board state with flash creatures, or Inkart is less incentivized to play Rafine and start putting an actual clock on his opponent.
Yep. We might see Inkart play Rafine this turn, in which case it will get stolen by the Stormdrake again. But no, we just see the 10th District Hero, which actually might end up on its final stage this game if it goes long enough.
Yeah, funnily enough, even if Zoflin Stormdrake's the hero, which is unlikely, but it's possible, if Zoflin ends up Stormdraking the hero, he can actually activate the ability thanks to his mana confluence.
True.
So
that does provide the
it's going to be at least a little more on his radar than it might have been otherwise. But a Strict Serenade, that's a really good pickup.
It's a nice pickup. I think I would have liked to see more mana from Zoflin though. Like a Delighted Halfling honestly would be the best possible card to hit off the top, but
yeah, definitely forcing Inkart to interact with the 1-drop.
Yep.
Zoflin just passing turn. Doesn't really have an interest in playing the Stormdrake. Because, of course, when the Stormdrake enters, it's not optional. You do have to exchange control with it.
Yep.
We see 10th District Hero getting leveled up. Yep.
Yep. For 4 now. I think next stage you have to have 4 evidence, and it's a 5/5 that gives the rest of your board indestructible.
Yeah, it looks like the last ability is 3 mana and you collect evidence 4, and then it becomes a 5/5 legendary creature that gives your creatures indestructible. Other creatures, excuse me. Psychic Frog.
And Zoblin's
See,
little
Psychic
choice
Frog
is
means
to
the
convert it
Huh.
into a bird, which honestly
Interesting.
doesn't feel better.
Yeah, exactly. I think Inkart's really happy either way. Zalman's just trying to avoid the straight card advantage that the frog provides. But he has to block like something anyway. So
Either
and no
Virtue
land for
makes
Zoblin
Grazer
here,
a
so
lethal threat to the bird, at the very
that's true.
least.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, +2/+0 is not irrelevant.
Yep. Not on the 0/3 body.
Yep. Yeah, I think if Zoblin does end up taking the 10th district hero with Lawless Stormdrake, it'll be after it gets to its max, after it gets to its maximum
sure.
upgrade, becoming the 5/5. Just because at that point, Inkart will have input like 7 mana into it, and taking an enormous vigilant threat like that would be really good.
Yep.
Especially when it means that Nadu can just fearlessly block all of Inkart's flyers.
Yeah, for sure. That'll be the play. You gotta wonder what Kurt's trying to do now, besides obviously playing the Rafine. Then he'll run into the counter magic.
Yep.
But I feel like we're gonna see a memory lapse. I don't know, that's what the mana's telling me. Nope,
Okay, no counterspell from Inkart.
Might leave it in the
That's great.
grave to hold the 10th
He
district.
probably has a reanimate or an unearth in his hand.
Let's find out.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
I know a lot of
reprieve Stern Scolding, so
Hmm.
no.
Yeah. Oh, then he's trying to collect evidence with 10th district hero.
If I was
Gonna upgrade harder.
Inkard, well no, I guess I don't want to reprieve that kind of spell because I want to reprieve Nadu.
Yeah, and also like Zavlan has enough mana to just play it again, so it's not like it's actually giving you Rafine. It's just
You're right. Yeah,
it's just
it
cantripping
doesn't
at that
put it
point.
on the deck; it's putting it in the hands.
Yeah.
Like memory lapse.
There's another one of our Dreams Chaff uncommons that are almost playable. That is equip 3 though. Oh, but it automatically equips when it enters the battlefield, so it's in there because it also pumps creatures when lands enter.
I think it's more there
the
for
creature.
The kill potential.
Yeah. Still an interesting include. I mean, of course, Nadu is one of the better decks in the meta to just trigger landfall 1,000 times with. So likely, what that card is trying to do is while you have Nadu out, if you're afraid of a board from your opponent, you can just kill somebody really quickly with a flyer that's equipped to that creature, perhaps.
Yeah, it does feel a little one more though.
Yeah, it does.
It is nice that it is a 1-mana target, so it's not as bad.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Nadu does have that floor. If there's a 1-mana spell that targets a creature, then it is a cantrip. So.
Yeah. Of course, it's not doing much without Nadu actually being on the field.
Yeah, exactly. That's the downside.
Land traps from Inkart, so we're going to see the final level of Tempest Hero here eventually.
Yep.
Probably on the end step of Zoblin.
Yeah, or before it deals damage if he's looking to inflict a little more. Yeah. See, right here, I could honestly see Inkart full swinging and then leveling up 10th district hero.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's going to be doing. Yeah, just in case the Brawl Hub blocks the bird, which it will do. And now we can put Rafine back in the command zone by collecting it for evidence.
Yep.
By collecting evidence, exiling Rafine, excuse me.
Yep. Let's see, the level there, Zoblin going down to a mere 8 life points, and we'll definitely try to Storm Break this, but that's just going to run into the Stern Scolding, wow. And even then, actually, that's not even great, because you have a 5/5 on the board versus
a bunch of flyers, yeah.
A bunch of flyers, yeah.
Yeah.
And so we're going to see Rafine coming out on this turn here, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think Zovlin's probably just going to block the Maliva with Grazer and then safekeeping it. He just has to, yeah. Interesting, no Rafine first. It's possible that Inkart's just afraid of another counterspell from Zoblin. Zovlin's been passing turn with a ton of mana open every time.
Yeah.
So I think Inkart's pretty close to having lethal anyway.
Yeah, that's not
So
necessary.
interesting. I was gonna say go to 2. That's really risky.
Yep. Go to 4 really with safekeeping, but yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
guess
true.
Zelvin probably wants to save it for Nadu.
Yeah, that's true. But if Inkart has a counterspell that works for Nadu here, then it's just
Zelvin shouldn't
yeah.
play Fable Passage. Thank you.
There you go. He's been bit too many
Please,
times by
please
Mana Tide for
stop.
that to happen. Yeah. He goes to 1 for this, and now Ledger Shredder is lethal. Assuming he doesn't have safekeeping, which he does.
Oh, and
And there's
there's
a
the reprieve we
reprieve, and that
mentioned
is the
earlier.
game.
Yep. And
All
so
right.
Zoblin will be eliminated from the tournament. They're taking it pretty fast. We still have one
taking.
Nadu.
Yeah. We still have Dajala's Nadu actually, which has been cruising through winners bracket, if I recall correctly.
Yep. And so now we have Titan Lord's
Yep,
teferi versus Inkart's Rafine in our next 1v1.
I'm sure Flashbang is a little vindicated by his fellow Rafine taking out the Nadu that eliminated him from the tournament.
Yeah. But I can undeafen Zoblin, and we should be good to go for the next match when they're ready.
Yeah, Zoblin is go. So now we're hopping over to Inkart fighting Titan Lord.
Yep, might as well Titan Lord to stream if possible. So we can also get that POV in here. There we go. I am Inkart having 2 lands, no black mana, but all the hand doesn't have black mana either. So
It's definitely I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of a tempting keep. Guide of Souls and Teferi is on the play as well. Like you can definitely do something with that hand.
yeah,
Tidebinder potentially hitting effect land or some awkward piece of interaction from Titan Lord.
yeah, it's definitely a tempting keep to me, but it can also go wrong in a lot of ways with
It can definitely
things the
go wrong.
control
That's
deck can
true.
do. Yeah,
There you go.
Inkart will not just take that risk, and we'll end up in
Definitely
a
not keeping that
worse
hand.
hand. Yep,
Yeah,
this hand's good.
2 removal spells, 2 counter spells, and no threats is not what you want to be doing against
Yep,
Teferi.
this hand's
Yeah,
better
this
though.
is
Has the
yeah,
1
it's an
drop.
okay hand. Yeah, 1 drop. You avoid Ren to answer Teferi if that's something you're worried about.
Yeah, and just the counterspells to answer Teferi really.
Yeah, exactly.
It's getting rid of Labs or Rend, depending on what Inkart is thinking.
I honestly, he'll probably get rid of Make Disappear because I think like Void, like he has a redundant counterspell in the form of Memory Lapse, whereas he doesn't currently have any answer for a resolved non permanent. So that's why he might keep the Void Rend.
Yeah,
He
and
does
if there's a
actually.
counterspell going away, I do think it is Labs, because and these counterspells are going to get spent early game before counter. Well, I don't know. I just usually encounter Wars Fairies holding up more than one. We will see the Rend
Interesting.
going
Void
away.
Rend's good. Hey, that makes an amount of sense. I think here I honestly go Scalding Tarn, Ruin Liquor Bat, but he's probably needs Scalding Tarn to find him like he'd probably like to find more blue mana.
Yeah, blue mana and a Surveil land probably.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's probably gonna be yeah, it's a little awkward because you can't quite like you can't get the Surveil land and hold up a counter spell and get the scry from the Ruin Lurker Bat.
Yeah.
So he'll have to pick one. Okay. I think understandably he's going to be going for the holding up a counterspell route and Surveil End,
Yeah.
which seems more likely.
So Inkart pondering whether or not to crack on their turn, but the step for Ruin Lurker Bat being able to trigger has already passed.
Yeah. Yeah, we're already in the end step, so it will not trigger this turn.
So I wonder if Inkart is thinking about something or just like, yeah, just probably a connection issue or something. a tapped blue-white duel, not even the Surveil, which might indicate the Surveil is actually in Titan Lord's hand. Yep, there it is.
Yep.
Card is kept on top.
Titan Lord is probably holding on to some form of one-man interaction here for this Rafine.
Yep, there's a Mana Tide, and there's also Get Lost, Reprieve, Confending Riddle, Fractured Entity, and Sunset Revelry. All around a very strong hand, except not that many lands.
Yeah.
The Sunset Revelry will likely... it's probably not going to draw a card, just looking at the amount of cards both players have in their hand right now, but getting a couple tokens and life is not terrible.
Yeah, Inkart understandably binning a counter spell because he already has 2 of them in his hand.
Yep.
We see a really interesting new card from Bloomberg, and I believe it's called HAzor Beastbinder. I've never seen that card played before, but yeah, it's 1 in a blue for I believe a 1/2 or a 1/3.
It's a 1/3, and it can't be blocked to creatures power 2 or greater, and it turns something into a 2/2 no abilities when it attacks. It's a good card.
Yeah, it definitely looks. It definitely looks playable in Inkart's deck, where he's looking to like push damage. So so if your opponent is relying on one big blocker like a Elder Gargoth or something like that to keep you alive, that's gonna shut that down pretty quick.
Yep. So Titan Lord just digging. We'll probably just pick up a Deserted Beach on this dig, which is the Hollowed Fountain instead. I mean, I guess Inkart wants land type, and Titan Lord wants land types. I don't really see the reason to play that over the the Deserted Beach. Losing 2 life for no reason is not something I like in this matchup.
I mean, the only reason I can think of is that he wants to get his 3rd island in play.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking
a potential too. Also, Hollowed Fountain going in the graveyard means that he can't fetch it later, so, I mean, obviously he can't get Mystic Sanctuary with this here.
On the battlefield means it's not fetchable later either, for what that's worth.
That's true. It's very true, but at least he has the island in play.
True.
So, yeah. Yeah, the card I'm referring to here is Mystic Sanctuary. When it enters, it enters the battlefield untapped if you have 3 or more other islands, and it's a fetchable island. If it enters the battlefield untapped, then you can get an instant sorcery from your graveyard on top of your deck.
Yep.
So Titan Lord's probably banking on a later turn being able to fetch from Mystic Sanctuary to get back a Supreme Verdict or some other piece of interaction that he'd be looking for.
Yeah, so Titan Lord's hand is revealed. So this Mana Tide is a lot worse. Interesting, taking the Sunset Revelry. I'd rather take it in the Reprieve or something. I don't know, but
he's probably taking it because it's life gain, and now that he knows about the Mana Tide, he can just not. He can just
right. I don't think those 2 1/1 tokens off that card are that relevant. Finding Counterspell is really good. I can definitely see Titan Lord playing the Teferi here and bouncing the bat. Seems like the best play to me.
Or at least just baiting a counterspell from Inkart. Yeah, when we were looking at Inkart, we could see that he had a memory lapse in his hand, so he's probably considering whether or not to use that memory lapse right now. It'll probably send Teferi to the command zone because Inkart's seen that Titan Lord has no lands in his hand, so he's going to be he's going to be hoping to draw more lands. So memory lapse putting Teferi on top would be pretty bad for Titan Lord as he can't draw lands.
Yeah, very true. We'll probably just see. I don't know. I guess.
Yeah.
Titan Lord would be fine with countering a memory lapse here, because that Get Lost will get rid of the Rafine if it's on the field, and there's no conniving happening because that bat will not be there. Yes, you see the Reprieve. And once the Teferi, if the Teferi sticks on the field, then Titan Lord doesn't have to care about these counterspells anymore. Sunfall Found is huge.
Yeah, that's a great pickup for this deck for this matchup. Yep. And of course, putting the Ruin Lurker back, making the Rafine look like a lot less appealing play because it can't trigger immediately.
Yep.
I mean, Titan Lord, of course, also digging for a land at the same time, which he hasn't found yet, unfortunately.
Yeah, with that quick study, will make it really easy to get that. Titan Lord doesn't really need to hold up that much mana. Having sufficient interaction and Inkart being stuck on lands over there.
Yeah. See, on the flip side, though, Inkart not having that many lands means that all 5 of his cards are non-land cards. which could be
Sure.
a little daunting for Titan Lord if he's scared of flash creatures or something like that.
Gonna see the uptick, but still main phase
Is he?
Sunfall. I like this if it happens, or it might. Just
Yeah,
venture.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, because me personally, I'd almost rather like wait on Sunfall for a couple turns. I'd rather like quick study here to hit a land drop, and then if Rafine comes down and Kart's next turn, mana tithe it, so he doesn't have enough mana to memory lapse the Sunfall. But of course, that's thinking
And
pretty.
I guess, well, if Teferi's on the field, then it isn't memory lapsable.
Oh, that's very
Is the
true.
thing.
Yeah,
So yeah, I
that's
guess holding it for Inkart's turn is better if Inkart does play something on their main phase, but Teferi might just get killed here by these two creatures on the board. Rafine gonna eat the counter spell because Inkart can't
yep.
respond to it.
Yeah.
Teferi.
Yeah, honestly, you could debate. I mean, yeah, he kills Teferi anyway. Oh no, he doesn't. He's going face. Interesting. Oh, it does turn Teferi into a creature. I forgot that card hit
What?
Planeswalkers. That's really
Why does
interesting.
it
I had
hit
no idea.
Planeswalkers?
I don't know. That's
That's
really
really
interesting
goofy.
though.
And that's until Inkart's next turn. Inkart also
Yeah,
forgot
I
it
think
targets
everybody here is
Planeswalkers.
now learning that this card targets walkers. I don't think anybody knew that it did that.
Yep.
That's really funny.
Wait, what?
Huh? I believe it. I believe the Beastbinder says it if
It
it's a
doesn't turn
creature, it
it
becomes
into
a
a creature.
2/2.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it just lost all the abilities. I
yeah,
see. So there'll be no uptick, and
yeah.
that
Which
means
means that a
Inkart can
main
hold.
phase. Yeah, which means that now Inkart has the option of forcing the mana tithe out of Titan Lord's hand with a memory lapse. I don't think he'll go for it, but it's something he could do.
I don't know. He might, because and again, the whole goal of the Rafine deck is to just force the control player out of removal. Yeah, and this will
Yeah,
happen.
there you go.
But Titan Lord is still in a really good spot with the Fracture Identity.
Yeah, especially because he keeps hitting land drops. I mean, we just saw Castle of Ventress.
Yeah,
I didn't say anything, but it is one of the stronger decks in this control deck here.
we have Castle Vantress and Gate to the Citadel, so there's like 2.5 cards in land in just the land base, and yeah, the Rafine Slam not gonna work out.
Huh. Oh, right. The counterspell isn't revealed. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just let it resolve and just target it
Interesting.
with Get Lost
Yeah.
later.
Or he could. He honestly might target it with Fracture Identity. I could definitely see that.
Glorious Gale slightly punishing. Oh yeah, actually yeah, Fracture Identity.
Yeah, that's definitely a punishing move there. Because
These...
now Titan Lord can start cantripping through his deck with, can start looting through his deck and conniving through his deck with the Rafine.
Yeah.
See, now
Rafine is
Inkart's
just
been
getting
holding.
stolen constantly in these games that
Yeah,
we're watching.
we've seen no less than 4 players with a Rafine in play over the course of this tournament. Only 2 people are actually playing the card.
Yeah. I think Inkart's opponents might have gotten more Rafine triggers than Inkart has.
It's definitely looking like that could be the case. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's those are the couple sets of Storm Drake and Fracture Identity. Inkart seems ready to concede.
Suggesting
Yep,
there you
and
go.
that'll
There
be
you
the
go.
game. So we'll go to game 2 here, with Titan Lord up 1-0. Whoever wins this game goes against Dajala's Nadu in the finals.
Yep. So we were saying earlier how we could have a mirror in the finals, but it looks like
There will
um,
not be a mirror. The flash
yeah, I mean every duplicate has been eliminated.
Yep.
Like one of the Nadus has been eliminated, one of the Rafines has been eliminated, one of the Teferis has been eliminated. So now
It could
we
be
just
kind of
have
a game
the
of rock, paper, scissors here.
yeah. That's
A
genuinely what
verbal
it seems
game.
like. We've got the we've
Yeah.
got the aggressive Rafine deck playing counter spells to to help suppress Nadu a little bit, and then we've also got we've got the control deck, and then we've got the combo deck in the form of Nadu.
Yep. Teferi beats Rafine, Rafine beats Nadu, Nadu beats Teferi, something like that. Although I don't even know if that's the case.
Yeah.
Titan Lord is clicking on this hand a lot. I mean, it could be keepable.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough hand given that he's on the draw.
Oh
Like
yeah, he's on the draw.
having a counter spell on turn 2 is probably not like what he's super looking for, but you really can't pass up lands like
I
that
don't know.
often.
I would pass it.
Yeah, same. I would probably also mulligan and try to find a board wipe, but he could be anticipating a more control heavy game from Inkart, where Inkart's playing around his board wipes a lot better, and
Yep.
therefore Titan Lord wouldn't be looking for them as hard. But
Yep. Because Titan Lord anticipates that Inkart anticipates the board wipe.
Yes, exactly.
Yep. But we're probably going to see 2 Surveil land cracks on turn 1, which is typical for these slower brawl games.
Yeah.
Cavern Bat is so good for Inkart, because now Inkart
It's an
knows
outstanding
exactly
draw
what...
for him.
Yep.
Now he yoinks the No More Lies, and he's pretty likely to just jam Rafine on his next turn and start coming in with the bat.
Yoinking Deluge instead to prevent any of Titan Lord's card draw is definitely an interesting play. I don't know. I would have rather taken No More Lies, though.
Taking a quick peek at Inkart's hand, he does have 2 3-drop creatures that aren't Rafine, so he's probably not nearly so worried. Like, he's not worried about not being able to present threats. He's more just worried about Titan Lord being able to dig for a board wipe and get his counterspell back. And, he's probably worried about that end game, trying to oppress that as much as possible.
I don't know. What else does Inkart have besides those creatures?
Inkart is looking at, as for creatures, he has a Spell Queller and a Skyclave Apparition, so a removal spell and a counter spell. He has a No More Lies of his own, and then, of course, the Giver of Runes that you just saw, plus a tap land.
Okay. So a solid hand from that half, actually. It's going to be rough for Titan Lord to get through on that one.
Yeah, he's got a lot of answers. The Skyclave, I mean, one of the disadvantages of playing this Teferi is that you get hit by Skyclave. Like, your Teferi gets hit by Skyclave, which means that a turn. Ooh, that was an outstanding draw for Titan Lord. Divine Purge is very good in this matchup. It's honestly one of the best cards in the matchup.
So Titan Lord considering playing it now, which is probably a bad idea. And we know that because we know that Inkart has No More Lies in hand. So
yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's what Titan Lord's thinking about as well. Yeah, I think he's doing it right. I think passing the turn here is probably the move.
Yep.
It feels pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. It feels pretty bad passing turn while your opponent continues to play little dingy creatures and make it a little harder for you to knock to their board. But you got to do what you got to do.
Yep.
Not finding a Surveil land here, so I'm assuming his tap land. The tap land in his hand is Meticulous Archive, the white blue Surveil land, so he can't surveil here.
Yep.
And I suppose he's not running Rafine's Tower, the Triome.
So. Yeah, I would guess not. Probably too many tap lands for such an aggressive deck.
Yeah.
Surveil lands having land types being the only reason they're playable, unlike the temples. Definitely cards that people who don't play competitive Brawl wouldn't really know to put on their decks as often.
Yeah.
I just see the slow play by Inkart. It's getting the slight points of damage up.
Yeah, getting that ping damage in there. And also keeping up the Giver of Runes so that the Deep Cavern Bat isn't sniped by anything.
Yep. And now we can see why Inkart took the Memory Deluge, because Memory Deluge would be really good for Titan Lord to have hold up here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And if you're planning to play the slow game, it does make a lot of sense to take it.
Yeah. See, funnily enough, with the Spell Queller that I mentioned Inkart having in his hand, Spell Queller is one of the best answers for Memory Deluge in the game, because Memory Deluge will only let you draw cards if you spent mana on it, whereas Spell Queller, when it leaves the battlefield, will let you play it for free. So, Inkart's Inkart could be thinking a couple steps ahead with a spell color to answer a deluge against it. But anyway, the Deep Cavern Bat's unlikely to die soon. He has a Giver of Runes held up, and
Yeah.
he's not playing any more threats, so Titan Lord's not really incentivized to play a board way to play his Divine Purge there, which would exile all of Inkart's creatures.
Yeah, but I'm curious with Teferi though, because I could totally see the Teferi coming down in a turn soon to get rid of this Giver of Runes. Or just put it back in hand, but even then that gets sniped by the bat. The Giver of Runes being a huge problem because Teferi can't actually get rid of the bat without denying the card draw.
Yeah, exactly.
Juggernaut Peddler.
Ooh, yeah, that's
Yeah, Titan Lord forcing Inkart to tap out here to play it, but Inkart will not.
will not take.
We'll go for that Divine Purge. And Titan Lord also now has the mana to play the Memory Deluge that is gotten off the bat.
Yeah, which means that if Inkart decides to replay the bat, because of course the Divine Purge lets your opponent replay the cards that are exiled, but for 2 additional mana.
Yep.
So yeah, Titan Lord is probably going to try to fire off the Memory Deluge before long.
Yep. And that bat's like unlikely to come back anytime soon. This Inkart is better placed for 3 mana most of the time. Ooh, Bowmasters.
Bowmasters, yeah, that's a great card
we
to have here.
somehow haven't seen much of this tournament, even though it's probably the best black card, one of the best black cards in the format.
Yeah, after Inquisition of Kozilek, it's definitely up there.
Yeah.
And actually, on that topic, another card we haven't seen much of is Dark Ritual. None of these decks are really poised to take advantage of Dark Ritual.
Yep, definitely a very strong card.
Which has in the past been a really potent way to power out haymakers like Atraxa and Tasha, the Planeswalker.
Yeah, it does seem to be a lot of these black it's being more used as like a secondary or even tertiary color in these Rafine decks that we have now.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Bowmasters is one of the best cards in Rafine, providing you 2 instant speed attackers and an answer for a little for a 1/1 creature, in addition to being a potent hate bear against the control decks that Rafine is trying to kill. So this is really a good card for Inkart to have, a single threat that does.
Titan Lord getting back the Divine
Mystic Sanctuary.
And then we'll opt to Memory Deluge for it.
Makes sense.
And we
We'll
might
probably
see the Spell Queller come out.
Oh, no? Interesting.
Out of Air. Very solid pickup for Titan Lord. Gets that creature counter spell that he's been looking for. Lorraine Revealed could be cycled, or it could be hard cast for 3 cards this late in the game.
I think it's a lot more likely to be cycled here. I don't know. Personally, I'm mentally debating whether or not Spell Queller should have eaten that Memory Deluge, but Spell Queller would have just gotten hit by the Divine Purge, so
That's
I
true.
can see kind of why he didn't. So
I think you can play it later. Counter another thing.
Yeah.
Titan Lord's gonna recounter that.
He has no interest in
kind of feels bad to me.
the battlefield.
Titan Lord's kind of traded 2 cards for 1 with the Divine Purge and the Out of Air. Self-2 for 1 to get rid of the Bowmasters.
Yeah. It's it's definitely a little rough, but Bowmasters is really hard for Teferi to deal with. Like it's a 1/1 meaning, and it leaves behind a bigger creature, so it's bad to just use a removal spell on. It's probably just safer to just take it out.
Bat is coming back. Titan Lord trying to just force Inkart to tap more mana. I assume Titan Lord thinks that Inkart has a 2 mana counterspell here, and so that Titan Lord can resolve Teferi and get this card back whenever it gets taken here.
He actually is correct. Inkart does have a 2 mana counterspell.
Yeah, so we'll probably see Snapcaster. But either way, this card's probably just going to be gotten back by Teferi. Titan Lord pre-pulling up to Openzudo, expecting a wash away. That won't come through.
There you go, yeah.
Finding the land drop, and let's see the turn past here. Okay, we're back coming in again. That perpetual still making it cost 4 mana, even though it was bounced.
Stole the words right out of my mouth. Yeah. Bat's always going to be kind of a problem. But I don't think Inkart's really comfortable doing anything else. Seeing Dovin's Veto and seeing Snapcaster Mage means he'd rather play a big spell as a way to bait Titan Lord into spending one of his counter spells, so that something like this might resolve. I mean, it obviously won't, but he's trying to run Titan Lord out of removal. Excuse me.
There's nowhere lies to make sure that Speculative gets exiled. It will never be back in this game. And we're going to see a gate to the Citadel put out of the deck here, probably.
Yeah.
Just to hollow
Interesting.
Just
Okay, that makes sense. He's going to get his land drop back, yeah.
Where you'll use for the full mode, which isn't that common. And we have instant speed Day of Judgment now. Off Teferi.
Yeah, this is it looks like Teferi's certainly got it in the bag. Now we just gotta make sure that he doesn't die to some flash creatures. And he's just gotta stay disciplined overall in his responses.
And District Hero comes back down. That is a good card, but it gets answered easily by both Laydown Arms and Solitude.
Yeah, that's a little awkward, but at least it's a way for Inkart to progress his board state and use his mana without actually casting a spell.
Yep.
Which is likely why he played it here. Okay.
So they were first.
It seems like we're in the part of the game where Inkart's just gonna force Titan Lord to have it over and over and over again, no matter how suboptimal it looks.
Yeah, which is
Titan
why
Lord's taking the driver's seat.
Derevi was released recently, and that's why Derevi might actually be better than Rafina's in some ways, because Derevi is always forcing your opponent to have it, versus just occasionally from Rafine.
Yeah, I completely forgot that we had Derevi as an option. I did honestly expect to see him in this tournament.
See again, like I've said my opinion. I don't think Rafine is like super great anymore, and part of that is that Derevi is just better as a deck.
I think that's debatable, but Derevi is certainly stronger as a commander, and you get access to dorks. So you can do stranger things with mana, whereas Rafine is a little more methodical.
Yeah, I mean, really sacrificing card advantage for consistency.
Yeah, exactly.
Or card draw. But it does seem that Titan Lord is in control of this game. He just has to find a way to win it.
Sure.
So, that Brazen Burrower, the adventure will get countered, and so will the creature side of that card. It's an open question of, does Titan Lord want to just stay loose here? And just lay down arms Therafine, and that's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Inkart is trying to make anything stick.
Yeah, exactly.
And dig through time and deduce. Found off the deluge, just turning 2 cards into 4.
Yeah. Yeah, in this last year, blue-white control has gotten some truly outstanding options. Solitude, Mana Drain, Deduce, Dig Through Time, Subtlety, all 5 of the cards in Titan Lord's hand are new from this last year, and they are just truly very, very strong in his deck. Getting free interaction in the forms of Solitude and Subtlety is useful, and then getting upgrades and card advantage also very good.
And also just the recently unbanned 3-cost Teferi, which you actually can't play in the normal Brawl queue because...
Yeah, it costs 4.
Alchemy nerfs all these cards, but in Direct Challenge they aren't nerfed, which is an open ticket we have with Wizards of the Coast that they need to respond to, so that we can have a true 1-to-1 Brawl format.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this thing is going to get answered.
I do think this game is more or less over. Inkheart could be continuing to play Rafine because he wants to force through like a Sheldred or something like that. But it just looks like Titanheart has too many answers at this point.
Yep,
Oh, he's
and
finding
Jace
Teferi and
and
Jace.
Teferi.
That's brutal.
Yep,
That's
and
gonna be
also
the
there's a
holy
Shark
trinity of
Typhoon in there
control
too.
planeswalkers.
Yeah.
Yeah, between Teferi, and Jace, I don't think you can get a better lineup. We're only missing Wandering Emperor.
And so, like, you could even, like, Titanlord fighting the Planeswalker can also slam Jace with the Teferi untap.
Yeah, exactly.
What is Inkheart doing now?
Now he gets to start. Now he starts to get knowledge of his opponent's hand.
Yep.
I think he just leaves the land untapped because
Yeah,
the more
Inkheart's not
cards
doing
they
anything with it. Or,
interesting. Because my thought process is the more cards that he leaves on top, the more cards he knows out of Inkheart's hand, and the easier it is for him to play around what Inkheart's doing.
Yeah, and also Inkheart, yeah. And there's
That's
the
it.
scoop,
Yeah, I
and
know.
Inkheart will be
The
out.
sight of those 3 brutal control planeswalkers is just way too much.
Yep. And Titanlord making a case for blue-white maybe being the strongest deck in the format.
Yep.
And so he will go up against Nadu in our finals. Good games by everyone here. So what will happen in the finals here, because it's a double elimination tournament, is that because Titanlord is here coming out through the losers bracket and Ulavala came through the winners bracket, Titanlord has to win 2 best-of-3 matches to win the whole tournament, while Ulavala only has to win 1.
Yep.
And we should see that game going pretty shortly.
We're pulling up one of their streams in a minute here.
Yep. I was like right on time for this tournament was going to end. I was like 2 or 3 p.m. my time. It's going to be that around that. Hey. Alright, they will get going here. And you will have the Nadu Titan and Nadu Teferi matchup again, which last time Nadu took 2-0. So we'll see if Titan Lord can make some changes to his game plan and make a comeback here.
Yep. Oh wait, did these 2 players actually play earlier in the tournament?
I believe they did.
Oh, look at that! They did, yeah.
Yep.
In the in winners semis.
Yep, Ulavala beat Titan 2-0 last time, so.
Titan coming back through the losers bracket to get his revenge.
And you would think this is a solid hand into Nadu, having Mana Tithe, Wash Away, and Tidebinder.
Titan Lord trying to give viewers a seizure here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this is about.
I'm gonna go check out Dejola's
Gonna violate
opening
YouTube's
hands.
terms of service with this Titan Lord hand keeping.
This looks okay. It's not good. It's not good. Looking at Dejola's hand, he's got a fetch land, 2 islands, Kami, a Bamboo Groves, and a Dork.
Yeah,
So,
that's not the best.
No, it's not. Going for Kami, interesting.
Yep, let's get these islands down.
It could be, he probably played Kami to play around swords from Titan Lord, but yep. I'm not sure.
Titan Lord pre-hovering the Mana Tithe, expecting the Nadu.
Oh dear.
But that Nadu probably won't happen.
We'll see if Dejola falls for it.
Is it blue-white untaps? There's 2 answers to turn 2 Nadu in the sands.
And he actually had a fantastic draw in Tome of Gadwick, so he's got another great option.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, this card will let that Kami of Bamboo Groves start destroying cards every turn.
Yeah, which is super good. Yeah, it lets him continually take game out. Lets him continually do things that don't involve putting Nadu under threat.
Yeah, so Town of Gadwick showing why it's the only good 1-mana equipment you're playing in Nadu. Should you play more than
Yeah.
one? Yeah, but it's the best one by far.
Oh man, Dajala got peak. This is very good for him.
Oh, yeah,
He gets
Peak is
full knowledge of all of Titan Lord's responses.
not a card you can normally find in Arena, but yeah, Peak, knowing exactly what the control player is doing, probably the best matchup to get this random card off of it. Out of what, like the 15 card spellbook? Titan Lord typing me, excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah, that is not a card that I think he was expecting to see
It's
here.
not a card I was expecting to see.
No, it makes sense. I don't know why anybody would be.
Yep. Alchemy, introducing cards that you would not normally expect in this format. Town of Gadwick drawing another cantrip here, being effectively a Phyrexian Arena.
This time it's Brainstorm.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
Titan
we'll
Lord's
see.
really got to figure out a way to deal with this. There's the Eater of Virtues, more equipment.
It looks like Titan Lord's been playing against nothing but tempo decks this whole time. This Tome of Gadwick is really turning this Nadu deck into a different kind of strategy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what it's about. If Nadu can't get on the board, Nadu's got to find a way to play without it, and Tome of Gadwick really feels like one of the only ways in the deck to actually outvalue a control deck sometimes.
Yeah.
Although Supreme Verdict by Titan Lord next turn will likely shift the balance.
Yeah, it's a good card to have for him. But if he does cast Supreme Verdict, it means that Dajala gets away with resolving a Nadu with an Eater of Virtue and a Tome of Gadwick in play, so it doesn't seem likely that he's going to just slam the Verdict. He'll probably wait a couple of turns.
About the Tidebinder in the hand, so they're not going to be targeting their Nadu.
That's true, yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, Titan Lord hasn't found any lands yet, which is probably making him a little bit nervous.
Let's brainstorm.
As we've been repeating this whole tournament, these control decks really want to be hitting their land drops.
Yep. Attempted Nadu Slam. I guess because it's 3 mana, a lot of activations up that Titan Lord can't deal with before Supreme Verdict's playing Pact
of Negation
to resolve this Nadu.
I wonder if Titan Lord. I was gonna suggest that I was gonna think about. I probably would have brainstormed, like in response, but no, it's unlikely he's gonna find anything anyway. So yeah.
Titan Lord gets to shuffle 1 card away that he puts back, which I would think would probably be the Tidebinder or the Emperor. Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, putting back Discover. Okay. Yep. Mana tithing the Nadu just to get rid of 1 activation.
Yeah. I really do think that Dajala is now in the driver's seat. I mean, he's got mana. He's been hitting the land drops that Titan Lord.
It really depends how many lands are flipped off these activations.
There's one.
The more lands, the better.
If Dajala can max out the number of Nadu activations he gets this turn, as in he hits a bunch of lands and then a non-land with the last one, then he'll be in for it.
As Fanes gets the Conjure, good call, getting that extra damage before finishing the chain here. But really, the Supreme Verdict is still a problem.
He got a really strange alchemy cantrip called Piece It Together. It's unlikely to be impactful here.
That's one that you have to like cast 4 times and then it becomes an extra turn spell, right?
Yeah, but it's nigh impossible that he's gonna get 4 copies of that card off the Tome of Gadwick, so it doesn't seem.
Titan Lord gonna be forced to play the Supreme Verdict here, but the issue with that is that Nadu is gonna come back with a lot of extra mana still.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really
rough.
Yeah. It's back.
At least he hit the land drop, yeah.
Dajala is in control of the game for sure, though. Oh, wait, but the Pact. That will get Titan Lord a turn. Yeah, we did.
Yeah. That's true.
Yes, Titan Lord now has some space to deal with this because the Pact preventing that Nadu from being replayed. I assume we're going to see the Sylvan Tutor being cast to find, like, Unctus or Bristly Bill or something.
I honestly think it'll probably find HAzor Shepherd here.
I can see that. Actually, yeah. Dajala knows what's in Titan's hands.
Yeah. No, he doesn't. Oh, there it is, yeah. No,
because
his number one
brainstorm
priority...
canceled that info.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, like, we know that Titan Lord's hand is. Oh, okay. Never mind. I see what you're saying. I misunderstood.
Yep. Yeah, I think Dajjal has info on the Leps and the Tidebinder.
Gotcha.
He's choosing not to play Shepherd. It's not giving teferi a bounce target.
Yep, makes sense. Well, he still bounces the tome. Yeah, I think it's more just
Yeah, that's right. Elsewhere, Shepherd can't be countered by default, right? Yeah. So
yeah, it can't.
let's play the like third or fourth cantrip to conjured off that term of Gadwick.
Yeah.
Yeah, Titan Lord looking at how much this card has put in work. And the thing with Brainstorm and Nadu is that whatever like the second card at the top is, if T'Challa gets Nadu down and equips, then they're guaranteed to get that second card off. So usually it's safe to put a land down there. So T'Challa knows they'll
Yeah, I
get it back
mean,
for free.
yeah, it's also possible that Jolo won't. Like, it's not likely, but it's possible that he doesn't go for Nadu because of the Tidebinder. But he can also just target Shepard and Lotus Cobra before he gets to Nadu.
Yep.
Because the interaction between Tidebinder and Nadu is that Nadu grants your creatures the ability. So if Tidebinder counters a triggered ability generated by targeting Lotus Cobra, then Lotus Cobra loses its abilities.
Yep.
Whereas Nadu maintains it. You have to counter one of the triggered abilities originating from Nadu.
Yeah, but 2 fetches on T'Challa's side, just all these fetches triggering cards that are played in Nadu is just disgusting. Yeah, but actually it happens to target Nadu first, so Tidebinder will target the Nadu.
Yeah.
But might have a response here from T'Challa. It could just be a misplay for getting the info.
Yeah. He probably did. It's been a couple turns. It's been like a turn since Brainstorm happened, and
Yeah.
he,
So
he
Nadu,
probably had a closer eye on the memory lapse.
yep. And Nadu just looks like a big 5/4 bird, which I mean, Tatman still has to deal with that.
Doesn't even fly.
Yep. So we'll probably see this prismatic ending going for the Shepherd, so that Nadu can't
Makes
come back
sense.
easily.
Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, Time Lord's got a Wandering Emperor to deal with in Nadu when it becomes a threat later in this game. But the thing is, he can't, like, he'll probably, if he ends up removing Nadu, then he'll probably do it during Dajala's end step, because otherwise Nadu will be able to just be recast during
Yeah.
Dajala's second main phase, and he really doesn't want that to happen. Titan Lord wants a turn where he doesn't have to kill Nadu. So
Right.
to do that, he'll do it during his end step, most likely. While also gaining himself a bit of a cushion in the form of 2 life.
And the thing with 3 steps ahead is even if T'Challa is able to get their Nadu back, 3 steps ahead can copy that Tidebinder, if it's dead. Or if it's not dead, I should say. Which can reset the Nadu abilities, but even the Nadu is just a threat on its own.
Yeah.
Let's see, Emperor. Well, I just giving the Tidebinder first strike here, and that'll kill Nadu efficiently. But it's still not good for Titan Lord. It's just chump block, which actually makes even more sense. And the main problem here is that Dajjal has twice as much mana to spend that Titan Lord does. Oh. A Revolution. Willingly sacrificing Nadu to find something better.
Yeah.
And actually, Dajjal knows that Titan Lord is tapped out, so they can find Unctus. Okay. I can see that too. I think I would have rathered that Dajjal find Unctus here, because then they can just replay Nadu and get a ton of triggers.
Yeah.
But I can see Scoot too. I guess they do get extra
Yeah.
mana off cover.
Yeah, I mean, also Scoot also forces Titan Lord to start finding a Wrath again. I mean, obviously he was already looking for one, but it really puts a clock on him whereas there wasn't really one before.
Yep, and if Dajjal hits a land off this, it's great. Oh, and it's a cavern too. And yeah, Titan Lord's out of there. So it'll be 1-0 to Dajjal in this first match. So Ulavala needs one more game to win this, and Titan Lord have to get 2 here to play a second match.
Mm-hmm. Not looking good for Titan Lord, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we've seen, I believe we've seen it happen before. Someone comes from losers bracket, and
Yeah,
it's
no,
in the final rounds.
yeah, a reverse sweep is possible, but
Yeah,
Titan Lord has to win 4 games and lose only 1, and he has to win at least 2 in a row.
yeah,
So it's not looking good. But
yeah. Titan Lord keeps a
hold out hope.
hand with swords, 2 board wipes, a counterspell, and a Narset. Perfectly serviceable, but not great. Summon Safekeeper, that'll just get Source to Flashers immediately, most likely.
Yeah.
Tyler might just crack this for Surveil Land, though.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say the exact same thing. He might need to find more land drops. There you go. A lot of land
Jace
drops.
is not what Titan Lord wants right now.
Yeah, I mean, he already has Narset for value, and he already has Supreme Verdict and Sunfall and Teferi as bigger late game plays. So he's not looking for more of those. He's looking for interaction and land drops.
And we could see this last game being decided by land drops.
Yeah, we could.
Depending on what Titan Lord is able to find off the top here. Brainstorm will find them, probably. Choose to get rid of Sunfall. Might be too slow.
Yeah. I mean, he already has Verdict. I probably would have kept both and put away like a Tidebinder. Tidebinder is a little awkward. Like as we mentioned last game, you do have to hit not like a triggered ability originating from Nadu for it to be relevant.
Yep.
You could be trying to go for the Safekeeper here, but I feel like Swords on Safekeeper is an equally safe bet because then Joel has to sacrifice a land to keep it in play. Making Source to Flasher is functionally a 1-mana land kill spell if that's what Jala wants, which is probably serviceable in Titan Lord's eyes.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about my opinions on the cards in this format through this tournament, but and Tidebinder is another card that I've never really seen the point of using in this format. Because it's just gonna, like, especially in a control deck like this, where your opponent just has sometimes extraneous creature removal spells, it's just gonna eat that removal spell.
Yeah.
I'll see Roaring Earth have a counter war over it, but Dajala will win that one and get another combo piece down, so if Nadu lands here, it's pretty much game over for Titan Lord.
Yeah.
And it looks like that's gonna happen. I think Teferi will bounce the Sylvan Safekeeper and actually prevent a full hexproof from the Nadu player. Just, I don't agree with the uptick.
Yeah, same. I would try down ticking on the.
Yeah, I mean, Titan Lord might think Dajala is playing around a wash away. Or a subtlety.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, but then again, like he has a land drop, so now Mana Tithe is off the table as something that would stop him. And he has protection in the form of Safekeeper, so Swords to Flashers won't be enough.
Yeah, I can totally see Dajala just slamming the Nadu this turn.
Yeah, although like Nadu cannot. No, Teferi's only spells, not activated abilities.
Yeah.
So Safekeeper still works.
And for Teferi to minus, it will have to
Die.
Yes, there you go. That's
yeah,
the word.
exactly.
Chooses to not play Nadu, interestingly enough, so the Safekeeper will probably get eliminated. Let's see, Dajala's hovering something. It's not a Safekeeper target itself?
It can.
Okay. Yeah, so Dajala will choose to do that. But at this point, change the equation is really a really nice top deck for Titan Lord.
Yeah, I mean that's why it's in the deck. It can counter Nadu.
Yep. So, yeah, I mean the Nadu, while it was pretty safe last turn, is no longer safe at all.
Yeah.
Titan Lord's going to flash in this Tidebinder to block and trade, which is a very reasonable use for it.
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
It's probably best case scenario for it is taking out a key combo piece and saving your Teferi too, because now Titan Lord can also minus the Teferi and get rid of that Roaring Earth.
Yep.
Let's see, Nadu get played here. Maybe Dajala has this kind of spell. Maybe not. No kind of spell.
So now Teferi is looking for. I mean, he's got Castle Ventures on his side, but he's definitely still looking for. Excuse me. He's going to be looking for some card draw.
Yep.
Finding land drops, but
Subtlety and Supreme Verdict, both solid answers to Nadu with nothing on the board.
Yep. Sure.
It seems like Titan Lord is in a good spot to win this game.
Yep.
But you can never tell.
See, at the beginning of this game, when we said that the match might be decided by missed land drops, this is not what we were implying.
No.
We thought it would be Dajala, we thought it'd be Titan Lord that'd be missing land drops, but instead it's Dajala.
Yeah, well, Dajala also sacrificed their lands to save the Safekeeper.
Yeah, but yeah, no. As punishment, it's harder for them to recast Nadu effectively.
Yep. And Titan Lord not finding card draw, but I mean, not finding anything bad either. So we'll have 6 lands from Dajala here, but really no way to get through Titan Lord's array of counter magic. And if I'm Titan Lord, I would keep Gate to the Citadel up, because that is a guaranteed non-land and similar land drop. Dajala opting to replay Nadu.
Subtlety, good stuff. He's also got Spell Pierce to defend his subtlety, but it's not necessary because there's a Teferi in play. True,
yeah. Teferi does prevent any counter magic that Dajala could have anyway. Kind of forgot about that when talking about this game before. Ooh, Absorb. More solid in the aggro matchup where it gains the life, but still good here. As long as Titan Lord can keep this Nadu off the board, he'll win eventually. I believe Nadu's now casting 9 mana? No, it's only 7. So still within the realm of playability. And Seek New Knowledge is a great hit from the gate, guaranteeing 2 non-land cards. I was going to see the slow beat down of Subtlety here.
Yeah.
Very subtle.
Good condition. Yeah, and we've got Seek New Knowledge and Castle Vantress keeping Titan Lord's draws precise and effective.
Yep. Well, just channel this Roaring Earth. Try to do something. Archmage's Charm. Can't take the forest because it is a land. But actually, I don't even think Titan Lord's mad about Teferi getting killed here, because it'll reset the loyalty. Titan Lord's still on a faster clock.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there's a
Oh,
Shark Typhoon and a Solitude. Those are some really powerful draws. I think.
yep.
Okay, keeping the Solitude. I mean, killing his forest is a pretty effective play here.
And either way, like either one you keep on top, I think Titan Lord's fine.
Yeah. No, he's
It's a
like
Shark
he
Typhoon
can
to close
definitely
out the
close the
game
game here. Yeah.
easily. Yeah. And it can cycle to make a 9/9 or something, or just hard cast to build up that board over time.
Yeah.
See if Dajjal has any way out of this one, or if we're going to a game 3 in this first best of 3. Solitude, make sure that Dajjal has even less mana.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
And
he's
Titan Lord
still
doesn't really care.
nearly dead on board here. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if the forest dies. It's just that he's going to get in 7 damage here, and the Shark Typhoon is going to knock that up to a lethal swing on his next turn.
Yep.
Typhoon for 4 on Dajala's next end step will present a pretty good lethal swing.
Nadu's going to get countered again. Titan Lord's going to keep fighting the counter war here.
Yep.
This does take... No, actually, this is still... Puts Dajjal in lethal range with the Shark Typhoon cycle.
Yep.
That'll be the game. This will be a 1-1. And we'll go to a third game in this first best of 3. So what will happen for anyone that's joined since this game has started? Dajjal is coming from the winner's bracket, so if Dajjal wins this best of 3, then they win the whole tournament, but if Titan Lord wins this best of 3, the 2 players here will play a second best of 3 to determine the winner.
Yeah.
And this will be the last game in the first one that we're going into now, with Dajjal on the play.
Yeah, I do know that Titan Lord's actually on a bit of a time crunch. He doesn't have a lot of time left. Yeah, he just
Could not have brought the
he's
slowest
20
deck then.
minutes before. Yeah, I know he said he's on a time crunch, but he brought blue-white control, and yeah. So Dajala might end up just by default winning this tournament. We hope not.
Yeah, unless Titan Lord
We hope
chooses
that
to
we
be
can
late
get
to
a
work.
good game in. Yeah, no, exactly. I don't think Titan Lord can keep this hand. It just doesn't have a way to interact with Nadu.
Well, there is mana drain, but not a turn 2 Nadu.
Yeah. I mean, I always assume at this point that the Nadu players have a Birds of Paradise or something like that on turn 1.
Yeah.
And there's the
Grazer.
Grazer.
We
Yeah.
haven't seen any Birds of Paradise played, I don't think.
No,
Somehow.
we haven't. Our newest Mana Dork, and yet it still hasn't made an appearance.
That's the question is Dajjal going to play around Wash Away or Mana Tithe? And they probably will. On Titan Lord's deck. They also play the Lotus Cobra, and yeah, it's safe to assume that's going to get eaten by the turn Scolding.
Yeah.
Hedgemate from Dajjal gets rid of the Shifting Woodland, which I would think would be normally a pretty good card in this matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So I'm gonna take a look at his hands. Let's see this. Yeah, I don't know why he did that.
And Slamming
Yeah.
Vanessa into Titan Lord's Mana Drain.
It's
We'll
rough.
get this teferi out here early, probably. Or just hard catch
Yeah.
the Learning Revealed.
I think, if anything, he should be playing the Lawyer Revealed here, because Teferi doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, I could see that too, actually. Drawing up to 7 there instead of drawing up to 6. I don't know. I can see an argument for both. Might just choose to Island Cycle now.
Yeah, there you go. Island cycling. Yeah, grab the Arkham, because he can pick up his third island for the Mystic Sanctuary with his Prismatic Vista.
And Titan Lord's just bluffing having a 1 mana counter spell.
Yeah.
Nadu and Roaring Earth resolving together. Yeah. And that's so the thing is, if Jajala hits a land off the top when Titan Lord targets this Nadu with Get Lost, it's great for Jajala, but if that doesn't happen, then Jajala's kind of stuck with all the counter spells in Titan Lord's hand.
Yeah.
No land hit, only a pact. And they could have held that pact for their turn.
They could have.
Which, I mean, they should have pacted the remove spell, I think. Because they could have paid the mana, and then... Well, no, I guess the pact gets... Yeah, but now this is a much worse spot for Dojala if they hadn't... They'd pacted it and then drawn a land.
Yeah, I think what happened there was that Dojala clicked all resolve, which means that he just like lets the whole stack resolve no matter what cards get added to his hand, which is kind of awkward.
Oh, yeah. Good point, Mudman. Just told me we both keep forgetting Teferi passive. Yep, there is no pact playable.
There's also that. Yeah, no, that's
I'm not used to playing with normal Teferi.
No, I'm not either. This card is obscene. There's a reason we don't see it that often.
Yep, it is one of the Alchemy Rebalance cards, so yeah, forgive us if we don't exactly know what we're talking about 100% of the time on this.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to use these maps to find some land drops. Yeah, the 3-cost Teferi really showing how good that passive is, probably being one of the more important lines of text.
Definitely.
Time for plan B, as soon as I think of one.
Snapcaster Mage, there's nothing in the yard for it, so an interesting choice. Taylor's just going to choose to get rid of it anyway to prevent some more board presence. And here, we got our Tremage's Charm can steal that Grazer.
Mm-hmm. And he'll probably be taking a land. Makes sense. Control players do love their lands.
Yeah, they do. So, I mean, this is going to be a stalled game here. Once Dojala tries to figure out how to get this Nadu on the field again.
I've done the hero thing before.
We're getting flamed in the tournament chat for forgetting the Teferi passive.
Yeah, it's a easy thing to forget. And I have not personally played League Meshes in a bit, so...
Yeah.
Yeah,
me neither. I haven't really had the interest in... I haven't really been interested in playing in a Nadu meta, so I haven't been playing with a newly unbanned Teferi very much.
So I haven't played much on Magic Arena, but yeah, Teferi Hero of Dominaria, always great. Late on Arms too.
Yep.
can flash it in off the Teferi uptick, and
Oh my gosh, you're right. Yeah.
really hard to see Dajala actually getting them down this Nadu into the Teferi Hero Dominaria. Mana Drain can come back too.
Yeah. No, this is an outstanding board state for Titan Lord.
Yep. So now 3 counter spells in hand, and Dajala can't use any of his.
Yeah, actually, another one. Yeah, I think this game is as good as done.
Yep, so it looks like we're probably going to a second best of 3 here between these two, because of the loose bracket format of the tournament. And Dajala, 3 GGing, and yeah, that's it. So, no winner decided yet. We have one more best of 3 to play.
Yep.
Winner takes all. Alright,
ready.
welcome back. This will be the final game of our tournament. As Titan Lord came up through the losers bracket into this grand final, he has to win 2 best of 3s to win, while Dajala only has to win 1. As we just saw in this VOD, Titan Lord won the first best of 3, so this will be the final round here.
And Ulavala has to be doing something else. So right now, I am replacing it. It's me, Grimstien. You hear me usually on in the Brawl Hub thing, but this is my first time commentating the tournament.
Yep, we got Grimstien here for the final round, which should get started any minute now.
Yes, getting the guy who went 0-2 this tournament to commentate the finals. Very intriguing.
Well, you did bring an interesting choice of deck, as
I
you
brought
saw.
a foolish choice.
Yeah.
But yes, honestly, this is a great matchup either way. Control versus combo, a type situation. Who will outvalue the other? Nadu does really rely on his commander, but it's so consistent with it. Whereas Titan just has so much good value overall besides commander cards.
Yep. And you would think this is a mulligan from Titan Lord. One unattached blue source, only memory lapse for interaction. It's just
Dajola got a real good hand, though. Memory lapse, Reasonable Doubt, Bird of Paradise. So many good cards.
Yeah, and this is a much better hand for Titan Lord. 1 mana removal, spell pierce. Still chooses to mulligan it, possibly not enough interaction for him.
Let me see.
But mulligans to an even worse hand. Yeah, this is not going to do it.
Sometimes the mulligans just hurt. Especially when you're on the draw.
Yeah, now you have to wonder what Titan Lord's going to do against turn 2 Nadu.
Honestly,
I just bluff.
will we see a turn 2 Nadu?
That's the question. We might not. Sajala thinks that Titan's found a 1 mana removal spell.
Oh,
we
he's
will
taking
see
the
it.
gamble.
And the gamble, the read is correct.
Now, I said this hand is pretty good for Dajola, but he doesn't really have much targeting. Though I guess with Invasion of Ikoria, he could get Bill.
Yeah, that would do it.
But honestly, I think you just wait on it, if you ask me.
Jolly doesn't know what Titan Lord has in their hands. That's
Exactly.
just Stern Scolding and the Confounding Riddle. I mean, Dajala can perfectly easily play Mana Dorks here and just hold up 2 counter spells. This is a really solid start. Especially with Reasonable
Honestly,
Doubt actually does target a creature here.
Yep. Honestly, either way, this hand is insane.
Yeah. It's hard to see Titan Lord being able to get back into this game here off their draw.
Because at 3 creatures, we are really in a great situation.
Yeah.
Full control from Dajola, too.
Yeah,
to
I
really
mean, I would.
emphasize that idea.
I've been skipping too many phases on my turns recently, so just by spamming spacebar. Let's see the Surveil land come out, and that land will probably stay on the top.
Really? I guess, yeah.
Yeah, because if I'm Vigil,
I feel like you could just be digging, because at 5 mana here,
maybe.
a couple counter magic.
I feel like I kind of want to play Invasion of Ikoria and back it up with the camera spell, though.
I guess that makes sense, yeah. Invasion on 2, or do you just... Actually, Here's a real question: do you go for 2, or do you just? I guess that answers it. My thought process was hold the land for Bill.
I think we're just gonna see the line where else being played,
Yeah.
which is actually probably the play that makes the most sense because if Titan Lord counters the battle, then Jala can't respond with that, possibly being vulnerable to a board wipe.
Yep. Ooh, confounding riddle. That was a smart move on his part.
Yep. Let's see if Titan Lord is able to find anything. Like a Supreme Verdict would be great for him here, but that's not going to be found.
Oh,
Just the March of Otherworldly Light.
so many targeted stuff.
And I think Titan Lord's just going to try to keep drawing cards.
I think this might be a good time to go for Bill, honestly.
Yeah, and Jala definitely has enough mana.
He has enough mana, and he has the mana from the mana dorks.
Oh, and a fetch
Plus,
land.
with that
So, yeah.
fetch land, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to see here. I don't even think Titan Lord has a way to interact with this, if I remember correctly, in that hand. Yeah.
The only way he can interact is if he goes for the
March.
March on Bill during this, and pray they don't have any counter magic.
Mr. Dajala always chooses to target Nadu.
Oh,
But that
yeah,
gets
that's
stopped by
game.
Tidebinder. But yeah, that'll just
Revealing
get
Tameo's
stopped.
safekeeping just automatically makes it so that even a Supreme Verdict, they can just protect whatever piece they need.
Yep. Titan Lord probably mulliganing too much.
We feel.
It is tough though. Dajala got a really, really good draw
Okay,
there.
but now Titan's got the play, so this might make a big difference.
Let's see. Dajala
Like,
one game win off of winning the entire thing. And it's
oh,
an
there's
interesting hand.
I
Two counter
personally wouldn't keep
spells.
this hand, but I'm not exactly control matchup.
Dajala
Because
chooses to
this
keep off the
hand,
counter spells.
Sylvan's going to be coming out turn 2 no matter what, because, well, Hinterland is tapped, and all they have is in their hand is islands.
Yeah.
But will these removal spells be worth running? I mean, doing it. I don't see if technically you would have 1 mana up.
More islands, which is totally fine. That's what Titan Lord has. A pretty good hand. Reject, Archmage's Charm, and 3 different draw spells.
Yeah, that makes sense. You don't want exactly want
A
to
lot
tap
more
out.
than 3 different draw spells now. Let's just bring back the Archmage's Charm because there's no third blue source, but that can be found off the Rain Revealed, and then take Someone Safekeeper.
I think
At
the main
least,
problem right
it's
now
just,
for Titan is that he can't really do anything with 1 mana up.
yeah. The Archmage's Charm, I believe, like Someone Safekeeper can target itself with its ability now.
This is really good because now he can use a spell pierce or miscast, and then later have Snapcaster to do both. Well, one or the other.
Titan Lord saying oops because they did forget to cycle this Lorraine revealed on their last end step.
Oh, it always sucks when that's in the finals.
Yes, you just have to pay the 1 extra mana now and not be able to hold up Memory Deluge this turn. We'll probably instead go for a Brain Surge or something.
Ooh.
See the Nadu coming out here.
Is
And
that wash away in mind? That's the only one I can really think of to get through these counter spells.
I don't think that's gonna happen. It'll be a reject and then the Messcast on the reject, and now Titan Lord can't really do
He's in a
anything for
bad
Sylvan
situation.
Safekeeper. Yep.
The only way this can get better for Titan is if they gamble to use targeted removal on things, and they use the shroud effects,
Yep.
and the Jola just misses lands.
And no board wipes from Titan Lord yet to actually get rid of these cards, which is really what would be the best card in the spot, something like a Day of Judgment. Chooses to play a Teferi.
I mean, I guess that's relevant. Now you don't have to worry about counter magic, and you could probably try to bounce Nadu.
Yeah, that's gonna be the goal here. But yeah, it's gonna
Ooh,
get
Bronze Cudgel.
Ulavala will just soft land destruction here to keep it on the field.
Now, if he has a like a sort Patriarch's Humiliation or something.
Nope.
Nope.
Everything in the
Oh,
hand
oh, this is.
is very expensive. And that is a very, very fast
And there we
video.
go. Our video has been demonetized.